Theodor W Adorno. Kierkegaard. The Construction of the Aesthetic. To my friend Siegfried Kracauer. The ship seemed suspended as if by magic, in the middle of its fall, towards a funnel of great circumference and prodigious depth, whose perfectly smooth walls could have been believed to be made of ebony, were it not for the astonishing speed with which they rotated and the livid glow that they gave off under the rays of the full moon that, from the center of that circular opening between the clouds, poured out in a gloriously golden deluge along the black walls and were lost in the most hidden depths of the abyss. Edgar Allan Poe, 1841. Exposition of the Aesthetic. Whenever we have tried to conceive the writings of philosophers as poetic works, we have lost sight of their truth content. The formal law of philosophy requires the interpretation of the real in the corresponding relationship of concepts. Neither the manifestation of the thinker's subjectivity, nor the pure unity and coherence of the work itself decide on its character as philosophy, but only this: if the real enters into the concepts, it is accredited in them and reasonably grounds them. Something that the conception of philosophy as poetry contradicts. By removing from philosophy the obligation to measure what is real, it removes the philosophical work from adequate criticism. For only in communication with the critical spirit can it be historically accredited. The fact that, however, almost all subjective thinkers in the proper sense of the term were condemned to be classified as poets, is explained by the 19th century's equation of philosophy with science. What in philosophy did not submit to the ideal of science, was reclassified, like a leftover appendix, under the title of poetry. It was required of scientific philosophy that its concepts be constituted as marker units of the objects included under them. But when Kant's conception of philosophy as a science first found a concise formulation in Hegel's dictum, according to which it is time for philosophy to establish itself as a science, his demand for scientific conceptuality did not coincide with that of the univocal use of concepts as marker units. The essential thing about the dialectical method, in which Kierkegaard's entire work participates despite all his hostility towards Hegel, is that in it the clarification of the different concepts, understood as their complete definition, can only be carried out from the totality of the elaborate system, and not in the analysis of the isolated particular concept. In the prologue to the Phenomenology, where this is very evident, Hegel explicitly referred to the poetic appearance that every philosophical beginning entails. Consciousness misses in the new figure that manifests itself the expansion and specification of the content, and even more he misses the complete development of the form that allows differences to be determined with certainty and ordered in their fixed relationships. Without this complete development, science lacks universal intelligibility and appears to be only the esoteric heritage of a few, esoteric heritage, because for the moment it exists only in its concept or within, and of a few, because its undisplayed manifestation makes its being there something singular too. But the discovery power possessed by that new thing that appears is also preserved, beyond the marker definition, in the network of thoughts that is not enclosed in the secured system. This is how a current materialist interpreter of Hegel responds to the question of conceptual determinations and terminology. It belongs to the essence of the dialectical method that in it false concepts due to their abstract unilaterality are overcome. But this process of overcoming at the same time makes it necessary to continue operating uninterruptedly with these unilateral, abstract, false concepts, that concepts are led towards their correct meaning less by a definition than by the methodical function that they acquire in the totality as surpassed moments. 3. Totality itself is not necessary to give dialectical concepts their discovering function in the connection of thought. But if philosophy as subjective thinking has completely abandoned totality, the new that appears immediately makes it hear the dubious call of the poetic, dialectical concepts being its true instrument. Philosophy is not distinguished from the sciences only because it is a superior science that brings together in a system the most universal statements of the subordinate sciences. It constructs ideas that clarify and parcel out the mass of what merely exists, and around which the elements of what exists crystallize into knowledge. These ideas have their exposition in dialectical concepts. As soon as a philosophy that has this origin is tolerantly considered poetry, the strangeness of its ideas, in which its power over reality is manifested, is rejected along with the seriousness of its claim. Its dialectical concepts are considered metaphorically decorative ingredients that scientific rigor can set aside at will. In this way it is devalued. Everything that, in philosophy, does not go directly to the thing, is called poetry. Even when philosophical poeticizing is recognized and approved. Gottsched, Kierkegaard's translator, not only thinks that in repetition the aesthetic moment is most brilliantly represented in the funny parts and in the serious parts but also that this essentially dry philosopher is, although not has left not a single verse, not only an artist of language who plays his beloved mother tongue like a fine instrument and extracts the most varied tones from it, but also a poet whose lyre is provided with the most vigorous and most delicate, most somber strings. And more stimulating 5. Praise dishonors both philosophy and poetry. To avoid the mere possibility of confusion like Gottsched's, the first requirement of a construction of the aesthetic in Kierkegaard's philosophy is to separate it from poetry. Regarding the poetic claim, Kierkegaard's work is ambiguous. Maliciously, it lends itself to any misunderstanding that initiates a process of appropriation of its contents in the reader. The dialectic in things is for Kierkegaard at the same time the dialectic of communication. In this, the work deceptively claims the title of the poetic and then denies it. In the posthumous work entitled Point of View explanatory of my work as a writer he calls himself, without contradiction, by a fictitious poet, a genius in a small town. 6. The formula still resonates with Theodor Hecker, who in an early work of his says of Kierkegaard's production published under a pseudonym that it can be considered a collective work written not by different men of science, but by different geniuses. 7. For something in the work whose superficial form would most admit of being called poetic, Kierkegaard sees the poetic as something quite problematic. He who wrote it, The Diary of a Seducer, was a poetic nature, and as such a nature it was not even rich enough nor, if you will, poor enough to separate poetry and reality. First he enjoyed the aesthetic personally, then his personality aesthetically. He possessed the poetic with the same ambiguity in which he spent his entire life. 8. The ambiguous image almost disfigures that of the philosopher Kierkegaard imagined himself to be. On the other hand, Kierkegaard throws the poet away from himself. I am not a poet, I only proceed dialectically. 9. His hesitation is explained when the specific function of the poetic claim in himself is understood. For him, all the theses of his theology are poetic to the extent that they are not apodictically derived from the doctrinal content of Christianity. As a writer I am a genius of a somewhat particular kind, neither more nor less, absolutely without authority, and therefore continually destined to nullify himself so as not to become an authority for anyone. 10. As a genius he claims the status of poet so as not to usurp the name of apostle before himself and others. On this point, the ethical religious treatises, the stereotyped preamble of religious speeches and the calculated publication of the article about the actress leave no doubt. Without a mandate he aspires to wrest the concept of faith from a reason that resists, to create it from its resistance. The poetic nature of discourse without authority leads him to the domain of philosophical religious speculation, the same one that he combats in Hegel and Schelling, from whom the poetic nature of that discourse is distinguished by the irony of a method that claims to be unable to demonstrate anything else than what is already secretly inherent in it as faith. In the face of positive revelation, poetry is for him the mark of illusion in all metaphysics. With vague language he is called a poet where he tries to restore poetic existence, which, according to his hierarchy of spheres, represents the place of degradation in the lives of men. In Kierkegaard's work, the origin of the name poetry is always transparent, as philosophical as it is. It is true that the very form of the work announces the poetic claim at length and tacitly. Texts such as Either One or the Other, Fear and Trembling, Repetition and Stages on the Road to Life contain novels, stories, and lyrical particles, from the solid surface of the Diary of a Seducer to the works worked in a conceptually transparent way, such as in Vino Veritas and the story of suffering guilty or not guilty. But precisely this production, which alone would satisfy artistic criteria, demonstrates conclusively that the concept of artist cannot be applied to Kierkegaard. It is not the impurity of its reflected form that excludes it from art. This established its robust law in Friedrich Schlegel, Hoffmann, and Jean Paul, the models of the short story writer Kierkegaard, a law not contradicted because Kierkegaard quite often defends, as an aesthetic theorist, against it a reactionary classicism that his own literary enterprises left behind. But nowhere in those writings does he reach that energetic clash between intuited reality and reflective subjectivity that constitutes the formal law of German Romantic prose. Only outwardly has Kierkegaard repeated this rhythm. Intuition is in him, the same as thought, always reducible to a subjective meaning. And nowhere is it so drastically as where he acts so sovereignly as in the diary, which can however be deduced from the seducer's preconceived scheme even in the contingency of the accidental. The one who as a philosopher so resolutely contests the identity of thought and being is the same one who in the work has no problem making being conform to thought. Only Lukács has warned and pointed out this in a youthful essay on Kierkegaard and Rugine Olsen. Disembodied sensuality and a dull, programmatic lack of scruples are the dominant feelings in the diary of a seducer. The erotic life, the beautiful life, the life that culminates in spiritual joy as a worldview and only as a worldview. 11. Still Vedder, who is not unaware of the problematic nature of Kierkegaard's artistic results, seeks the reason for this character in the romantic aestheticism that the diary programmatically represents, without realizing that the latter in no way satisfies the imminent demand of the former. Literary fame was based on the diary of a seducer, which enchanted with its voluptuously ornate artistic treatment of moods. The second most brilliant work literary speaking, in Vino Veritas, is of a more concise tone. Here, as there, an ostentatious eloquence has dangerously hollowed out the content. These writings are also testimonies of an excessively refined and exhausted creative force, typical of a late period. 12. But the spell of the diary was only possible in the literary situation of a country that in Kierkegaard's youthful work modestly recovered the sensations of Lust. The platonizing banquet of pseudonyms is, in the poor antithetical of worldviews in which the interlocutors intervene as spokespersons for them, nothing less than a brilliant work, or simply that, finally, in the face of Kierkegaard's persevering aestheticism, there is no room to speak of an excessively refined and exhausted creative force, typical of a late period. The cosmovision motifs of the diary can be detached from their romantic envelope without losing a single one of them, but also without leaving a single remnant of the envelope of intuition. Even the alternation in the diary of parts of exposition and parts of reflection, through which intuition wants to assert itself, is produced by a dialectic to which Johannes, a subject-object of romantic aestheticism, is subjected so that in him it remains overcome, according to the Hegelian scheme of triplicity, all immediacy. This dialectic is distinguished from the Hegelian one only by the bad infinity, in the sense that this word has in Hegel, of the process, which reflection must precisely censure as aestheticist and rejectable. This is what happens in all the dynamics of action and in all psychology of individual representative consciousness down to the last detail, that of seduction itself. With Kierkegaard's intention or without it, seduction becomes a parody of his concept of the moment. Despite its supposedly demonic content, it is constructed according to the same logic as the point at which time and eternity touch. The seducer once possesses the beloved and then abandons her forever. Kierkegaard's aesthetic figures are only illustrations of his philosophical categories, which they explain as in a glossary before being articulated in a conceptually sufficient way. All of them have, for today's observer, the peculiar character of appearance typical of many illustrations of the first half of the 19th century. In its colors it hides, and in its bourgeois miniature format it reduces, the great intention of the allegorical, which in its philosophy is of great dignity, but incompatible with the psychological novel that attracted Kierkegaard in its beginnings. If in his last novel work, A History of Suffering, Kierkegaard already manifests in the external disposition the alternation of immediacy and reflection, and barely dresses the skeleton of conceptuality with anecdotes, which finally, in the epilogue of Taciturnus, he leaves completely naked of them, could have done this motivated not only by the philosophical intention that is inconsiderately expressed, but also by the knowledge of the insufficiency of their aesthetic fictional procedure. The conceptual skeleton is identical in the three exhibitions of erotic life, the diary, the repetition, and a history of suffering. And it is in a different way than his concept of repetition would admit. 3 times he exhibits with allegorical rigidity the enigmatically empty image of his ruinous love. The ruin of that love drags with it everything that appears to appearance. In the face of this love, men are reduced to masks, and the language sounds like operatic dialogues. He who rests his head on the hill of the elves, he sees the elves in his dreams. I don't know if this is so. But I do know that when my head rests on your bosom and I do not close my eyes, but rather look up at you, I see the face of an angel. 13. And in the banquet of pseudonyms the scene from Don Juan is inevitably conjured, the exalted spirit of the participants, the noise of the party, the foaming joy of the champagne, the torrent of wit that flowed from the inspired orators, all this had to awaken, in the peaceful security and silence of an isolated corner of the world, to the life of memory. 14. Finally, the impending catastrophe, as soon as they were together, the doors opened wide. A sea of light flooded those who entered, the fresh air brought a delicious aroma, and 1,000 exciting details announced that exquisite taste reigned there. 15. It is no coincidence that Kierkegaard's artistic impotence preferentially chose art and artists as his object. This announces one of the central motifs of appearance in the 19th century. As an artist he is not interested in shaping the contents of the things he finds, but rather in reflecting on the artistic process and the artistic man in themselves. The consequent conversion of art into an object in itself is already prefigured in the aesthetic idealism of the early Schelling and Schopenhauer, and finally imposes itself in a destructive way in Wagner and Nietzsche. In Kierkegaard, under the influence of German Romanticism, the transition of this intention is prepared from philosophical systematism, which he critically demolishes, to an artistic praxis for which he is not yet qualified. He testifies at the same time to that isolation of the privatizing intellectual, withdrawn into himself, that in Germany at the same time, that of the last Romantic and Idealist schools, only Schopenhauer expressed in the material of philosophy. Kierkegaard was well aware of his affinity with Schopenhauer, and shortly before his death he noted, Yes. Interestingly, my name is, S.A., we are also one the inverse of the other. It cannot be denied that he is an important writer, he has interested me a lot, and it has perplexed me to find a writer so close to me despite the total disagreement. 16. Close in attitude, whose idea is not limited to Kierkegaard's radical Protestantism. For Kierkegaard's criticism of Schopenhauer can also be extended to his private existence. 17. Both have the private thing in common as a dominant trait. In the thought lived and experienced by Schopenhauer there is an affliction for bad reality which Kierkegaard's loneliness never knew. That is why his artistic failure cannot be sufficiently explained from aesthetics itself, nor can it be reasonably criticized. For him, poetic art consists of determining the behavior of the poet, because before his melancholic gaze the objective world recedes. The emblems of the poet, in which he reflects himself, surround him like accessories not raised by his word, like threatening ornaments around his monologue. For the aesthetic Kierkegaard, who was not a poet, there is the formula of the aesthete who passively oscillates between philosophical knowledge and the artistic demand for form. This is how he characterized himself in a much quoted, and undoubtedly very early, entry in his diary: "Here I am like Hercules, but not at the crossroads. No, here a much greater plurality of paths is shown, and this makes all the more difficult to take the correct one. Perhaps it is a misfortune of my existence that I am interested in too many paths and do not decide on a specific one. My interests are not all subordinated to one, but are all coordinated." 18. Most recent authors have raised the problem of the literary man in their interpretations of Kierkegaard. In Schrempf's great biography it occupies a central place and penetrates, as Perzywera has seen, its entire structure, up to the criticism of Kierkegaard's theology of sacrifice. If he wanted to be the victim that he was as a poet nolens volens, the disproportion was overcome even without having been humanly, kappa alpha tau nu theta rho pi omicron nu, helped as a man. What through him, as a chosen organ of divinity and, therefore, destined to perish, had to be communicated to humanity was also the idea for which he wanted to live and die. Well, weren't these same thoughts about the poet already the idea he desired, the only one capable of elevating him above the anguishing irony of life that always accompanied him? Weren't they the revelation that he had to transmit to men? 19. With Schrempf's formulation, the question of Kierkegaard's literary aestheticism remains, as a question of attitude, separated from the work and is brought to the psychological discussion about man. This question appears posed purely psychologically in Vetter's interpretation. Even the Catholic interpretation of Erich Perzywera has admitted the thesis of the Romantic aesthetic literati as a psychological dialectical foundation. 20. This can be highlighted, in addition to the attitude of the first pseudonymous writings and the statements in the newspapers of the same time, particularly the use of the word writer, which is repeated in Kierkegaard's work like a magic formula. In a passage from the diary it appears associated with the express conception of all life as writing. 21. In its formulaic character it is certainly only accessible to philosophical analysis, and in no way can it be taken without interpretation. But the horizon of the fantasy of the time, in which Kierkegaard stands out, seems that of the literary aesthete, less that of late German Romanticism than that of Baudelaire. Vetter, who must be thanked for the discovery, provides a large amount of evidence from his Journals in Times, which testifies to surprising concordances between the aestheticism of the papers of A, or the Banquet, and the Parisian model unknown to Kierkegaard. 22. The analogy may go further than Vetter himself perceived and extend to more determinate historical figures. In fact, Kierkegaard called himself, looking back to the period of either/or, a flaneur, thus giving his image of his own person a physical resemblance to the Baudelarian dandy. 23. But precisely in the close proximity of such similarity the contrasts become decisive. Aestheticism is not an attitude that can be adopted at will. Just as it has its time, it has its place, the big cities at the time of their formation. In them it shines, like the artificial lighting of the streets, like the desperation that begins at twilight, strange, dangerous, sovereign, the form that crudely immortalizes the life that escapes. Kierkegaard's work did not enter the scenario. The noisy seriousness of a narrow private existence, which accompanies the manifestations of Kierkegaardian aestheticism, the lack of any evident experience of the social landscape that the flaneur and the dandy could frequent, the space of the small town as the space of a seduction that its victim has to seek in the cooking school. 24. This set of circumstances leads to a parody of the dandyism to which Kierkegaard tended. To believe in it would mean to be mistaken about the true seriousness of his philosophy. That is why there is no denying the solid wisdom of Schrempf, who, more naively than any of the authors versed in the subject, perceives in the first part of either one or the other an affected, flirtatious and silly aestheticism, and he reproaches aesthetician whose aesthetic seriousness does not protect him not even from childishness and foolishness. 25. The seducer recognizes quite naively, I am an aesthetic, an erotic, who has understood the main and essential thing about love, who believes in love and knows it thoroughly, who only reserves the private opinion that a love story lasts at most half a year and that a love relationship is over when it has been enjoyed to the end. 26. Or simply, in a passage from In Vino Veritas, for at a banquet it is mainly about eating and drinking, and the woman cannot participate in it, that would be unsightly. 27. Even as allegories of aestheticism, of which one is the cipher of aesthete, such formulas unmask him with theological ambition of laissez-faire laissez-aller. Nothing else happens with the category of interesting. As an attitude, it is expressed as something subaltern, being in love, how beautiful. Knowing what you are doing, how interesting. 28. Philosophically, on the other hand, what is interesting, aesthetic concupiscence as a delimitation between two spheres, gives his logic of existence its precise meaning, although it is objectively problematic. The category that I want to consider a little more closely is of the interesting, a category that has acquired great significance particularly in our time, because it lives in discrimination rerum, for she is truly the category of the crucial moment. What is interesting is also a borderline category, a boundary between the aesthetic and the ethical. For this reason, our research must continually touch the field of ethics, while, to acquire significance, it must address the problem with aesthetic interiority and concupiscence. 29. The thinker can formulate as a problem what the aesthete nowhere proves with the attitude. That Kierkegaard could have been called an aesthete or poet can only be understood by the fascination he exerts with his obstinate litany of fixed aesthetic formulas to which, for better or worse, he does not conform. Fascination is the most dangerous power of his work. Who abandons himself to his work, accepting one of the great fixed categories that Kierkegaard constantly shoves into his eyes, whoever bows before the greatness of this category without ever confronting it with the concrete or checking if it suits him, succumbs to this work as to a mythical domain. Just as the magic word dominates in this one, a logical immanence dominates in Kierkegaard's orb in which everything that appears in it must be integrated. The highest concept of his supposed aestheticism, that of genius, is itself of a magical kind. Although this concept was to exclude and proscribe the apostolic claim from the beginning, Schrampf, Gottsched and even Hecker successively succumbed to its spell. This explains Hecker's several geniuses assumption. These are for him pseudonyms, they are, like genius, fascinating powers in Kierkegaard's landscape. But, with the rejection of the condition of poet, they are discarded as integral components of Kierkegaardian philosophy. That is why he is prohibited from targeting them on principle. Kierkegaard's vain attempt to make autonomous poets speak confuses the creator with the artist, and is more in accordance with his idealistic origins than with his ultimate theological intention. Any interpretation that accepts without hesitation the claim of the different pseudonyms and sticks to it is misguided. These are not figures in whose incomparable existence the intention is condensed. They are entirely figures of abstract representation. This does not mean that critics can ignore their function and take their opinion for that of Kierkegaard. Rather, it must contrast the abstract units of pseudonyms with the concrete motifs contained within the framework of pseudonymity and measure the coherence of the whole. The deceptive consistency of pseudonyms may fade, even so, the unity of the superficial philosophical context will always close the path to true understanding. Criticism must first understand the assertions of pseudonyms according to their philosophical construction, which at all times must be evidenced as a dominant scheme. What pseudonyms say, which is more than what the philosophical scheme allows them to say, its secret and concrete core, corresponds to the literal interpretation of the communication. No writer proceeds as astutely in the choice of words as Kierkegaard, no one seeks to hide through words as many things as he, who tirelessly denounces himself as a spy at the service of a higher cause. 30, as a secret policeman and seducer. Dialectical. There is no other way to keep him in the trap of infinitely reflected interiority than to take him at his word, which, conceived as traps, end up locking him in himself. The choice of words and their stereotyped, and not always planned, return announce contents that even the deepest intention of the dialectical procedure would rather be hidden than revealed. The interpretation of Kierkegaard with a pseudonym has, therefore, to decompose the temporarily simulated poetic unity into the polarity of his own speculative intention and his traitorous literality. The motif of literality does not need to be psychoanalytically treated in his work, however frequent the occasion and temptation to do so may be. Well, this motif has its archetype in the work itself, Christian theological exegesis. The pseudonymous work exercise of Christianity is, like the edifying writings, exegetical, and all the pseudonymous writings have exegetical parts interspersed. But no reasonable exegesis can be conceived that is not necessarily linked to the letter of its text. His model in Kierkegaard is the literal interpretation of the doctrine of the parousia. In the exercise, the entire existence of the Church here on earth becomes a parenthesis or something parenthetical in the life of Christ. The content of the parenthesis begins with the ascension of Christ, and ends with his return. 31. He would ignore the exegetical seriousness of Kierkegaard, who saw the dignity of the letter annulled by the psychological recourse to pseudonymity. For everywhere his assertions are communicated with texts that he recognized as sacred. The singular assertions of pseudonyms must be taken literally within their respective construction according to the logic of the spheres, as clarifications relative to the forms of aesthetic, ethical, and religious existence, which at the same time have their limit in literality. The exegetical procedure must first deal, contrary to the exegete Kierkegaard, with the metaphorical. While Kierkegaard's metaphorically designated objects must be clarified by the logic of his spheres, literal metaphors possess autonomy. Here the mythical contents of his philosophy are filtered, which the clear architecture of the logic of the spheres in vain wants to banish. Its strength is shown precisely in its greatest conceptions, where content and expression are most deeply linked. Thus, in the passage from The Mortal Illness where we read, "Just as in the stories the elf disappears through a crack that no one can see, so also despair tends to dwell, and all the more so the more spiritual, in an exteriority behind which no one would think of looking for it." 32. The comparison, which, moreover, itself reveals the rupture between superficial context and hidden content, wants to express with the fairy tale figure of the elf that the dissimulation of despair disappears, since an exterior that corresponds to the interior enclosed it would be a contradiction in terms, since what corresponds to it would only reveal it. 33. But in the word duende it is announced at the same time, in a mythical and personified way, that which, in the general conceptual order, acts in the category of the demonic of The Mortal Illness, but which only as something living and incarnated constitutes the true object of Kierkegaardian demonology. Under the pressure of his subjectivism, the objective images to whose interpretation his writings are properly dedicated have volatilized into this kind of metaphor. They must be reduced, outside of this metaphor, to their true reality. As much as, in Kierkegaard's demonic concealment, the method seems to approach the psychoanalytic method, as a philosophical method it must be distinguished from the latter in a very precise way so that it itself does not give in to the demonic. For until now psychoanalysis still places man in a perfect immanence, and explains each of his impulses by the total context of his conscious life. But with the doctrine of existence and his own radical personalism, Kierkegaard induces composing human individual immanence in an autonomous and closed way, as much as psychoanalysis wants to tear it away from the conflict of impulses as knowledge. Immanence is the sovereign domain of his demon, and psychoanalysis submits to this domain, before saying its first word, by deducing everything from the same immanence that Kierkegaard's formulas conjure. But criticism precisely calls into question the right of the perfect argumentatio ad hominem that works even in the most intimate theology, the right of identity of persons and things, the thesis of the non-scientific apostille, according to which subjectivity is the true. To generally grant Kierkegaard this thesis is enough to submit to his regime. For this reason, Schrempf's brave biography, which based on the thesis of the subjective thinker desperately disputes with Kierkegaard over every phrase of his work and every decision of his life, is a fight with spirits. His setting is the darkness of subjective immanence, hopeless from the beginning. Superior to everything else that has been written about Kierkegaard, not only because of that much-cited passion, which he always deals with when critical ingenuity is not enough, but because of its closest dialectical contact with the object. The book is not finally capable of making his intuitions philosophically fruitful because the casuistry of the principle of the truth of subjectivity leaves him paralyzed. He stubbornly follows the trail of an adversary whose figure cannot be caught while, evaporating, it envelopes the observer himself. Schrempf saves himself by abandoning the trail he was constantly pursuing. He retains the empty hands of the secularized ethical freethinker while he misses everything that is truly better in Kierkegaard than that of the questionable accredited identity. We must preserve the proximity to which Schrempf first reached, tearing away all understanding of Kierkegaard from the Kierkegaardian universe itself. But this only becomes true when he escapes from its spell and remains in its singularity. It is true that the person of Kierkegaard cannot be driven away from the work simply by the way of proceeding of an objective philosophy of which, not in vain, Kierkegaard was a bitter enemy. But the person must only be mentioned in the content of the work, which identifies with them as little as they identify with the work. Therefore, the construction of the aesthetic in Kierkegaard should not start from the aesthete. The category of the aesthetic is, contrary to what it assumes, a category of knowledge. It cannot be anticipated as such in a definition, and that is why it must be clearly separated from any mixture. Even when a final convergence of art and philosophy is contemplated, any aestheticization of the philosophical procedure should be avoided. The more purely the philosophical form crystallizes as such, the more firmly it excludes all metaphors that bring it externally closer to art, and the more it can, by virtue of its formal law, assert itself artistically. We must begin by looking for the misunderstandings of the term aesthetic in Kierkegaard. The synthesis of its meanings cannot be found either in Kierkegaard's art or attitude, it can only be constructed from purified elements. Of these we must distinguish three that always appear confused. First of all, aesthetic is in Kierkegaard, as in the general use of language, the mastery of works of art and the theoretical consideration of art. 34. Thus in most of the parts of the first volume of either one or the other, in the great essay on Don Juan, in the brief and important treatise on the reflection of the ancient tragic in the modern tragic, in the silhouettes of dramatic characters, in Scribe's performance of first love. They already indicate, in the choice of objects, the second, central use of the term in Kierkegaard, the aesthetic as an attitude or, in his later language, sphere. The sensual seducer represents the dialectical thesis in antithesis with the reflected Johannes. The voices of Marie Beaumarchais, Elvire, and Gretchen respond sadly to the call of seduction. Totally apparent is love by mere memory in Scribe's comedy. But the essays can at the same time be considered, as pieces of art theory, as autonomous, independent of the intention of the pseudonym Aramida or the anonymous A. The article on the tragic mainly contains motifs that reappear unchanged in Kierkegaard's theology. And the article about the actress does not identify with the Machiavellian plans of its publication. He clearly evokes Kierkegaard's ethical theory of aging in marriage, which does not diminish love, and contradicts the conception of the aesthetic as mere presence and immediacy, as Kierkegaard developed it, and in an increasingly consistent manner, in the exposition of the sphere. The aesthetic as well as the artistic could have been amalgamated in the mature Kierkegaard with the formula of the poetic, with the use of which he wanted to affirm himself as someone without authority. Otherwise it would not be understood that he had declared all of his pseudonymous work prior to the Crumbs aesthetic, and also the manifestly theological writings, such as Fear and Trembling and the Concept of Anxiety. Already in either or, Kierkegaard expressly defined the second way of using the term. The aesthetic in man is that by which he is immediately what he is, the ethical in him is that by which he becomes what he becomes. He who lives in and of the aesthetic, through and for the aesthetic in him, lives aesthetically. 35. From the point of view of the ethical attitude, the aesthetic attitude appears in Kierkegaard as a non-deciding. Then, the ethical attitude will recede and remain behind its doctrine of the religious paradoxical. With the leap to faith, the aesthetic becomes deprecatively, gradually in the dialectical process that of non-deciding into the pure and simple immediacy of the creature. For precisely this immediacy must be broken by paradox, of which it constitutes the absolute opposite. With this, the aesthetic as art, which in the first writings still affirms, at least dialectically, its right, finally submits, although with reservations, to the verdict. The attacks on art that begin with the exercise and that have little in common with the previous rejection of aesthetic existence correspond to the terminological change. The third way of using the term occupies a marginal place in Kierkegaard's language. It is found only in the non-scientific conclusive apostille. Here, the aesthetic is referred to the form of subjective communication, and is legitimized in the Kierkegaardian concept of existence. The subjective thinker has as an existing thinker an essential interest in his own thinking, in which he exists. That is why there is in his thought a different form of reflection, namely, that of interiority, that of property, by which this thought belongs to the subject and to no one else. 36. The double reflection of subjective thought, that is, the reflection on the thing and on the interiority of the thinker, has to also manifest itself in the form of communication, that is, the subjective thinker has to ensure that in the form there is artistically as much reflection as he himself, existing, has in his thought. Note well, artistically, since the secret is not in the thinker directly expressing the double reflection, since such a form of expression is precisely a contradiction. 37. According to this, aesthetics is the way in which interiority is manifested, that is, the how of subjective communication, because, according to their doctrine, such communication can never become objective. Wherever the subjective has its importance in knowledge, wherever appropriation is the main thing, communication is a work of art. 38, or briefly, the more art, the more interiority. 39. The Kierkegaardian category of the aesthetic brings together these disparate uses. But it is neither the result of their addition, nor can it be obtained from their abstract antagonism, nor from a disparate psychology such as the one assumed by Peirce. The Kierkegaard of the current philosophy of existence is a foreground that allows us to pass to the Kierkegaard from either / or between psychoanalysis and strict religion. 40. The result is a play of Chinese shadows of concepts in struggle, in whose gigantic masses all specific color and shape of the objects disappear. The pompous conflicts of the universal never reach the true state of things. This can only be obtained in the concrete cells of dialectic, the same one that Kierkegaard's own work displays. The vagueness of the category cannot be corrected by a general method, but only by a keen intuition of particular phenomena. The category offers itself to this intuition in the apparently most practical way where it communicates with the historical use of language, in the doctrine of the beautiful, in the explicit aesthetics of the first volume of either one or the other. But its specific contents do not allow us to assume that the key to the categorical chest is here. In Kierkegaard's thought as a whole, aesthetics is isolated. She fixes in a rudimentary way a phase of his philosophy, of which, for example, the polemic against Andersen is a document. She distances herself from the authentic Kierkegaard because of the neutrality with which she considers art and its demands without seriously raising the question of the law that bases them. Neutrality may be admitted into dialectics as the neutrality of the aesthetic attitude. In itself it will only fragmentarily show connection with dialectics. In the first volume of either / or, the pseudonymous mask is nothing more than a brief mask that nowhere sufficiently hides features that are a mixture of naive aesthetic speculation and positive Christian doctrine. Schrampf rightly says that he also constantly uses Christian ideas in the first part, to the point that one is astonished to observe that this frivolous man thinks in a remarkably Christian way. 41. Or it should be added as an aesthetic, with the concepts of Kantian and idealist post-Kantian aesthetics, those of the finite, the infinite and contradiction which in Kierkegaardian dialectics do not undergo any important correction. They wrap artistic configurations with wide meshes. From them the determinations of both the tragic and the comic are obtained. Both of the latter are constructed in accordance with the formal principle of contradiction in the Hegelian sense, not discussed by Kierkegaard's criticism of Hegel, for by naturally resting the comic on contradictory oppositions, both of the ends in themselves and of their content with the contingency of subjectivity and external circumstances, the comic action needs, more imperatively than the tragic one, a resolution. For the contradiction between what is true in and for itself and its individual reality stands out much more in the comic action. 42. Tragedy and comedy, which coincide in the formal condition of contradiction, are distinguished by Kierkegaard according to the relationship that in each one finitude and infinity maintain with each other as contradictory moments. Tragic for him is the finite that comes into conflict with the infinite and, measured by it, is judged according to the infinite measure, Comic is the infinite that becomes entangled in the finite and succumbs to the determinations of finitude. This is illustrated by Taciturnus in the commentary on A History of Suffering with an erotic example. The tragic thing is that two lovers do not understand each other, the funny thing is that two who do not understand each other, love each other. 43. The dialectic of these basic determinations does not go beyond their formal solution. That is why Kierkegaard maintains a definition of the beautiful equivalent to the Kantian one, which Wilhelm expresses as the thesis of his adversary, the official representative of Kierkegaardian aesthetics. Beautiful is that which has its teleology in itself. 44. The emptiness of the concept of contradiction is manifested in the trivial, non-committal determinations of tragedy and comedy. The thing is very simple. The comic is present in every stage of life, only its position is different each time, because wherever there is life there is contradiction, and where there is contradiction the comic is present. The tragic and the comic are the same insofar as they both designate contradiction, but the tragic is the painful contradiction, and the comic is the painless contradiction. That, however, the central dialectical concept of contradiction is not entirely compatible with the formal idealist definition of the beautiful is something that does not escape Kierkegaard. Against the formal aesthetic tradition he tries to play the card of the Hegelian aesthetics of content. There was a school of aesthetics that, unilaterally accentuating the form, was the cause of the opposite misunderstanding. I have often been surprised that these aesthetic eons simply adhered to Hegel's philosophy, when a knowledge of his philosophy in general, and of his aesthetics in particular, leaves no doubt that, with regard to aesthetics, Hegel vigorously underlines the importance of the subject. 46. Something very appropriate to formal aesthetics would be a vain and aimless lyric. God knows what the young verse writers of today are reading. His study surely consists of learning rhymes by heart. God knows what importance they have in existence. For now I cannot say whether they are useful for anything other than to offer edifying proof of the immortality of the soul, since of them one can undoubtedly say what Baggesen of the municipal poet Kildeval, if he becomes immortal, we will be immortal. All. 47. However, in the aesthetics of content Kierkegaard only apparently carries out the correction of formalism. For whenever aesthetics relies on the dualism of form and content, without evidencing in the analysis of both forms and contents the reciprocal production of one by the other, the primacy of the formal principle is necessarily imposed on theory. Kierkegaard remains unreservedly in that duality, at the same time that he announces his own classicism. The happiness of aesthetic success has two factors. It is a happy circumstance that the most notable of epic subjects was in store for Homer. The emphasis here falls on both Homer and the subject. At this point I find that deep harmony that allows us to listen to all the productions that we call classic. And the same thing happens with Mozart. It is a happy circumstance that a unique musical material in the deepest sense found no other than Mozart. 48. The rigid divergence of forms and contents is only imposed by the primacy of the form, and it is this that immediately violates the proper and recognized right of the contents. And this through a principle of selection. Kierkegaard distinguishes between aesthetic contents and non-aesthetic contents. This removes any specific substance from the contents. In the choice, subjectivity becomes the dominant moment with the predisposition of the material, and the contents that would claim their rights against it disappear. Despite the alleged dialectical procedure, Kierkegaard actually falls behind Kant and Schiller. Under the unspoiled formal principle of both authors, all objects are possible objects of art as long as the form is imposed on them, and for the same reason that the formal principle is incapable of awakening its own substance, it does not close the way to it. This allows us to understand why in Hebel, Flaubert, and Ibsen realistic motifs can appear under the envelope of the formal principle. But Kierkegaard attributes to objects their own right, although he manipulates it so that the most pressing ones are, for their own sake, excluded from the elaboration, those of social experience. Faced with the incipient realism of the 1940s, his warning remains: poetry makes one attempt after another to produce an impression of reality, which is totally apoetic. Speculation always wants to reach reality within its domain. 49. The consequences become drastic in the stadiums, being rejected as belonging to the aesthetic attitude, but without Kierkegaard discussing their intra-aesthetic right, aesthetics proudly declares, and in this it is simply consistent. Illness is no poetic motif, poetry should not be a hospital. This is true. This is how it should be, only a bungler will use the disease aesthetically. Only health is kind, says Friedrich Schlegel, and he is absolutely right from an aesthetic point of view. The position of poetry regarding poverty must be similar. To keep the screams and moans at bay, you must decree, only wealth is kind. She cannot use those who are really poor. Even the idol makes no exception here. 50. With this, the possibility of an artistic psychology is restricted and deprived of its true objects. It is easy to see why the aesthetic consequently makes everything tormenting oneself comical. Here it does nothing but be consistent. Aesthetics supposes a direct relationship between strength and suffering. The strength is in the man, the suffering comes to him from outside. That is why he can and must preserve his hero from the unhealthy desire to torment himself. That the hero takes the direction inward, he can only interpret it as a desertion, and since he cannot shoot the deserter, he makes him appear ridiculous. 51. Thus Kierkegaard's aesthetic transcends content toward aesthetic attitude. If for him aesthetic existence is that of mere immediacy, this constitutes for him the only object of poetry. Poetry has to deal with immediacy. That is why it cannot conceive of duplicity. If for a single moment there was a doubt that lovers want to be absolutely faithful, that they are absolutely willing to unite in love, poetry would resolutely distance itself from the culprit. I see that you do not love, that's why I can't count on you. And he does poetry well. If she mistakes his mission, she only makes herself look ridiculous, as has happened quite often in recent times. 52. For Kierkegaard, the aesthetic has, as art and as an attitude, nothing to do with the interior. 53. This shapes the grotesque figure of his aesthetics. When autonomous subjectivity, which chooses, violates the rights of objects, the price it must pay for that act is itself. It is not allowed to form itself in its concrete being as an artistic object. In objects it is found only as a scheme of previous and received ideas that do not come from it, nor does it truly put itself to the test in them. Kierkegaard turns to Hegel, who corrected the expression of the unbridled subject in its no less unbridled emptiness of content. 54 by returning to matter, to the idea, its rights. 55. But, to tell the truth, he chooses Hegel's theses from the 18th century. With the equivalence of matter and idea he evokes a natural rational, pre-dialectical ontology of the arts. This is shown in the static demarcation that he makes, although, influenced by Schelling. 56, he would like to pursue the evolution of the aesthetic beauty in a dialectical and historical way. 57, the element of music is time, but music does not consist of time, it simultaneously sounds and stops playing, it exists only in the instant in which it is born and dies. Of all the arts, it is poetry that makes the meaning of time most valuable, and that is why it is the most perfect of the arts. 58. The taxonomy of the arts is as old as it is inadequate to their form. For time is counted among the constitutive conditions of music. In its formal arrangement, in the alternation of the repeated and the new, in the concepts of motivic elaboration and thematic elaboration, and in all their tectonics, relationships are produced, precisely by virtue of their temporal course, that objectify the ephemeral sound, the particular isolated musical moment, in a duration. It is completely absurd to claim, as Kierkegaard does, that music only exists to the extent that it is repeated. That it only exists at the moment of performance. 59. In the text that is read as a literary text, the music has existence independently of the current performance. Kierkegaard accepts, despite his conception contrary to it. 60, the classification of the arts according to the material. The idealism of his choice of matter constantly wants to turn into a barbaric faith in matter. Many works of art are attributed a higher rank due to their material, regardless of how they are made. In any case, and as Wilhelm, who is also very affected by being a stranger to art, says, there is a painting that represents Romeo and Juliet, an eternal painting. I do not make any judgment about its artistic value, about the beauty of its shapes and colors, for that I have neither the artistic sense nor the artistic training that is needed. It is an eternal painting because it represents a couple of lovers, and it makes us sense the essence of their relationship. Juliet is lying in an attitude of adoration at the feet of her beloved. 61. What the aesthetics of affections established in the 18th century as appropriate to great artistic practice remains here in Apologies for Miserable Genre Paintings. By the way, Hegel shows the origin of this disposition. It has been said that true works of art, for example Raphael's Madonnas, do not enjoy veneration, nor do they receive the multitude of offerings that other bad images, which are sought with more effort and constitute the object of the greatest devotion and generosity. Pity passes by them, when it should feel intimately attracted and captivated by them, but such pretensions are a strange thing where only the feeling of unconscious subjection and servile dullness exists. Art has already emerged from the beginning of the Church. 62. But it is not in vain that the theological motive resonates in Hegel, which makes understandable the coarseness of Kierkegaardian excesses with the aesthetics of matter. And this is the representation of the holy image, of the symbol in the most precise sense, whose matter predominates as content of truth and explodes the immanent form, as the late Kierkegaard explained in the story about the image of the crucified man. This reason turns against aesthetics itself. Where Kierkegaard clings to the duality of form and content, such duality retains its idealistic character. The aesthetics of the content remain formally under the sign of the greatness of the objects. Those aesthetic eons who unilaterally placed emphasis on the artistic form have expanded this concept in such a way that the pantheon of classicism resembles a storage room full of trinkets and classic trifles, and the spontaneous representation of a serious and cold gallery with a few figures, but imposing and expressive, has completely disappeared. Any artistically realized futility is, according to that aesthetic, a classic work sure of its absolute immortality. Such trifles had their place in this montage, and although paradoxes were generally hated, the paradox that in art the smallest was the greatest was not disturbing. The cause of all this was the vice of unilaterally accentuating the form. Such aesthetics could only be maintained for a certain amount of time, which took her to realize that his time was making fun of her and her classic works. This conception was a form of radicalism in the field of aesthetics, the same one that manifested itself in an analogous way in many other fields. 63. Here, the greatness attributable to the object is what the transcendental subject impresses upon it as idea and totality. The Hegelian school, to which Kierkegaard owes the aesthetics of content and the category of totality, knew how to account for the centers of artistic intuition. In the Aesthetics of Ugly by Rosenkranz, an author highly esteemed by Kierkegaard, which appeared 10 years after either/or, we read, "Greatness, magnitudo, in general is not yet sublime. 20 million thalers is a great fortune that is probably very pleasant to possess, but there is certainly nothing sublime about it. Smallness, parvitas, in general is also not yet common. A fortune of only 10 thalers is very small, but it is always a fortune in which there is nothing negligible. An Lord's Prayer written in very small characters on a cherry pit is not necessarily ugly, it is simply written in very small characters. Smallness in the right place at the right time can be as aesthetically necessary as greatness. The smallest can also, like the immense, be justified in a given case. 64. Kierkegaard escapes such a conception by placing himself within the traditional concept of the classical. Classical productions are all equally high, since each one is infinitely high. 65. That is why he does not know how to adduce any other criterion than that of immortality. With his Don Juan, Mozart enters the small immortal flock of men whose names and whose works time will not forget, since eternity has welcomed it into its bosom. 66. Kierkegaard makes eternity disappear under the title of immortality, the same thing he reproached Hegel for. In art it is, for him, linked to abstraction. I believe, on the contrary, that the following considerations open perspectives to a classification that is useful precisely because it is entirely accidental. The more abstract and poor the idea, the more abstract and poor the medium, that is, the artistic material, such as sound and language, the greater the probability that a repetition will not arise, and the greater the probability that the idea that has found its expression has found it once and for all. 67, that is, that the work is immortal. The abstract is defined as that which is invariant in time, and the concrete as that which is historically determined. 68. Aesthetic ideas are for him universally a post rem, obtained by eliminating specific historical elements. In this way, his aesthetic falls into a nominalism that ends up robbing it of its object. What truly lasts in works of art is not what has escaped time through abstraction, which in its emptiness rather succumbs to it. The motifs whose hidden eternity, immersed in the depths of the constellation of the temporal, is most faithfully preserved in its figures, are affirmed. Works of art do not obey the power of the universality of ideas. Their center is the temporal and particular, to which they are oriented and of which they are figures. What they most properly mean, they mean only in figuration. The scheme of the arts according to the abstract and the concrete is, together with the hierarchy of its eternity, inessential, because in all artistic practice concreteness is required, and this is in no way limited to language. Once again, music contradicts Kierkegaard's determinations. It is true that Kierkegaard conceives it in a certain sense as language, the realm known to me, to whose extreme limits I want to go to discover music, is language. If you wanted to arrange the different media so that they represented an evolutionary process, you would have to place language right next to music. That is why it has been said that music is a language, and this is more than an ingenious observation. 69. But he thinks of the relationship between music and language as a mere analogy, based solely on the character of the organ that both use. Music is, apart from language, the only medium that addresses the ear. 70. Their difference is equivalent to that between the abstract and the concrete, but what does it mean that the medium is more or less concrete? Simply that it approaches, or seems to approach, more or less to language. 71. And conversely, what is the most abstract idea? The most abstract idea that can be thought of is sensible genius. And what medium allows its representation? Only music. 72. The right to call sensible genius the most abstract idea matters little. The definition of music as the most abstract material leads to absurd consequences. From it follows that Don Juan is the sole and exclusive masterpiece of music. In no other way than Hegel deduces that the Prussian state is the realization of universal reason, the realized unity of this idea of sensible genius. And we now have the form that corresponds to it in Mozart's Don Juan. And precisely because the idea is so highly abstract, and because the medium is also abstract, there is no chance that Mozart will find a competitor. Mozart's luck is to have received a subject that is in itself absolutely musical. Therefore, if another composer wanted to compete with Mozart, he could not do anything other than recompose Don Juan. Don Juan is and will be unique in its kind, in the same sense in which the classic works of Greek sculpture are. But the idea of Don Juan is more abstract than the idea that underlies the sculpture. Hence, in sculpture we have many works, and in music, however, only one. Without a doubt, many classical works can also be noted in music, but there is only one of which it can be said that the idea of it is absolutely musical, one in which music does not intervene as an accompaniment, but as a revelation of the idea, as a revelation of its most intimate essence. That is why Mozart with his Don Juan is above all those immortals. 73. Aesthetic idealism cannot be taken any further, in the face of the unity of the idea, of the universal and content-less concept of sensible genius. All the qualitative differences in which art is based are reduced, and only, sadly alone, a masterpiece canonically understood as a finished and definitive totality. Music remains arbitrarily reserved for an abstract demon, and on absolute music falls, as later in George's school, this verdict: when language is silent and music begins, when, as they say, everything becomes music, it is shown that there has not been progress, but rather regression. Hence, I and perhaps music experts themselves understand me have never felt particularly attracted to sublime music, which believes it can dispense with words. This music usually assumes that it is higher than the word, when the truth is that it is lower than it. 74. The same Kierkegaard who so often believes he sees in the image of Mozart the contours of the future history of music, the same one who in Don Giovanni listened to the demon of the elemental power of nature, which until Wagner would not be musically liberated, and interpreted the opera buffa according to a romantic hermeneutical scheme that would be realized after him, that same Kierkegaard could not have approved, according to the doctrine of his musical aesthetics, no movement of Beethoven. His musical insights, such as his description of the overture to Don Juan, which would only find a parallel in Nietzsche's comments on the overture to the Mastersingers, were granted to him despite his own theory. The hierarchy of the arts only allowed him to obtain sufficient theoretical knowledge in the domain of language. His dualist aesthetic of form and content thus finds its most consistent expression in the philosophy of language, in that doctrine of communication that implies the third way of using the term aesthetic. The idealism of Kierkegaard's aesthetics reaches its philosophical foundation here. The artistic consists in the reduplication of the content in the form, and we must especially avoid manifestations of the artistic made in an inadequate way. 75. But, as a mere reduplication, the aesthetic can be separated from the content and be something superfluous, an addition of subjectivity to a being that remains alien to it and that it can only reach by externally imprinting its stamp on it in communication. Against all pretensions of interiority, it is not granted immediate unity with its object in the artistic form. The erroneous idea of certain interpreters of Kierkegaard, according to which what is artistic in him is located in the ornament and not in the thing, has been fostered by his theoretical aesthetics. This has its origin in the constellation in which the fundamental elements of all idealist philosophy appear, and, therefore, of the Kierkegaardian one, subject and object. Kierkegaard sees art where something objective, the content formed by the subject, is expressed in existence. As a moment of the existential, form is for him subjective. The concreteness of the work of art, like everything concrete, he thinks of as a mere product of two abstract moments, the abstract self and the abstract idea, or at least in analogy with the relationship of subject and object, form and content. He unreservedly transfers his polarity to the concrete aesthetic region, and to that of the existential statement. Kierkegaard's aesthetics is nothing but the scheme of this transposition. In it you cannot grasp the meaning of its category of the aesthetic. This can only be built starting from the relationship of subject and object, and, therefore, from the dark background of a philosophy that only in passing shudders reaches its theory of art. 2. Constitution of interiority. That Kierkegaard's demand to decide on the truth and non-truth of thought only by appealing to the existence of the thinker does not constitute any a priori of knowledge, Kierkegaard himself testifies with the original intention of his philosophical question. For this does not point to the determination of subjectivity, but to the determination of ontology, and subjectivity does not appear as the content of ontology, but as its setting. In first and last explanation, the main investigation made between pseudonymity and the name revealed, it is said that the meaning of pseudonyms, which guarantee communication the character of radical subjectivity, does not consist in making a new proposal or an unprecedented discovery, or in founding a new party and wanting to move forward, but precisely the opposite, in not wanting to possess any meaning, in wanting to read again alone, and if possible in a more interior way, from the distance that marks the remoteness of double reflection, the original writing of the relations of individual, human existence, the ancient writing, known and transmitted by the Fathers. 76. The archaic image of writing in which human existence is recorded, expresses more than the mere existence of the existent. There are innumerable comparisons of Kierkegaard with writing that refer to the writer, but this is at the same time the reader of the writing, even of his own writing. This is indicated by certain passages in first and last explanation, whose coquetry hides seriousness, but does not annul it, From the beginning I have been perfectly aware, and I continue to be aware, that my personal activity is something annoying that pseudonyms obstinately and pathetically they want to eliminate it as soon as possible or, if possible, downplay it, but with ironic attention they want to preserve in them as an unfriendly opposition. 77. In the theology of the instant, the image of writing is finally torn from the subject. The New Testament as a guide for the Christian thus becomes a historical curiosity, like an ancient guide to traveling through a country in which everything has changed since it appeared. This guide no longer has enough rigor to truly guide the traveler, at most it will have some value as entertaining reading. The place one looks at comfortably from the train is, according to the guide, the fearsome gorge inhabited by wolves and whose depth is 70,000 fathoms, there where one smokes his cigarette while comfortably seated in a cafe, according to the guide, a gang of robbers who assault and mistreat travelers has their hiding place. 78. The passage polemicizes not so much against the text, the guide itself, as against its historical depravity. Only it converts the text into a cipher. The essential thing about the Kierkegaardian simile of writing is the unalterable data that is the text itself, whose illegibility is like that of a cryptogram, like that of an encrypted writing, and its historical origin. The unalterable data that is the text is based on its theology. The immutability of God and the immutability of truth are a theme of religious discourses, and in the exercise, where the edifying and philosophical content interpenetrate, we can read, this higher can be something very different, but, for this superior to be able to truly attract at all times, it cannot allow itself to be subjected to any variation or change, and it must have victoriously resisted all modifications. 79. This applies the same for the Creator as for the creature. One generation may learn many things from another, but no generation learns what is truly human from the previous one. 80. But the constant meaning of the constant text is incomprehensible in Kierkegaard, the fullness of divine truth hidden from the creature. Kierkegaard speaks in parables that only a later disciple of his in several generations, the poet Franz Kafka, would take to their ultimate perfection. Not even if they gave me 10 thalers would I try to explain the enigma of existence. Why would I do that? If life is an enigma, the one who proposed it will end up solving it himself. I have not invented tempi or liti. On the other hand, I have observed that in the Phrasenige, the Freskoots and other newspapers in which riddles are proposed, the solution is given in the following issue. More often there appear, and this is understandable, a spinster or a retiree who is commendably mentioned for having solved the riddle, that is, for having found the solution a day earlier. The difference is not very big. 81. Thus a humorist to whose opinion Kierkegaard is closer than he would have admitted in the Apostle. The same goes for the ethicist in the second volume of Either/or, the ethicist can do exactly the same thing here as the aesthetician, so that both can be confused for a long time, but finally there comes a moment when it is shown that the former has a limit that the latter does not know. This is the only way in which the ethical can appear. The ethical itself in its positive sense is hidden in the depths of the soul. 82. Paradoxically, the hidden par excellence is communicated in the figure. Like any allegory, according to Benjamin's interpretation, the figure is not a mere sign, but an expression. 83. It neither belongs to the domain of ontological archetypes nor can it be reduced to intrahuman determinations. It constitutes an intermediate domain. This domain is presented in the effects that Kierkegaard dealt with under the name of psychology, especially in the concept of anxiety and the mortal illness. Hecker has rightly clearly distinguished Kierkegaard's psychology from traditional scientific psychology. But it is not possible to identify the psychology, as Hecker believed in his early work 84, with current phenomenological philosophy. For all phenomenology tries to constitute ontology through autonomous ratio, without any mediation. But Kierkegaard's psychology knows in advance that ontology is hidden from ratio. In the affects he only tries to capture reflections of ontology. It is full of theological assumptions. It is not an anthropology that is self-sufficient. In the concept of anxiety, Kierkegaard does not place the affects, together with the relationship between anxiety and sin, only as ciphers of an object of positive theology, but he refers to them expressly as such affects. The emotional state of psychology is the anguish that seeks and follows the traces, and in that anguish psychology designs sin, at the same time that it undergoes anguish, and mortal anguish, before the design that it itself draws. 85. Not very different is the case of despair as a figure of damnation in the mortal illness. This is shown by conscience. Thanks to it, everything is arranged in such a way that the verbal process immediately accompanies any guilt, and it is the guilty party himself who has to write it. But this process is written with sympathetic ink, which does not become visible until it is exposed to the light in eternity, when eternity reviews consciences. 86. But the concealment of ontology and the cipher are not truly determinations for the natural man. And the prehistoric event of original sin cannot give them a sufficient foundation. Only history has dug the gap between the illegible figure and the truth itself. What Wilhelm affirms about the exception, and, therefore, about the person of Kierkegaard, contains at the same time, and in a fragmentary way, Kierkegaard's conception of the history of the spirit, for before the desert in which he has dared venture, where there is more to lose than life, every man who has any human sensitivity trembles and retreats. He is then at odds with the fundamental relationships of human existence, and thus these, which should be a firm support for him in life, become hostile powers for him. 87. The fracture does not only exist between man and text. If in his theology there is no real opposition between the two, but rather the two are referred to one another, the decomposition necessarily affects the text itself. While, according to every integrally theological doctrine, meaning and meaning are united in the symbolic word, in Kierkegaard the sense is separated from the figure in the text. The affects attract to themselves, as figures, all the fullness of immanence. The sense is set aside as an abstract desideratum. I do this for the idea, for the sense, for I cannot live without an idea, I can't stand that my life has no meaning. But the nothingness that I accomplish gives it a certain meaning. 88. Meaning is not something originally foreign to man, but has been lost historically. Individuals today feel horror at existence because God is absent in it. They only dare to live in large organizations and they beat each other so badly in order to be something. 89. Hence the retrograde direction of his philosophy. The movement in my writings is, in short, backwards, and although everything is done without authority, there is something in the tone that reminds us of the policeman when he faces the tumult and shouts, "Back off." 90. The psychology of affects wants to call with the authentic and eternal human essence the historically lost meaning. What Kierkegaard calls the decomposition of the fundamental relations of human existence is, in the philosophical language of his time, the alienation of subject and object. The critical interpretation of Kierkegaard must start from this alienation. It is not that this interpretation thinks, within an ontological project, the structure of existence as a structure of subject and object. The categories of subject and object have a historical origin. But it is precisely in them where interpretation can fix the historical figure of Kierkegaard, since when interpretation is limited to the question of the project of existence, said figure dissipates in the general human. Being subject and object historical concepts, they constitute at the same time the concrete assumption of Kierkegaard's discourse on human existence. This hides an antinomy in Kierkegaard's thought that is evident in the relationship between subject and object, to which decomposition can be reduced. An antinomy relative to ontological sense. Kierkegaard contradictorily conceives meaning as something that falls radically on the self, on the pure immanence of the subject, and at the same time as a lost, unattainable transcendence. Free, active subjectivity is for Kierkegaard the substrate of all reality. In his youth he accepted Fichte's criticism of Kant, and although he barely formulated again the problems that filled the prehistory of idealism until Hegel, there is no doubt that his doctoral thesis expresses what is tacitly assumed as the background of all existential communication. In criticism it happened that the more the self immersed itself in the contemplation of the self, the weaker that self became, until it ended up becoming a ghost, immortal like Aurora's husband. What happened to the self was what happened to the crow that, enthralled by the fox's praise of him, dropped the cheese. By continually reflecting reflection upon reflection, the thought became lost, and each step it took only distanced it further and further from all content. Here something was evident that will never cease to be evident, and that is that, when you want to speculate, the most important thing is that the starting point is correct. Thought did not realize at all that what it sought was found in its search itself, and that, if it did not search in this search, it would not find what it sought in all eternity. What happened to philosophy was what happens to a man who looks for his glasses and wears them. He searches among what he has in front of his nose, but he does not search in his nose, and that is why he never finds them. But what remained outside the experience, what collided like a solid body with the subject of the experience so that, after the collision, and by the force of it, each one followed his own path, the thing in itself, which never left of tempting the subject of the experience, just as a certain school of the Middle Ages believed that the visible signs in the Eucharist were to induce faith, this external to the experience, this thing in itself, was the weak point of the system of Kant. The question even arose whether the self itself might not be a thing in itself. Fichte asked himself this same question and answered it. He eliminated the difficulty of that in itself by introducing it into thought. He made the infinite self in the yo-yo. The producing self is the same as the produced self. The yo-yo is the abstract identity. In this way he infinitely liberated thought. 91. Along these lines there is another consideration of the non-scientific apostille in which Fichte is used theologically against Hegel, but at the same time the displacement of all sense to pure subjectivity is confirmed, instead of agreeing with idealism, but in the clear understanding that every question about reality had been rejected, by an in itself that escapes, in relation to thought as a temptation that, like all temptations, cannot be removed by giving into it, instead of facing. Kant's error, that he put reality in relation to thought, instead of reducing reality to the ethical. Hegel went, to tell the truth, further, because he was chimerical, and he overcame the skepticism of idealism with the help of pure thought, which is a hypothesis, and which if not presented as such it is something chimerical. 92. But here the opposite trend already emerges. The question about the thing in itself is no longer answered positively with the principle of identity and absolute subjectivity, but rather rejected as a temptation, thus remaining in suspense. For the absolute ego, along with the reality of things in themselves, that of meaning must be problematic, which must, however, be rooted in the spontaneity of the ego. This approach can also be traced back to the doctoral thesis, but this infinity of thought in Fichte is, like all infinity in Fichte, his moral infinity is an incessant aspiring for the sake of aspiring itself, his aesthetic infinity, an incessant producing for the sake of it. Produce itself, the infinity of God, an incessant evolution for the sake of evolution itself, a negative infinity, an infinity in which there is no finitude, an infinity lacking all content. By making the self infinite in this way, Fichte established an idealism before which all reality paled, and a cosmism in which his idealism was reality, even if it were a doctrinal doctrine. In Fichte, thought became infinite, and subjectivity became infinite, absolute negativity, infinite tension and infinite impetus. Fichte was, thus, important for science. His doctrine of science made knowledge infinite. But something negatively infinite, with which it was certainty instead of truth, infinity not positive, but negative, what he obtained with the infinite identity of the self with itself, and instead of a positive aspiration, that is, of blessedness, a negative aspiration, that is, a duty. 93. Absolute subjectivity is, along with beatitude, deprived of meaning. The idealist who proposed to reduce reality to the ethical, that is, to subjectivity, is at the same time the mortal enemy of any affirmation of an identity of the interior and exterior. The pathos of his philosophy turns against this identity already in the first sentence of the pseudonymous work. Perhaps you have had doubts at times, Dear reader, regarding the truth of the well-known philosophical thesis that the exterior is the interior, and the interior the exterior. Perhaps you yourself keep a secret that, whether joyful or painful, is too dear to your soul to want to reveal to others. Perhaps none of all this is applicable to you and your life, and yet that doubt is not for you. Completely alien, she now passes before you from time to time like a shadow. 94. This is present in every sentence of Kierkegaard. The contradictory moments in Kierkegaard's conception of meaning, subject and object do not appear separated from each other. They are intertwined with each other. His figure is called interiority. In the mortal illness, it is deduced, as the substantiality of the subject, directly from the incommensurability with the exterior. Yes, there is nothing exterior that corresponds to it, since an exterior that corresponds to a confinement would be a flagrant contradiction. Correspondence is completely revelation. That is why the exterior is here in desperation completely indifferent, since what must be maintained here at all costs is that seclusion or that interiority of which it can be said that it has lost the key in the lock. 95. If Fichte's idealism springs from the center of subjective spontaneity, in Kierkegaard the self is sent back to itself by the forces of alterity. Kierkegaard is neither a philosopher of identity nor does he recognize a positive being transcendent to consciousness. For him, the world of things is neither specific to the subject nor independent of it. Better said, it is suppressed. It only offers the subject the mere occasion for action, the mere resistance for the act of faith. In itself it is something accidental and completely indeterminate. He cannot participate in sense. In Kierkegaard there is no subject-object in the Hegelian sense, nor are there objects that have a being, there is only isolated subjectivity, surrounded by dark otherness. But only by stepping over the abyss of it is he able to find participation in the meaning, which refuses his solitude. In the drive toward transcendent ontology, interiority engages in that struggle with itself that Kierkegaard reports as a psychologist. But to explain this struggle no psychology is needed, nor of the hypothesis of inversion, whether in the work or in the man, in which Schrampf, Perzywera, and Vetter agree. It is worth pragmatically highlighting sadness as Kierkegaard's fundamental affect in the context of the foundation of his philosophy. For one cannot deny the psychological conditions in which this is born in Kierkegaard, his being expresses in it a historical constellation. According to the perspective of the philosophy of history, Kierkegaard, who from a psychological point of view is a loner, is the least lonely. He himself represents a situation that he never tires of ensuring that he has lost reality. Even the extreme of solipsism has a place in his own philosophical landscape. What dwells in man is the only reality, which does not become a possibility because one knows about it, and which cannot be known about only because think about it, since it is man's own reality. 96. Subjectivity only saves ruins of what exists in the image of concrete man. In his affections of pain he afflicts, as interiority without an object, both for things and for sense. The movement that subjectivity carries out to recover meaning by itself and in itself is thought of by Kierkegaard using the term dialectic. Dialectic cannot be understood from the beginning as a dialectic of subject and object, since there is no objective content commensurable with interiority. It unfolds between subjectivity and its meaning, which it contains within itself without identifying with it, nor does it identify itself with the immanence of interiority. The kinship of this dialectic with mystical dialectic does not escape Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard allows the ethicist Wilhelm, who in the plan of the entire work represents the man who justifies reality, to make a critique of mysticism, no doubt also to purify himself from the suspicion of mysticism. Certainly the mystic, like the ethicist of perfect interiority, has absolutely chosen himself. 97. But, while for the ethical character prayer is a purpose. 98, in the mystic it takes on an erotic character, and is like an impertinence with God. 99. Impatient, the mystic disdains the reality of the existence in which God has placed him. 100 and attempts to deceive the world. 101. But, With the denial of reality, the content of mystical faith itself becomes questionable. The mystic is never consistent. If he despises reality in general, why does his distrust of reality cease just when he believes he is touched by something higher? Because the superior is also a moment of reality. 102. This could easily turn against Kierkegaard himself. But his arguments do not crystallize. The verdict on the mystic does not take into account the reality that he neglects, but that of his own interiority. The defect of the mystic is that in the election he does not become a concrete being for himself, nor for God. He chooses himself abstractly, and that is why he lacks transparency. 103. But this transparency is only determined internally, by repentance. 104. That is why ethical concretion is as abstract as the mystical act, mere choice of a choice. This choice constitutes the scheme of the entire Kierkegaardian dialectic. Not linked to any positive ontic content, turning all being into an occasion of itself, it escapes material definition. She is immanent, and in her immanence, infinite. It is true that Kierkegaard hoped to protect it from bad infinity. When a mystification, a dialectical reduplication is used in the service of a serious purpose, it is done only to avoid a misunderstanding or a hasty understanding, but the true explanation will only be found by those who honestly looked for it. 105. Or in the act of choice, the self that one chooses when choosing oneself must already exist in order for it to be chosen, just as you can only choose your loved one if she already exists. Choosing the beloved is nothing more than accepting the beloved. 106. However, the ontological foundation of the immanent dialectic itself immediately presents itself again as something functional. Or do I simply suffer from a mania for reflection? I can attest to myself that this is not the case. For in the ups and downs and the comings and goings of reflection I have a great thought that is clear as day to me, that I do everything possible to free it and keep myself at the summit of desire. 107. This maintaining oneself at the summit of desire is nothing other than dialectical movement in the enigmatic and unreal figure that Kierkegaard's philosophy of immanence lends it. Here the question that Theodor Hecker raises in his important treatise on the concept of truth in Kierkegaard finds its place. Hecker reproaches Kierkegaard for his subjective dynamics not admitting as given to man any being that, outside of his tension, rests in himself, and sees his great error in that, in him, the starting point, and finally everything, be the how, because for man the beginning is the what fixed in a how that is still weak, more or less distant, the dogmatic what of faith, the supernatural mustard seed, the content that cannot be other than the 108. Kierkegaard is, according to him, a philosopher of becoming, as a spiritualist philosopher, that is, as a philosopher who would naturally be expected to be a philosopher of being. 109. An insightful appreciation of the philosophical background that, however, does not do justice to the historical depth of the foundations. Kierkegaard did not rethink being, in the neo-Kantian way, as pure becoming. Being must be inherent to all becoming as its content, although hidden from man. It is the hidden being, the encrypted sense, that produces the dialectical movement, not the blind subjective impulse. Precisely this places Kierkegaard above the romantic attempts to reconstruct ontology, which believe they can re-establish it on firm phenomenological foundations. Kierkegaard prefers to let consciousness wander, without beginning or end, through the dark labyrinth of itself and its interconnected pathways, hoping without hope to see hope appear at the end of the furthest gallery in the distant clarity of its exit, rather than to let oneself be enchanted by the fata morgana of static ontology, whose promises, coinciding with those of the autonomous ratio, are not fulfilled. Hence the preponderance of becoming over being, despite the ontological question of origin. The qualitative multiplicity of the being of ideas is transposed into the unity of immanent becoming. Croce's thesis, according to which Hegel only knew oppositions and denied any validity to differences. 110 also reaches Kierkegaard. Objectless dialectics subsumes all qualitative determinations under the formal category of negation. Such a dialectic would have to be conceived, in the sense of Kierkegaardian philosophy, as a movement of individual human consciousness through contradictions. Its essentially rational intellectualist structure does not truly conflict with its content. Geismar has shown, following Hirsch, that Kierkegaard's intellectualism in the central dialectical part, the doctrine of the Christian paradox, is related to the energy with which Kierkegaard wants to isolate the revelation in Christ from all other religiosity. 111. With the same evidence, intellectualism can be philosophically deduced from the condition of objectless interiority, to which the theology of sacrifice itself belongs. Where the intuition of things is repudiated as a temptation, thought remains the sole owner of the field, and its monologue is articulated only in the contradictions that it itself produces. Reality is then expressed only in the contradictory time course of the monologue, as history. Kierkegaard thinks the election itself historically, and its historicity must be guarded against mysticism. Such is the eternal dignity of man, that he can have a history, such is the divine in him, that, if he wants, he can give continuity to that story. 112. The real dialectic, which the new Protestantism extracts from Kierkegaard as opposed to the idealist dialectic, is not convincing. Kierkegaard has not overcome the Hegelian system of identity. In it, Hegel is turned inward, and Kierkegaard reaches reality especially when he remains in Hegel's historical dialectic. It is true that he conceives it within the scheme of interiority. But it is the true story that makes him enter this scheme. As an adversary of the Hegelian doctrine of objective spirit, Kierkegaard did not develop any philosophy of history. With the category of person and the inner history of the person, he wants to expel the external history from the domain of his thought. But the inner history of the person is anthropologically related to the outer one in the unity of the species. At each moment it is exact that the individual is himself and the species. This is the perfection of man seen as a situation. At the same time it is a contradiction. A contradiction is always the expression of a problem, but a problem is a movement that ends up with the same problem from which it started is a historical movement. Thus, the individual has history, but if the individual has a history, so does the species. 113. Species and individual must mutually establish each other, since they are inseparable. Kierkegaard conceives the person as the undifferentiation of him. It must at the same time preserve the closed unity of the subjective dialectic and assign it its proper place in reality. But this undifferentiation cannot be stabilized. Objectless interiority strictly excludes objective history. History unceremoniously draws to itself the enclaves of isolated interiority. That is why the Kierkegaardian construction of undifferentiation becomes pure ambiguity. Convincing evidence in this regard is found in the concept of anxiety, whose definition of original sin as an original anthropological and historical phenomenon should clarify the essence of historicity itself. Kierkegaard hesitates to recognize original sin as a pristine phenomenon of historicity. According to traditional concepts, the difference between the first sin of Adam and the first sin of every other man is this: Adam's sin results in sinfulness, every other first sin has sinfulness as its condition. If this were so, Adam would really be outside the species, and the species would not begin with him, but would have its beginning outside itself, which is contrary to every concept. 114. The new beginning in each individual, which is required so that Adam does not remain outside the species, denies all authentic history as a constitutive transformation of man. But this raises objections. What the existence of sinfulness, inherited sin, in any case, in a man, the power of example, etc., must also mean as moments in the history of the species, as an impulse for the jump, which cannot explain the jump, that is something else. 115. But the point is precisely the something else. It is the dependence of the person on external history. As soon as Kierkegaard recognizes it, he comes to the opposite thesis to the initial one. As the species does not begin anew with each individual, the sinfulness of the species has a history. 116. The contradiction cannot be corrected as a simple inaccuracy in the logical form of the argument. In it there are two different concepts of history. On the one hand, history is thought of as historicity, as an abstract possibility of existence in time. Thus, it is an aspect of a pure anthropology. That is why it is exemplified in a prehistoric phenomenon, but which, as prehistoric, is extra-historical, Adam. Which does not have sinfulness as a consequence, because, otherwise, he would be outside the species, which would be contrary to the concept, the universal concept of historical man in general. Precisely what constitutes true history, the irreversible and irreducible uniqueness of the historical factum, Kierkegaard rejects, as he says, only because such uniqueness excludes from history each unique factum by its very uniqueness, but he actually does it because it is contrary to the universal, ahistorical determination of the species, to the determination of the human being by the natural quality of a possibility of history in general. It is true that Kierkegaard tries to save the content of a real historical uniqueness in the categories of the jump and the beginning. That is why he speaks of the mystery of the first 117. But the appearance of the first precisely as a jump is totally removed from historical continuity, it is a simple means for the inauguration of a new sphere, of a sphere for which, due to its nature, the historical moment, the specific content of the first thing that appears, is not at all important. Its historical force continues to be felt only in the act of apprehension of the new sphere. But original sin itself is emptied of historical substance. To say that sin did not exist before the first sin of Adam is a totally accidental reflection that does not in any way affect sin as such and, therefore, cannot claim the significance or the right to make Adam's sin greater or any other man's first sin less. 118. In Kierkegaard's doctrine of original sin, history is nothing more than the formal scheme according to which the intrasubjective dialectic must be transformed into the dialectic of the absolute. She sets the limits of mere subjectivity, but leaves the historical factum in a dark contingency. But, on the other hand, real history prevails over his philosophy. The objectless self and its immanent history are chained to historical objectivity. Kierkegaard realizes this when considering language. For language depends internally and qualitatively on objective historical dialectics and is at the same time, according to Kierkegaard's doctrine, ontologically predetermined. Kierkegaard testifies to the ambivalence of language. In the concept of anxiety the following ontological characterization is found: to anyone who observes that there is also the question of how the first man learned to speak, I respond that this observation is very fair, but that it is outside the scope of this entire investigation. A psychologically guiding investigation. But do not misunderstand this, as if I wanted to give myself with my evasive answer the air that, according to modern philosophical usage, I can answer this question elsewhere. Although at least this is certain, that it cannot be admitted that men have invented language themselves. 119. On the contrary, the stages teach the rudiments of a nominalist theory of language that separates ideas from words and relegates language to the accidental, in any case intrahistorical. According to common opinion, the technical expressions of scientific phraseology they make an exhibition unpopular. This is, moreover, a completely accidental type of unpopularity that the scientist shares, for example, with the sailor, who is also unpopular, but not because he is profound, but because he speaks in his jargon. On the other hand, a philosophical terminology can in time penetrate even the common man, and the philosophy that uses it would be no less unpopular. No, it is the thought, and not the expression, that makes an exhibition essentially unpopular. A systematic craftsman can be unpopular without being essentially unpopular. He does not think much while using his special words. Socrates, on the other hand, is the most unpopular man in Greece because, saying the same thing as the simplest man, he thinks infinitely more. 120. But the paradox of the conception of language as something both historical and suprahistorical has the consequence that the concept of sin, whose content for Kierkegaard does not vary in history except quantitatively, and which is qualitatively placed before all history, is also determined historically and qualitatively by language. For the innocence of every subsequent generation, which, according to his theory, only enters the sphere of sin through the qualitative leap, has in language at the same time a concept of sin that previous generations have bequeathed to it. Kierkegaard does not know how to escape the dilemma except with the weak psychological assertion that this later innocence, when it speaks of sin, does not really know what this word properly means, but its anguish is not the anguish of sin, because the difference between good and evil does not exist before it originates when freedom becomes real. But to the extent that it exists, for example, in the language that listens and speaks, innocence also exists. It exists only as a sensed representation, but one that can again mean a more or a less throughout the history of the species. 121. Then, intrahistorical men would be transported to a state of consciousness in which, even as children, they do not find themselves. Innocence and sin would constitute, contrary to Kierkegaard's intention, a continuum of different degrees of consciousness without a qualitative leap, and the genesis of language would be psychologically relativized. These aporias may have forced Kierkegaard to maintain the paradox between language and history. Still, in the positive theology of the exercise, concrete historical language is for him proof of a truth. Oh, believe me, it is very important for a man that his language is exact and true, since so is his thought. 122. Here Kierkegaard expresses his reverence for the historical scars on the created body of language, for foreign words, for their function in history. Life is to use a foreign word here, partly because it designates the thing of the most accurate way, in part because it reminds everyone in the quickest and most reliable way of precisely what needs to be remembered. A test. 123. If language is the form of communication of pure subjectivity and, at the same time, it is paradoxically presented as historical objective, then it is reached in its interiority without an object by external dialectics. Despite the thesis of the abstract character and contingency of the world of things, interiority is not capable of completely removing itself from this world. Both collide in the expression and its historical figure. Interiority tries to mitigate the attacks of the exterior by casting an anathema on history itself. Thus begins Kierkegaard's fight against history, empirically motivated by the events of 1848. In reality, only inner history is true history, and the enemy against which true history has to fight is time, the vital principle of history, and precisely because it fights against time it has the temporal, and, therefore, each small moment has its reality. 124. In this sentence, from 1843, historical heteronomy still appears as something indifferent and irrelevant. But later, the image of history becomes that of radical evil, whose power Kierkegaard recognizes when he rages against it. If these 1800 years could be made to disappear just as the pagan incendiary made the libraries disappear, because, if it cannot be done, Christianity is finished. If those so abundant orators who demonstrate the truth of Christianity for those 1800 years and thus win over men, could be shown in all its horror the fact that they betray, deny, and they put an end to Christianity because, if it cannot be done, Christianity is finished. 125. From the annulment of historical reality by the absolute self is born the motif of contemporaneity, in which the dialectical theology of the time believed it held the key to reality, for compared to the absolute there is only one time, the present. For those who are not contemporary with the absolute does not exist. 126. Before the inner story, the outside world disappears, but this can only develop as a relationship with the absolute in contemporary times. For its time lacks any recognizable unit of measurement. This is only the immanent form of the dialectical movement, unreal in the face of the absolute. Thus history disappears. In his early days, Kierkegaard tried to justify this from the point of view of the theory of knowledge in an essay on aestheticism, which always seems to represent his own doctrine. A Platonizing doctrine, completely inadequate to the total dialectical project, and therefore immediately declared problematic. Someone could come and say, but the tragic will always be the tragic. I would not have much to object to this, since a historical evolution always occurs within the extension of its concept, and if by saying that he really means something, if with the repeated expression the tragic he does not simply put two hyphens that form a parenthesis without content, he cannot properly mean anything other than that the content of the concept does not go beyond the concept, but rather expands it and enriches. On the other hand, no attentive observer would miss that there is an essential difference between ancient and modern tragedy. If another wanted to make this difference absolute and, first with cunning and finally perhaps also with violence, penetrate between the ancient tragic and the modern tragic to separate them, that would be just as absurd. He would be cutting the branch on which he is sitting, and would not do more than demonstrating that what he wanted to separate is paired 127. If here history is still dominated by the extension of the concept, in which, according to the Hegelian model, the historical dialectic develops, it is later removed from the scheme and presented only as a threat to interiority. The horror of all specific historical content is finally concretized as a negative philosophy of history. Such a philosophy is found, despite the contemporaneity, in the instant, and curiously Neoplatonic and Gnostic doctrines resonate in it. History is a process in a completely opposite sense. The idea is introduced, and then it enters the historical process. But, unfortunately, this is not, ridiculous assumption, a process of purification of the idea. It is never purer than at its first appearance. No, this process consists of the idea being little by little spoiled, falsified, reduced to vain talk, which becomes the exact opposite of filtering, since originally absent impure components are introduced into the idea until, finally, a series of generations has taken it, through enthusiastic cooperation and mutual adulation, progressively so far that the idea has disappeared altogether, and the exact opposite of it has been elevated to an idea, which would be the product of the historical process that purifies and ennobles the idea. 128. Kierkegaard thus takes up again in his last polemic the romantic theses of his youth. Already in either Slash or Wilhelm says, our times remind us of the disintegration of the Greek state. Everything remains the same, but no one believes in it anymore. The spiritual, invisible bond that gives legitimacy and firmness to what exists has disappeared, and thus our era is both comic and tragic at the same time, tragic because it perishes, comic because it remains. 129. This makes him perceive the historical foundation of objectless interiority. It has been seen that it is of no use to be a singular man, no matter how outstanding, because no difference is useful for anything. That is why a new difference has been chosen, being born in the 19th century. 130. For Kierkegaard, the consistent knowledge that, in fact, no difference is of any use is enough for his concept of absolute interiority to appear before his eyes as a romantic island on which man tries to keep his sense safe of the historical tide. But Kierkegaard stops here and believes that the island is protected from the tide. In this regard, phrases like this are very characteristic. I would be willing to admit that the tendency of our times often makes such a marriage the one that has been saved from reflection and its shipwreck a sad necessity. For the rest, we must not forget that in each generation, and in each individual within his generation, life to a certain degree begins again from the beginning, and thus each individual is offered the possibility of saving himself from this maelstrom. 131. The tide of history is thus equivalent to the destructive maelstrom, but in it the person affirms himself free. Only occasionally, at times, do person and history come into contact. But at the points of contact the historical dimension atrophies. The concept of contemporaneity for past revelation corresponds to the concept of situation for Kierkegaard's own present, which is torn from historical continuity. Without a doubt this concept contains real historical moments within itself. But they are isolated moments that are subordinated to the person. For Kierkegaard, the situation cannot be, like objective history for Hegel, conceptually graspable through a construction, but only through the spontaneous decision of the autonomous man. Speaking in idealist terms, Kierkegaard seeks in it the undifferentiation of subject and object. He can do without it as long as interiority remains closed within itself as objectless interiority. Interiority becomes a refuge for the subject when he feels overwhelmed by objectivity. That is why the situation is not immediately intuited in Kierkegaard, but rather its concept is previously produced by dialectic, produced according to the scheme in which the concept exposes the movement of pure interiority, and which corresponds to a large extent with that of the Hegelian philosophy of history, under the category of reflection. Those to whom it is leaders are already Christians. But if they are already Christians, what sense can there be in making them become Christians? If, on the other hand, according to him they are not Christians, although they call themselves Christians, the very fact that they call themselves Christians shows that the situation can only be apprehended by reflection. Due to the situation we find ourselves, therefore, in the sphere of reflection, but then the whole tactic must be modified accordingly. 132. The situation, which subjects everything to reflection. 133, is at the same time conceived as a sphere of reflection. In it is revealed as a differentiation of the subjective and the objective. Due to its historical objective origin, it gives occasion to reflection and at the same time roots itself in the moment of a subjective reflexivity that, according to Kierkegaard, has surpassed all immediacy. In the Kierkegaardian situation, historical reality appears as reflection. And it does so reflected, returned in a literal sense. The harder subjectivity rebounds on itself from the heteronymous, unspeakable, or even bad external world, the more clearly the external world is expressed in it in a mediate way, as something reflected. The course of this process is analogous to that of Kierkegaard's own evolution. Only when his immanent dialectic departs from external reality still tolerated as aesthetic immediacy and even as the intermediate reality of ethics does he reverberate that reality in his dialectic, plastically reproducing the contours of the external world. The polemical characteristic of all Kierkegaard's statements on the situation does not come from the pathos of prophetic attack that his tone sometimes acquires. In the attack, his philosophy responds to the painful eruption of reality into the objectless interior, which marks the retrograde movement of the self. Hence Kierkegaard's political opinions. They may err in their appreciation of the circumstances, but they are more deeply shaped by those circumstances than the theses, most of which are purely reactionary, provincial, and individualist, contained above all in the diaries, allow us to assume. This finally comes to light in all of his evidence. The situation is for the late Kierkegaard the existing. In the exercise and in for an examination of oneself, recommended to my contemporaries, she still speaks of what exists with a timidity that would prefer to give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar because in truth a Caesar exists for her as little as property. But in the last articles, the concept of the existing recovers its true power by absorbing the real social situation, or is it that in our enlightened age, would not every young person easily understand that, after a few generations, the belief that the moon is made of green cheese could be the dominant religion in the country, at least statistically, if the state decided to introduce it as such a religion and establish for this purpose the payment of 1,000 salaries to each man with a family. To achieve his rapid advancement, and carry out consequently your project. 134. The relationship between church and state occupies the foreground in Kierkegaard. But his attack distances him enough to allow him to perceive that relationship in its socio-economic foundation, naturally, that costs money, because without money nothing is achieved in this world, not even a certificate for an eternal life in the other world. No, without money nothing is achieved in this world. 135. Phrases of this type, which could easily be passed from the promoters of religion to religion itself, are found in George Buchner. The economic motive of society is formulated very clearly in the antithesis, when one thinks of the glorious ones, of the witnesses of the truth, who sacrificed everything for Christianity, one can only reach this conclusion: Christianity must be true. When one thinks of the parish priest one can only come to the conclusion that Christianity is not yet the truth, and that the truth is prophet. 136. For Kierkegaard, the external world is only real as a depraved world. Hence, in the situation its dialectic comes out of closed immanence. The situation opposes him to the depraved present as its very foundation, as he protests, she feels compelled to reflect. When Kierkegaard uses materialist authors of the Hegelian left, such as Born and Feuerbach, against the empty idealism of identity, against a Christianity for him less capable of a knowledge of the essence of Christianity than Feuerbach 137, there may be a secret affinity hidden behind the ironic dialectical intention. In the instant there is not a little explosive materialism, and they either one or the other of interiority, when shaken by the violence of the existing, must be changed into its antithesis with the same radically with which Kierkegaard defends the thesis. But the real foundation in the existing, which the situation reveals, is none other than the knowledge of the reification of social life, of the alienation of man by a reality that is only presented to him as a commodity. This clarifies Kierkegaard's conception of the relationship between subject and object. In his philosophy, the knowing subject-subjective correlate is no more attainable than in a society possessed by exchange value, things are accessible to men in their immediacy. Kierkegaard recognized the misery of the situation created by great capitalism in its beginnings. He opposes it in the name of lost immediacy, which he wants to preserve in subjectivity. He analyzes neither the necessity or legitimacy of reification, nor the possibility of its correction. But even though social contexts were more foreign to him than to any other idealist thinker, he registered the relationship between reification and the commodity form in a comparison that must be taken literally to find a correspondence in Marxist theories. Kierkegaard writes in 1850, in the exercise, examine can mean, in one sense, that one gets as close as one can to what one wants to examine, and, in another sense, that one personally keeps oneself very far away, infinitely far from it. What was examined? When someone is shown a painting and invited to examine it, or when purchasing, for example, a piece of cloth, one examines it, one approaches the object, in the latter case one even takes it in one's hands and holds it. He palpates him, in short, one gets as close to the object as one can, but, in the other sense, in this movement one goes completely outside of oneself, one moves away and forgets about oneself, and nothing reminds one that it is he who examines the painting and the canvas, and not the painting and the canvas. Those who examine him. This means that, when examining an object, I go to the object, I am objective, but I leave myself, I stop being subjective. 138. But Christianity saves from the misery of reification, for Christian truth has, so to speak, eyes to see, it is all eyes. 139. The truth is not thing. It is the divine gaze that as intellectus archetypus goes to alienated things and redeems them from their spell. Bewitched are, along with things, human relationships and men themselves. These few considerations are enough. We see a speaker, his gaze retreats into his eyes, more than a man he looks like one of those figures sculpted in stone that have no eyes. The self that the speaker was has disappeared, the speaker is no self, it is the thing he deals with, the examination of it. And, as this I disappears, naturally the you is also suppressed, you, the listener, you, who are seated and who are the one to whom one speaks. Yes, it has reached the point of considering that speaking directly to a man is personalizing. Personalizing, alluding, is considered inappropriate and uneducated behavior, and that is why it is not appropriate to speak personally, as an I who speaks, or to speak to people, to the you of the listener. 140. Interiority takes over reified men and breaks their spell, when the door of the castle of interiority, long closed, is finally opened. It does not move without noise, like an intermediate door that opens gently. 141. Naturally, that door only opens for a moment. For in the outside world, everything belongs to its owner. The external world is subject to the law of indifference reification, and only he who has the ring obeys the spirit of the ring, whether he be Nureddin or Aladdin, and he who possesses the riches of this world is owner of them regardless of the way in which he obtained them. In the world of the spirit everything is different. 142. This is how the banal idealism of the situation is consoled. He comfortably classifies his objects according to the concepts of interior and exterior, spirit and nature, freedom and necessity. The most appropriate name for the situation as the undifferentiation of subject and object in the impotence of the moment is not that of that castle to which Kierkegaard romantically compares interiority. But there is no need to establish it sociologically in coordination with Kierkegaard, since it is already found pragmatically in his own work. Specifically, in the metaphor of the interior of the dwelling, which certainly only reveals itself to interpretation, but defies interpretation with its striking independence. It is the bourgeois interior of the 19th century, before whose organization the words subject, object, undifferentiation or situation pale as abstract metaphors, although in Kierkegaard the image of the interior is a mere metaphor used to maintain the connection of fundamental concepts. The relationship is inverted as soon as the interpretation abandons the reduction to identity that the Kierkegaardian idea of the situation still imposes, which only then appears as the current locus of the internal decision. Until now, authors with philosophical training have not devoted any attention to the interior of Kierkegaard. Only Monrad's anodyne biography demonstrates in one passage a certain knowledge of the true state of things, and how his fantasy unfolded, how his fantasy grew, accompanied by the art of representation and the art of dissimulation, in the walks inside the room. In the room. It is undeniable that in Kierkegaard there is always something closed, and when we enter into its enormous production we breathe a greenhouse air. 143. Geismar cites from Kierkegaard's youthful writing a description of those walks around the room that singularly illuminates the production of the isolated individual. In it is said of a certain Johannes Climacus, the pseudonym that later supported Kierkegaard's own point of view. When from time to time Johannes asked permission to go out for a walk, this was almost always denied. In exchange, his father sometimes suggested that he walk hand in hand around the room. At first glance, this was a poor compensation, and yet, something very different was hidden there. The proposal was accepted, and the father left Johannes to choose where to go. And so they went from the door of the room to a nearby summer residence, or to the beach, or to walk down the street, as Johannes wanted. Well, the father was capable of going anywhere. As they walked around the room, the father talked about everything they saw, the two of them greeted passers-by, the cars passed noisily before them, drowning out the father's voice, the sweets from the pastry shop were more appetizing than ever. 144. The walker walks around the room, reality appears reflected to him by pure interiority. At the center of the philosophical constructions of the young Kierkegaard there appear images of interior spaces certainly generated in the work itself by philosophy, by the stratum of the relationship of subject and object, but which by virtue of the things they retain go beyond that stratum. Just as in the metaphorical interior the intentions of Kierkegaard's philosophy intersect, the interior is the real space that makes its categories emerge from itself. The great reason for reflection belongs to the interior. The seducer begins a note like this: "Can't you stay still? What have you done all morning? Pull my awning, move my outside mirror, play with the bell cord on the third floor, hit the window panes, that is, attract attention with all kinds of pranks." 145. Kierkegaard may have intentionally introduced the external mirror as a symbol of the reflected seducer by chance. But with it an image is inserted in which, against Kierkegaard's will, the social and the historical sediment. The exterior mirror was characteristic of the spacious rental homes of the 19th century. That this is such a home is deduced from the presence of the bell on the third floor, which must be inhabited by other tenants if its cord reaches up to it. The function of the exterior mirror was to show within the isolated bourgeois living room the endless line of rental properties on the street. At the same time that he subordinated it to the living room, he delimited it from it, just as in Kierkegaard's philosophy the situation is subordinated to subjectivity, at the same time that it delimits it. Exterior mirrors were often called spies in their time, the 19th century. This is what Kierkegaard calls himself when rendering his last accounts, that, Like a spy at the service of a higher cause, I am at the service of the idea and, as such a spy, I have had to monitor and spy on the domain of intellectuality and religiosity to check whether existing is consistent with knowing, and Christianity with Christianity 146. But the one who looks in the external mirror is the man inactive in the privacy of it, separated from the process of economic production. The exterior mirror testifies to the absence of an object, it only brings the appearance of things into the room and the isolation of privacy. That's why the mirror and sadness go hand in hand. This is how Kierkegaard used the metaphor of the mirror in the stadiums. Once upon a time there was a father and a son. A son is like a mirror in which the father sees himself, and the father is also for the son like a mirror in which he sees himself as he will one day be. But they rarely looked at each other with these thoughts, they usually listened to each other in animated and jovial conversations. Although many times the father remained silent in front of his son, he looked at him with a worried air and said to him, "Poor son, you live in silent desperation." 147. In the symbol of the mirror, archaic and modern, melancholy appears as the imprisonment of the pure spirit in itself. But this imprisonment is at the same time imprisonment in a natural relationship, the ambiguous bond between father and son. The image of the interior concentrates Kierkegaard's entire philosophy in one perspective, since in this image the moments of his doctrine belonging to primordial and immutable nature are presented without any mediation as moments of the historical constellation that reigns over it. There is a passage from the Diary of a Seducer in which the key to his entire literary production can be seen, but the environment, the frame of the image, is of great importance. It is something that is permanently and deeply recorded in the memory, or, more accurately, in the entire soul, and that is why it is never forgotten. No matter how many years I get, I will never be able to imagine Cordelia in any other way than inside that small room. When I go to visit her, the maid opens the door and shows me into the hall. The moment she opens the living room doors, she leaves her room to also enter the living room, and our eyes meet while we are still in front of the door. The living room is small, very comfortable, more like a cabinet. I like to see this piece from the sofa, where I have been sitting next to it so many times. In front of the sofa is a round tea table covered by a pretty rug with many hanging folds. On the table there is a flower-shaped lamp that stands cheerful and vigorous. Over her crown hangs a delicately cut paper veil, so light that it is always moving. Because of its original shape, this lamp reminds me of the East, and the incessant movement of the veil reminds me of the soft breezes that blow there. The floor is covered with a carpet made of a very singular species of braided reed, and makes as strange an impression as the lamp. I imagine now sitting there with her on the ground and under that wonderful flower, or on a ship, in the officer's cabin, sailing with her across the great ocean. As the window sill is quite high, we look directly at the immensity of the sky. Cordelia is not interested in any close-up, for her only the infinite audacity of the horizon is of interest. She can't stay down to earth, she has to float, not walk, to fly, but not to fly somewhere and return, but to fly eternally to infinity. 148. With this description, Kierkegaard's philosophical intention unknowingly finds historical objective contents within those existing in the interior. The illustration begins his own life, which is ignited in the text of his thoughts to consume it with his figures. He was interested in creating a vaguely erotic ambience, which only deciphers itself in the outline of the illustration, and he was interested in the category of the infinite, which, by contrast, inserts the dialectic of the seducer in the intimacy of the private and personal. But the force of things has greater reach than the metaphorical intention. The interior is accentuated in opposition to the horizon, not merely as the finite self in opposition to the alleged erotic aesthetic infinity, but as an objectless interior in opposition to space. Space does not enter the interior. It's just the limit of this one. At the limit of space, the interior is polemically posited as the only determined being, polemically equivalent to Kierkegaard's subjective thinker. As external history is reflected in internal history, in the interior space is appearance. As Kierkegaard did not recognize appearance in any merely reflected or reflective intrasubjective reality, he also did not perceive the appearance of the spatial in the image of the interior. But here things confuse him. It is no coincidence that he compares interiority to a castle. Under the sign of the castle as a sign of an immemorial past, just as under the sign of the interior as a sign of the immeasurably distant, both engraved in the present and the near, appearance acquires its power. All the spatial forms of the interior are mere decoration, alien to the purpose they represent, deprived of value for their own use, produced only in the isolated room, which they in turn configure in their juxtaposition. The flower-shaped lamp, the dreamy east suggested by the veil over the crown of the lamp and the reed carpet, the room as a cabin full of precious ornaments obtained on ocean voyages, all this fata morgana of obsolete ornaments does not receive its meaning from the material of which they are made, but from the interior, which unifies the illusion of things as still life. Here, lost objects are conjured into the image. The self is reached in its own domain by commodities and their historical essence, whose apparent character is produced historically economically by the alienation of the thing and use value. But inside things do not remain strange. A meaning is ripped from them. In alienated things, strangeness becomes expression, silent things speak as symbols. The arrangement of things in the room is called layout. Objects with a historical appearance are arranged as an appearance of an unchangeable nature. The archaic images seem to spring from the interior, that of the flower as an image of organic life, that of the East as that of the typical dream place, that of the sea as that of eternity itself. For appearance, to which things are condemned by their own historical hour, is eternal. The creation abandoned by God is presented with the ambiguity of appearance until the reality of judgment dissolves it. The appearance of its eternity in the image of the interior is the eternity of the impermanence of all appearance. Only this gives its concrete meaning to the discourse of the situation as undifferentiation. This is not merely, as is the case in Kierkegaard's philosophy, that of the subjective and the objective, but also that of the historical and the natural. The interior is the concrete imago of Kierkegaard's philosophical point. All real exteriority has been contracted to a point. The same absence of space can be recognized in the structure of his philosophy. This does not unfold successively, but is maintained in a perfect simultaneity of all the moments that coincide in one point, that of existing. Hence the characteristic difficulty of any Kierkegaard exposition that painfully tries to decompose the spatial and temporal now of his thought into a juxtaposition and a succession. Kierkegaard himself alludes to this difficulty in the ironic epilogue of the stages, captive of a single thought, I could not get out of it 149. But, at the point, reality cannot have extension, and can only appear in an optical illusion, as seen through a peephole. But, in appearance, historical reality presents itself as nature. That in Kierkegaard the situation, namely, that of Christianity and the modern habitation correspond, is demonstrated by a passage from the controversial preparatory writing for an examination of oneself, recommended to my contemporaries, in the same way that in well-equipped homes one does not have to go down any stairs to obtain water, since it is in an upper tank and one only has to open a tap for the pressure to make it descend, the Christian orator must always have moment before him and within his reach eloquence, true eloquence, since Christianity is his life 150. A comparison with the technical life of his time illustrates the eternal disposition of the Christian life, and in the dwelling eternity and history converge. It is very striking that the images of demonic obstinacy, tied to nature, in the mortal illness come from technique, despite the illness certainly being an illness of the creature and not of historical man. They link the historical motif of reification with another archaic one evoked there. No, we do not have to focus on that wheeze and the start that follows, but we must pay attention to the uniform speed with which the locomotive moves, which is what produces that wheeze. So with Sin 151. In another passage, Kierkegaard unites magic and machine, unwittingly revealing the demonic character of autonomous subjective existence more with the image than with thought. The slightest inconsistency is an enormous loss, since an existence that is under the determination of the spirit would lose the consequence, at the same moment perhaps the spell would be broken, the mysterious power that keeps all forces in harmony disarmed, the spring of action relaxed, and perhaps everything would become chaos where the swirling forces fight against each other to the torment of the self, in which no agreement with himself would reign, having lost all breath and all impetus. The enormous machine that, thanks to the consequence, was so free in its movements, despite its iron robustness, and so flexible despite its power, breaks down 152. Or even, with the mystery of the first, the strangest image of the technology of his time, as the one who ascends in a balloon does so by throwing away all the weight with which he had provided himself, so the desperate one sinks even more. The more he throws out everything good. 153. The last railway metaphor radiates, as intensely as magnesium light, an entirely magical metaphysics in the sense that, moreover, Kierkegaard disapproves, that criminal who fled on the train thinking that with its speed he was moving away from the scene of his crime. Alas, next to the car in which he was sitting also ran the electromagnetic telegraph wire with its signals and the order to arrest him at the first station. When he arrived at the station and got off the car he was arrested, it could be said that he himself had brought the complaint with him. 154. Kierkegaard himself gives us the key to all these parables that civilization inspires him. It is the assumption of the reality of the judgment, in which the appearance of the sudden historical figures disappears at the time it is consummated. They revolve around the bourgeois home as the place of its social fulfillment and as a figure of its power. This is how the most memorable of the passages that Kierkegaard dedicated to the interior should be understood in the more than one important work that is the repetition. You go up to the first floor of a house illuminated with gas, you open a small door and you enter to the hall. To the left is a glass door that leads to a cabinet. You walk straight and you reach an anteroom. Behind it are two rooms identical in size and identically furnished, as if each were a mirror image of the other. The one behind is tastefully illuminated. On a work table there is a candelabra, and in front of it a light armchair upholstered in red velvet. The room in front is not lit. In it, the pale moonlight mixes with the stronger lighting of the back room. If one sits in a chair near the window, he observes the large square and sees the passing shadows of the passers-by projected on the walls of the houses. Everything looks like a theatrical set. A dreamlike reality emerges in the depths of the soul. One has smoked his cigar, he retreats to the back room and begins to work. It's past midnight. One turns off the lights and turns on a night lamp. Increases the clarity of single moonlight. An isolated shadow seems darker, an isolated step takes longer to disappear into the distance. The clear celestial vault appears saddened, heavy with dreams and thoughts, as if the end of the world had already occurred and the sky had nothing to do but occupy itself with itself. 155. In the representation of the end of the world, the idea of judgment faintly resonates, as otherworldly as the moonlit stage, which is beyond the interior and pure interiority. The gas lighting and the armchair upholstered in red plush are the historical traces here, with the false consolation of the singing flame and its diffuse light, with the cheap imitation of purple, they are at the same time the refuge of appearance. The gas light flees from the moon, like Cordelia's room from the open horizon, to take refuge in itself, and only tolerates the street as a reflection, as a dream reality that emerges in the depths of the soul. The duplication of the room, which seems to be reflected in a mirror without being one, is something unfathomable. Perhaps every appearance is identical to itself in history, just like these rooms, as long as history, subject to nature, persists in appearance. With the word decoration, the appearance of the room calls itself by name, as if it wants to wake up. But, inside, the affection of melancholy continues to dream, as if the end of the world had already happened. Melancholy begins and lasts in the room. Kierkegaard later returned to combine illumination and melancholy, objective melancholy, which does not affect him as such. It is silence. The silence. It is nothing determined, since it certainly is not reduced to the fact that no one speaks. No. Silence is like soft lighting in an intimate room, like peace in a poor room. 156 In the interior as an archetypal cell of abandoned interiority. The consolation of this light is also appearance, more beneficial to sensitive eyes than the weak light of the evening. 157. In the darkness of this melancholy, the contours of home life stand out, which for Kierkegaard constitutes the place of existence. 158. But, with them, also those of the very doctrine of his existence. Interiority and melancholy, appearance of nature and reality of judgment, his ideal of individual and concrete human life and his dream of hell, which the desperate inhabits throughout his life like a house, the models of all his concepts are conjured later, in the deceptive light of a room, in a painting silent from which those concepts must be torn away if we want to separate what is true in them from what is an illusion. In the interior, historical dialectics and the eternal power of nature form Kierkegaard's strange enigmatic image of him. Image that must be dissolved by philosophical criticism that tries to reach the real foundation of his idealistic interiority in the historical and archaic. 3. Explanation of interiority. To historically explain the image of the interior, a sociology of interiority would be necessary, the idea of which is paradoxical only in appearance. Interiority occurs as a restriction of human existence to a private sphere that has escaped the power of reification. But as a private sphere it itself belongs, albeit controversially, to the social structure. Sometimes Kierkegaard claims with ironic modesty, but proudly, for himself the title of the private, a small private thinker, a speculative dreamer who lives like a poor tenant in an attic of an enormous building, is sitting in his small room, prisoner of thoughts that seem difficult to him. 159. Of what kind is the social relationship between the external world and the private thinker? Kierkegaard suggests the answer: a truly great ethical individual would conduct himself in this way in his life. He would use all his strength to develop himself, perhaps he would exert a great influence outside, but this would not occupy him at all, because he knows that the exterior is not under its power, and that is why it has no significance, neither pro nor con. 160. But how would the moral person behave if the external were under his power or could take possession of that power? If Kierkegaard does not recognize the exterior as different from the interior and as the material of ethical behavior, will not morality itself depend on the historical state of that material as well as its object? By denying the social question, Kierkegaard is at the mercy of his own social position. And this is that of the rentier of the first half of the 19th century, who within his loose limits is economically independent, more independent than the owner of the same capital in the era of great capitalism, in which a fortune of comparable size has lost all independence due to the concentration of financial capital and the shareholding system. But at the same time he finds himself, as a rentier, excluded from economic production. He does not accumulate, or in any case accumulates incomparably less than an industrialist with the same fortune, nor can he economically exploit intellectual work as an isolated writing activity. As Kierkegaard says in First and Last Explanation, the fees have been at least quite Socratic. 161. The progress of competition will soon leave no room for this type of individual, who opposes it. Only an agrarian, economically backward country guarantees his security and makes his particular lifestyle possible. Geismar reports that Kierkegaard refused, for religious reasons, to profit from his small fortune, which consumed a portion of his life. Portion. Neither the rentier nor his opposite, the Spießbürger, always criticized by Kierkegaard, can be thought of from the modern antithesis of the big bourgeois and the petty bourgeois. By not depending on any foreign capital, nor being forced to sell his own labor power, the rentier maintains his frank outlook. The knowledge of it transcends the pure immediacy of the milieu of it, to which the Spießbürger is tied. The needs of his own social situation do not hide from him the vision of the totality and the essential, hence the tone of vain self-irony with which he presents himself as an individual withdrawn into private life, while his condition as a rentier guarantees him a totality that classical German idealism claimed in a less detailed manner. The petty bourgeois traits, considered in their current aspect, are in Kierkegaard in line with the exclusion of economic production, to whose accidents he is ultimately subject. Thus the impotent hatred of reification, in which, in the words of Karl Marx, only the powerful capitalist feels at ease and confirmed because he conceives alienation as his own power and possesses in it the appearance of a human existence 162, which she grants to the rentier only as something revocable. Even a prudent interpretation that does not directly deduce the philosophical contents of the philosopher's economic situation has to do with the confirmation of Kierkegaard's impotence in exteriority in the fact that he lost sums in the conjunctural fluctuations of the years of the Revolution. Considerable and, as a consequence, believed he had to look for a job. The influence that his application to Münster for a position had on his later attitude towards the bishop is certainly no less important than that of his veneration for his father's confessor. He found it impossible to attack the same man in life as a representative of a church of paid witnesses to the truth, before which he himself had strived to obtain a paid position in the seminary of the regional church. Philosophical criticism may not have the right to draw its arguments from such circumstances, but these should not be overlooked in the face of Kierkegaard's claim to the identity of truth and person. Whatever the kind of mediation between private existence and theoretical thought, philosophy cannot deny in itself the traits of the rentier. The absence of any developed concept of praxis, which idealist philosophy did possess since Kant and Fichte, and the retrospectively polemical attitude towards the capitalist and arrogant external world, essentially belong to the private order. The external world, which nevertheless leaves some prerogatives to the person, is generally condemned as an external world, but not as a specifically capitalist world. This relationship becomes evident when objectless interiority has to somehow understand itself in social existence, in Kierkegaard's ethics. His moral rigor is deduced from the absolute vindication of the isolated person. Kierkegaard criticizes all eudaimonism as heteronymous for the objectless self, but whoever sees the meaning and purpose of life in enjoyment, has his life subordinated to a condition that is either outside the individual or in the own individual, but without the individual having put it 163. However, the autonomous ethics of the absolute person proves in its concrete contents its relativity to the situation of the bourgeois class. The concrete self is for Kierkegaard identical to the bourgeois self. It is not only a personal self, but a social, bourgeois self 164. But, in this way, the self posits precisely those differential determinations that the universality of the moral law must exclude. The foundation of such determinations is class consciousness. Kierkegaard's ethical universality finds its limit in black people and singers. In the stadiums, he says of Othello, well, a black man, who certainly cannot represent the spiritual. 165, and in a letter to Boezen, which Schrampf quotes aptly, with the loss of a singer, in general, not much is lost. 166. In Fear and Trembling he occasionally defends the grossest social immorality and irrationality with the stubborn naivete of someone who, from the position of his social class, does not want to see the economic social relations. One time, spices having reached very low prices in Holland, merchants threw a few shipments into the sea to drive up prices. It was a forgivable and possibly necessary ruse. 167. When the ethicist begins to talk about the conflicts that can arise between interiority, represented by marriage, and the material situation, poverty, he justifies interiority with the comfortable cynicism of the small rentier. If we say, for example, poverty as one of the difficulties that conjugal love has to face, I would say, work, and everything will be fine. But, since we depend on our imagination, you prefer to use poetic license and respond, they can't find work, life is so bad that many people find themselves without resources. You admit that you can find a little work, but it is not enough to feed you. But I think that if they saved they could get out of trouble. 168. The logic of the argument speaks against itself. And in Kierkegaard he goes even further. Although Kierkegaard recognizes the influence of the situation on the possibility of saving, he accepts the entire crisis as an arbitrarily brought poetic possibility 169, of a reality in which, around the same time he wrote either one or the other, the most terrible impoverishment of the English industrial proletariat took place. If, in general, the ethics of absolute interiority cannot defend its Puritan demands so relentlessly, it is easy here, on the question of external difficulties. I would like to quote a few words from Luther. Somewhere in one of the sermons where he talks about poverty and want, he says, "It has not yet been heard of a Christian man dying of hunger." With this, Luther puts an end to the matter and believes, rightly, it seems to me, to have spoken of it with unction and in an edifying manner. The individual submits without criticism to the tradition of the Church. In Kierkegaard, moral action only counts in the neighbor. Of the effect sought in his apology for marriage he says, "Through her the wife I am a man." It is not without reason that the husband is also called simply the man. In front of him, every other title says nothing, since it always assumes the first. "Through her I am a father." All other dignity is just a human invention and a vainglory that in 100 years will be forgotten. "Through her I am the head of the family, the defender of the house, the breadwinner and the protector of the children." With so many dignities, one is not a writer to acquire a new one. Nor am I interested in what I cannot pretend to be. If I write, I do it only with the purpose that he who is happy like me, reading this, remembers his happiness, and that the other who doubts, reading this, may be won to this happiness. If I could win just one for her, that would make me rejoice. 171. By limiting ethical discourse to his neighbor in such a way, he believes he escapes all objective criticism. Wilhelm desires that the reader not allow the deficiency of the form to spoil the eventual benefit, and that all kinds of criticism be prohibited. A husband who writes about marriage, the last thing he wants is to be criticized. 172. But the pathos of the oath cannot prevent criticism. Well, the concept of neighbor that is at the basis of Kierkegaardian ethics is fictitious. It will be valid for a state of society in which human relations are direct, and Kierkegaard knows well that this state has been lost. Fleeing precisely from reification, Kierkegaard retreats to interiority. But in it he behaves as if there were still that immediacy whose substitute is interiority. That someone who acts in an irreproachable manner in the sense of private ethics can, from his objective social function, not reducible to interiority, act in a condemnable manner, is an idea that Kierkegaard does not admit. In fact, that immediacy or its appearance still exists within the framework of the common class interest. The fracture of immediacy is identical to the fracture between classes. That is why the Kierkegaardian ethic of a concrete and meaningful life is a flawed and fallacious class morality. Kierkegaard formulates it in theological terms, and the truth consists in honoring every man, absolutely every man, and this is fearing God and loving one's neighbor. But from an ethical religious point of view, considering the multitude which for Kierkegaard is, as a product of reification, the opposite of the concrete neighbor as an instance that establishes the truth means denying God, and without a doubt also not loving one's neighbor. And the neighbor is the absolutely true expression of the equality of men. If each person truly loved his neighbor as himself, perfect equality among men would immediately be achieved. 173. This does not exist where the domain of exchange value, the division of labor and the commodity character of labor shape human relations in such a way that neither the neighbor can any longer, not even for an instant, relate directly to the neighbor, nor the goodness of the individual is enough to help him, much less to have any effect on the social structure. Kierkegaard's ethics is thus an ethics without an object. It springs from his concept of freedom, which does not remain, like Kant's, in the intelligible domain to abandon the empirical to necessity. He settles in the empirical domain, and the empirical world is only tolerated as a place of freedom. Society contracts to a circle of free neighbors, and their needs, considered accidental, are pushed to the doors of philosophy. Just as freedom decides about society, it also decides about the self. which Kierkegaard conceives only in its freedom. If in the name of freedom the material needs of life in society are denied, according to the same scheme the need and reality of impulses are made to disappear from the ego. Kierkegaard's absolute self is pure spirit. The individual is not the only one who develops in the sensible order, and no property other than the minimum necessary to survive is recognized. Interiority does not exist in its fullness. Ascetic spiritualism rules over it. The spiritualist thesis finds an extreme formulation in the crumbs. The relationship between truth and non-truth is equivalent to the relationship between being and non-being. Of the disciple, of the man who has inherited original sin and must be awakened by Christ, it is said, being previously in the non-truth, by now receiving, with the condition, the truth, a similar change is wrought in him. To the movement from non-being to being 174. The only spiritual rebirth that Kierkegaard sees in one who receives the truth on condition is compared, as a step from non-being to being, to natural birth, and in this way the birth itself becomes spiritualized. When the born person thinks about his own birth, he thinks about that passage from non-being to being. The same must happen with respect to rebirth 175. It is true that Kierkegaard himself briefly raises the objection of spiritualism to himself, or is there an extra difficulty in the fact that in non-being prior to rebirth, that is, the natural being that is here considered bluntly as non-being, is there more being than in the non-being prior to birth? 176. But this objection is immediately causally invalidated. The spiritualist thesis of the crumbs is present throughout the work. For Kierkegaard, the multitude is, like the natural self, the non-truth. 177. Living men generally appear as allegories of truth and non-truth. This explains the artistic insufficiency of the work. Every corporeal substrate of intuition is erased from its philosophy, and is only tolerated to the extent that it represents truth or non-truth. In this regard, it is revealing that Kierkegaard's most aesthetically convincing production only finds a place where he expresses the confusion of pure spirit, where spiritualism does not prohibit the poetic form because it makes it its object, as happens in the story of the stages entitled A Possibility. In erotic psychology everything sexual is excluded, even in the indexes it is prudishly avoided. 178. If spiritualism reigns over the instinctual background, this same spiritualism completely imposes itself with the philosophical dialectic, which even in the mortal illness is not interpreted as a dialectic between the spirit and nature. Here, the spirit itself has been divided into freedom and demonicity. This is clearly indicative of the decisive change. If the body only appears in relation to the meaning of the truth and non-truth of the spirit, in exchange for this, in Kierkegaard, the spirit remains chained to corporeal figures that express it, captive to them as to the appearance of the interior. Nature, excluded by history from objectless interiority, is introduced into this same interiority, and historical spiritualism constructs a natural anthropological organology. The images of pure spirit that Kierkegaard finds are always images of the human body. My soul is so heavy that no thought can sustain it, and no beating of wings can lift it into the ether. 179 says the melancholic in either one or the other, the most spiritual of all Kierkegaard's masks. A spirit without a body becomes a weight that leads to despair. The old somatic doctrine of temperaments returns strangely in idealistic spiritualism. She fits the Kierkegaardian psychology of affects quite well. Where every emotion, stripped of its own right, is a cipher of a disguised truth that appears in it, it itself must be an appearance and, paradoxically, perceptible as such. If the functions of the eye and the ear are separated not so much according to their function in the spatial world as according to that which they fulfill in the spiritual interior, the inner world itself is divided according to the images of the natural organs. I want to interrupt this contemplation here. Maybe it won't satisfy you, your eye devours it, greedy, without you being satisfied. But this is only because the eye is the most difficult to satisfy, especially when, like you, one does not really feel hunger, but only the appetite for seeing, which cannot be satisfied at all. 180 The eye is thus the organ of aesthetic immediacy and appearance, and immediacy only as appearance projects the images of things into the interior. The traditional distinction between the internal sense and the external sense, the temporal form and the spatial form of intuition, may have influenced here. But Kierkegaard, who saw in the music of Don Giovanni the most perfect expression of sensitive genius, had recently been hidden from view that the sense of hearing also produces, like that of sight, sensitive qualities. Despite this, the ear simply becomes the organ of interiority itself, the corporeal representative of the incorporeal par excellence. At the beginning of either one or the other, in one of the most notable passages, we read, "For just as the voice is the revelation of an interiority that has no measurable relationship with the exterior, the ear is the instrument with which that this interiority is captured, and the sense of hearing is what allows it to be recognized as such." 181. This is by no means a simple aspect of the mask of the aesthetic spirit, and the determinations of distances in it are so singular. 182. Kierkegaard's spiritualism is above all hostile to nature. The spirit is free and autonomous in front of nature because it recognizes it as demonic, both in external reality and in itself. But when the autonomous spirit appears incarnated, nature takes possession of the spirit, and it does so where it appears in the most historical form, in objectless interiority, whose natural content must be examined if we want to explain the being of subjectivity itself. In Kierkegaard, the natural content of pure spirit, itself historical, can be called mythical. In his doctoral thesis, Kierkegaard introduced the concept of the mythical as a concept contrary to the historical movement and in unity with it, and he did so regarding Platonic myths. What he says about these leads to his own mythical content, which his mature philosophy contains within itself. His excursus on the mythical in the first Platonic dialogues is based on a disproportion between the dialectical and the mythical. 183, which in Plato manifests itself between the form of exposition that uses concepts and the form of exposition that uses images. Kierkegaard sets himself the task of deducing from the object and its unity the necessity of this divergence. Well, the mythical is not the free creation of the exhibitor. The mythical here has a much deeper meaning, something of which one is convinced when one realizes that the mythical has a history in Plato. 184. A story not only in the evolution of Plato's work, but also in itself. Already in the first dialogues it is found in connection with its opposite, abstract dialectic. 185, that is, conceptual. Stahlbaum and F.C.H.R. Bauer, who put Platonic myths in connection with the consciousness of the people or highlight what is traditional in the mythical. 186, have seen the historical in the myth, but they have left it as something extrinsic, without perceiving the common foundation of the dialectical and mythical forms of representation. Kierkegaard opposes them with the idea of an inner history of the mythical. 187. With it he tends towards the historical figure of the mythical in his own work, that of perfect immanence, of which the interior offers him an image. Kierkegaard perceives the unity of the dialectical and the mythical in Plato as an image, while in the first dialogues the mythical appears in opposition to the dialectical, for when the dialectical is silent, the mythical becomes audible, or rather, visible. In the later ones he maintains, however, a more friendly relationship with the dialectical, that is, Plato has become owner and lord of the mythical, and this means that the mythical becomes an image. 188. Produced in the immanence of thought and its inner history, the mythical is at the same time, as an image, something corporeal visible, in the same way that Kierkegaard's spiritualism requires in his dialectic of corporeal organic images. The production of this unity is organic and natural, and in it the characters of historical facticity and ontological truth perish together. The mythical representation of the existence of the soul after death is not put in relation with historical reflection, who wonders if Iacchus, Minos, or Radamas will really be there to judge, nor with philosophical reflection, which wonders if that is the truth. If the dialectic corresponding to the myth can be characterized as longing, as desire, as the gaze that is directed at the idea to desire it, the mythical is the fruitful embrace of the idea. 189. But the use of terms such as longing, desire, or fruitful embrace do not express as separable metaphors, and as Kierkegaard believed, the productivity of pure spirit, that in this discourse rather spirituality itself is called mythical, and the productivity of the spirit seen as a productivity of nature, is proven by a phrase whose pragmatic elements bring Kierkegaard's philosophy closer to the consciousness of itself than anywhere else. An analogous consideration of the mythical can be reached starting from the image. In fact, when in a reflective period the image is observed as it appears in a reflective representation, that is, as a modest and barely noticeable image that, like an antediluvian fossil, reminds us of another form of existence in which doubt was absent, one may perhaps be surprised that this image could have played such an important role. 190. Kierkegaard then rejects this astonishment, which, however, announces the deepest understanding that can be reached of the relationship between dialectic, myth and image. For nature does not impose itself on dialectics as something alive and present at all times. The dialectic stops at the image and cites the most historically recent myth as the most distant thing in the past, nature as prehistory. That is why images that, like that of the interior, imply the undifferentiation of dialectic and myth, are truly antediluvian fossils. They can be called dialectical images, to use an expression of Benjamin, whose convincing definition of allegory also applies to Kierkegaard's allegorical intention as a figure of a historical dialectic and a mythical nature. According to this definition, in the allegory the Hippocratic facies of history is presented to the observer's eyes as an original petrified landscape. 191. In Kierkegaard, nature is mythical as prehistory cited in the image and in the concept of its historical present. The way the expression is used is very evident in the only passage after the doctoral thesis where it still appears accented, in the interpretation of Mozart's Figaro. There, the page is a mythical figure. 192. The historical costume of the page is at the same time the disguise of the natural being itself in its ambiguity, in its indeterminate and enigmatic depth. This disguise is closely related to that of pure spirit, whose mythical condition cannot be denied, although at this stage desire is not determined as desire and, being nothing more than a presentiment of desire, it is found also completely indeterminate with respect to its object. It nevertheless has a determination, it is infinitely profound. It has not yet reached a relationship with the object, remains in infinite, indeterminate longing. The description given here fits, the fact that the role of the page is written for a female voice. In this contradiction we have an indication of what is contradictory at that stage. The desire is so indeterminate, and the object so little differentiated, that what is desired has an androgynous character in desire, as in the plant organism, where both sexes are together in a flower. Desire and what is desired form a unity in which both parts are nutritious generous. 193. With the androgyne's clothing is present the moment of appearance that characterizes all things in the interior, and that in his doctoral thesis Kierkegaard perceived in Platonic myths and described with words that clearly recall the dark desire of the page. As for consciousness appears, it is revealed that these mirages the myths were not the idea. If, after consciousness has awakened, the fantasy again feels nostalgia for these dreams, the mythical then appears in a new form, namely, as an image. That is why the mythical may very well have something traditional in it. The traditional is like the lullaby, which creates a moment of dreaminess, but the traditional is properly mythical right at the moment. 194. But not certainly, as Kierkegaard supposes in his spiritualism, at the moment when the spirit wanders and no one knows where it comes from or where it is going. 195, but in the instant in which the image that appears casts the past out of the caverns of primordial time. But since the mythical image of the page has what is desired in desire androgynous character, the image is also spiritual immanent. Immanent spirituality itself is mythical. As mythical it becomes corporeal. Hence the drastic metaphor of the seducer, I am a poet, although not for others, I devour my own poems, of them I live. Appears. I want to be your poet. 196. Thus the artist remains, pure spirit, mythically fixed in the firmament in the image of Saturn devouring his children. Therefore, in Kierkegaard's philosophy, pure spirit transcends the spectral as its primordial archetype. Of a modern tragic figure Regina, without a doubt Kierkegaard says, her life does not develop like that of the Greek Antigone, the movement of evolution is directed inward, not outward, the scene is interior, not exterior, it is a scene of spirits 197. And the seducer, infinitely reflected, leaves no traces, like a ghost, if it could be said of him that he went through life without leaving traces, since his feet had the peculiarity of taking the traces with them, I could not better represent his infinite reflection. In itself, it could equally be said that his art of seduction did not require any victim 198. When Kierkegaard perceives the mythical character of pure spirit, he calls it demonic. Thus, above all, in the concept of anguish. Here, the migration from mythical nature to spiritual interiority is interpreted historically. It is of little use to make the demonic a wow that frightens and then is ignored, since it has not been present in the world for many centuries. Belief that is a great folly, since perhaps it has never been as widespread as in our times, only that today it appears especially in the spiritual spheres. 199. Demonism, defined as what is reserved and what is involuntarily revealed. 200, comes from the blindness with which the autonomous spirit is conceived as absolute. The demonic does not contain anything else, but it contains itself, and in this lies the deep meaning of existence, in which the absence of freedom makes itself a prisoner. 201. As a mythical demon, it explodes subjectivity and becomes ontological non-truth in opposition to the ontological truth of God. The devil's despair is the most intense of all, since the devil is only spirit, and therefore absolute consciousness and transparency. In the devil there is no darkness that can serve as a mitigating excuse, and that is why his despair is the most absolute opposition. 202. All this could be said both of the objectless interiority and of the condemned self, stripped of itself, which is pure demonicity. For only language, which is prohibited to an interiority that does not know a priori if there are still other men 203 in the world, leads away from demons. What is reserved is precisely what is mute. Language, the word, is the savior, what saves us from the empty abstraction of reserve. If the freedom from outside enters, then, from the outside in relation to the demonic, hermetically closed in itself, the law of the revelation of the demonic is that it is externalized against its will in language. Communication lies, in effect, in language. 204 with an external world that interiority expressly proscribes as contingent. Certainly Kierkegaard rejects any equivalence between the demonic and the natural mythical. He warns that we must not forget that non-freedom, this is how he conceives demons, is a phenomenon of freedom, and cannot be explained by natural categories. 205. He attributes the mythical interpretation of the demonic to a metaphysical aesthetic consideration. Then the phenomenon is conceived and judged as misfortune, destiny, etc. It can then be indicated, as an analogy, that a man can be born an imbecile, etc. 206. But Kierkegaard is not able to separate the ideas, always linked, of demons and destiny except through the violent protest of a theology for which demons are free because they conceive the prehistoric event of original sin as an act of freedom, and that escapes the networks of destiny through the leap. However, theological protest is not enough to separate, other than by mere affirmation, the demon from nature, to separate pure interiority from the mythical. Therefore, the character of the mythical is attributed, in conceptual form, to Kierkegaardian absolute interiority as well as to all idealism of the absolute spirit. In radical idealism, the historical mythical image of the interior is made explicit through philosophical self-awareness. Thus the vulgar discourse of the Hegelian mythology of history can find a deeper justification than it supposes, not as a metaphysical recomposition of reality, but from the mythical content itself. Here is the point at which Hegel's philosophy is carried, by necessity of the method, into mythology. 207. This is undoubtedly true of Batter's and Schelling's philosophy. These did not simply integrate mythical elements as material into the philosophical structure. The foundation of this structure was mythical, the sovereignty of the spirit, of the created spirit that enthrones itself as creator and sinks deeper into nature the more it believes it dominates it from above. In the latest productions of the idealist spirit, the mythical content simply breaks the cells of the systematically deployed concept, from which philosophical criticism had expelled it, and takes possession of the ancient images. But at the same time that he destroys the stability of the system, he destroys himself. The pure spirit, called by his name, loses its power. Kierkegaard finds himself at the same crucial historical moment as the later idealists. As in them, the crisis of the sovereign spirit is verified in him as an emancipation from the mythical content. But this return does not lead him to a mythological metaphysics or a positive philosophy. The mythical content persists faithfully in the immanent dialectic, and Kierkegaard only expels it with the simple cancellation of subjectivity. The relationship between objectless interiority and hidden ontology, which, as truth, is Kierkegaard's question, can only be clarified through the category of the mythical. Subjectivity mythically enclosed in itself attempts to save fundamental human relations and their meaning save ontology through the spell. The seducer already recognizes himself in the mythical image as a sorcerer, but you do not suspect what is the domain over which I reign. I reign over the storms of emotions. Like Aeolus, 208. And the spell is not limited to either the aesthetic sphere or the poetic metaphor. The interiority itself conjures. For the ethical consideration of life, the task of the individual is, consequently, to rid himself of the determination by the interior and to express this determination in something external. 209. The exterior is thus for her a magical mechanism that, as an expression, summons a hidden content. But the conjured content, although it is also interior, is not interiority itself. The paradox of faith is that there is an interior that is incommensurable with the exterior, an interior that, well understood, is not identical to the first, but a new interior. 210. But this second interior, to which all of Kierkegaard's dialectic is referred, is the conjured truth. Kierkegaard does not elevate the intention of the spell to a concept. His demonicity would endanger the truth claim of dialectical interiority. But it is evident in the form that Kierkegaard's language takes, more in its breadth than in the conjuring metaphors of aesthetic writings. This intention has often been observed, but it has hardly been deduced, in its necessity, from the philosophical content itself. His well-known reference to the vastness of affliction, to the evil infinity in the monologue and dialectic of pain, is not enough. And the justification in the Socratic pleasure of the speech only shows its intention, not its origin, as well as his aversion to precise formulation in a system, which the thanks to Lessing proves negatively with praise, this lack of concern in his style, which carries a comparison down to the smallest detail, as if the exposition itself had a 211. All this cannot explain why a philosophy that, compared to Hegel, but also compared to Lessing himself, went without real things and had to develop all its determinations from the simple point of the person, nevertheless needed, for its form of exhibition, of the greatest spatial extension. The law of his form of exposition is repetition, repetition of conjuring formulas. The unmodifiable and hidden truth is invoked as the always identical with always identical words due to the impotence to put its content in a positive way or to deduce it progressively, but also to the hope that the truth can make its appearance if the number of invocations is the same. Correct. The brevity of the particular formula corresponds precisely to the mythical repetitions of the totality, to the endless paraphrases of the history of suffering and the unscientific apostille, the condensed, oracular propositions of the concept of anxiety and, above all, the foundation of existential philosophy at the beginning of the mortal illness. But ontology, conjured by the mythical autonomous will, only responds to the invocation as phantasmagoria. Destiny, fortune, and misfortune are the mythical constellations of a dialectical journey that unfolds in ambiguity, because in the sea of possibilities of the pure self, the compass itself is dialectical. 212. Kierkegaard's dialectic must be considered ambiguous in a more precise sense. For as a movement of the separate individual human consciousness, itself mythical in its origin, as the circle in which it carries out its movement is also mythical, it has two meanings. These must be distinguished according to the ways in which the mythical content appears in them. On the one hand, Kierkegaard thinks that pure nature, the mythical appearance, is a danger for man, because as a sinful creature he belongs to it, although freedom allows him to rise above it. Dialectic here is a process of spiritualization, or, in Kierkegaard's language, transparentization, which the self inaugurates thanks to its free spirit. This dialectic develops between nature and spirit, mythical content and consciousness, as qualitatively different powers. Actually contrary, she must leave open access to reconciliation while the mythical appearance fades into pneumatic clarity. It completely dominates Kierkegaard's explicit doctrine, according to which the true self, the freedom of man, results from the recognition of the unreality of a nature that affirms itself. But this dialectic only shows the facade of a second, deeper concept of dialectic, a concept that, although not theoretically developed in the work, can be objectively evidenced in it. It is the concept of a dialectic in the very mythical foundation of nature. A concept that necessarily leads to the center of an interpretation that critically discovered the mythical character of that which, as spirit and freedom, is presented in Kierkegaard as something supernatural, interiority without an object. Kierkegaard himself questions the supernatural essence of the spirit with the theological doctrine of the absolute transcendence of God set forth in the Crumbs, which puts an end to all human pretensions to spiritual freedom. Even less will he be able to bring about by his own strength to God again at his side. 213. But then man is not divided into a nature and a supernatural nature that fight each other. His natural being is in itself dialectical, and that which in man contributes to his salvation equally enters into his nature as that which can ruin him. Kierkegaard's attempt to separate nature and demons, an attempt that obviously cannot work in the foreground of dominant spiritualism, refers to the project of a dialectic of nature. But this attempt is manifested more clearly in a metaphor that describes as a natural process the same process of becoming transparent that consciousness must impose on rebellious nature. My being was transparency, like the deep meditation of the sea, like the self-satisfied silence of the night, like the monologic calm of midday. 214. If Kierkegaard dares to make the spiritualist statement that every born individual is, simply by his birth and his membership in the species, a lost individual. 215, it is because he has admitted to it the possibility of salvation in natural dialectic with the question, raised in the mortal illness, of to what extent complete clarity about oneself, precisely about the fact that one is desperate, can be reconciled with the state of despair, that is, whether that clarity of knowledge and self. Knowledge does not have to tear a man out of despair and fill him with dread of himself, so that he ceases to be desperate. 216. But the clarity of the desperate, who as a spirit becomes demonically entangled in what is of mere nature in itself, is a clarity that the mythical dialectic produces in itself. In the prison of complete immanence, mythical and ambiguous nature is divided, because it does not persist inertly, but rather moves dialectically, and its movement captures nature in the depth from which it springs to lift it up and save it. The Kierkegaardian psychology of affects reflects this movement as the movement of melancholy. This belongs to the interior, to which it is linked by the mood, the constellation of concrete contents. Just as in the interior the historical image is presented as a mythical image, here pure nature, the melancholic temperament, is presented as something historical. And, therefore, as something dialectical and as a possibility of reconciliation. In Kierkegaard, the internal history of melancholy is, like the entire history of subjectivity, indifferent to the external history. I am referring to selfish or sympathetic melancholy. Too much has already been said about the carelessness of our time, it seems to me that we would have reason to talk about his melancholy, and I would like to believe that many problems could be clarified by doing so. Melancholy is the disease of our time, and it resonates even in its carefree laughter. She has taken away from us the courage to order and obey, the energy to act, faith, hope. 217. As a disease of the times, melancholy is not general and fortuitous, rather, it happens that interiority becomes melancholic in the determined conflict with historical realities that Kierkegaard's great metaphor so clearly outlines, but I do not renounce the strange ideas of my melancholy. Well, these humors, as perhaps a third party would call them, these bad dreams, as someone who fully participated in them would perhaps call them, lead me to the eternal certainty of infinity if I follow them boldly. That is why I value these ideas so much in my solitude, even though they already scare me. I owe them a teaching of the greatest importance, that I do not congratulate myself, like others, for having made incomparable discoveries in the religious field and for having graced humanity with my discoveries, but rather, for my humility, I do nothing other than rediscover, so to speak, the simplest things of all, and with them I am content and feel infinitely satisfied. Why is it that in the remote regions, where half a mile separates one cabin from another, there is more fear of God? What in the noisy cities? Why is it that the man of the sea has more fear of God than the sedentary citizen? Is it not because on the lonely plain, in the open sea, something is experienced, and that something is experienced in such a way that one must stand firm against it? When the night storm roars and when the hungry wolf howls disturbingly, when, after shipwreck, one has saved himself by lying on a board and on it he struggles to resist the rough sea, when you have to avoid cries for help because they cannot reach any human ear, then you learn to put your trust in something other than the night watchman and the gendarmes, the firefighters and the lifeboat. In the big city, men and houses are too close to each other. To have a primitive impression, it is necessary for some event to occur, or else to have another path as I have in my melancholy. 218. The two paths that Kierkegaard mentions intersect in his psychology of melancholy and form a crossroads, the place, according to ancient belief, most favorable to the spell. The intention of the metaphor is ontological, the primitive impression of what the original writing of human existence leaves in man's experience. In the reified world of large cities, whose inhabitants are themselves, as gendarmes and security guards, as officials of order, things and caricatures, the truth content of writing is historically lost because the objectivity of social forms is no longer allows for primitive printing. Only the prehistoric nature of the ship or the inhabitant of the cabin can, outside of reification, with the sea and the plain, put the original writing before man's eyes. But, in the reified world, mythical nature is rejected by its own history to the interiority of man. Interiority is the historical prison of the prehistoric human being. The prisoner's affection is melancholy. In melancholy the truth is represented, and the movement of melancholy is the movement that tries to save the lost meaning. A true dialectical movement. For if truth is represented in melancholy, for pure interiority it is represented only as appearance. In it, the truth is pure imagination, just like the pleasure of the melancholic. Pleasure does not properly reside in the pleasure, but in the representation that one has in it. 219. As imagination, melancholy is related to madness. In the story titled A Possibility, melancholy is converted, in the sense of enchantment, into madness. In the center of the story there is an interior conducive to the spell. This could be seen in the street, but whoever entered his room witnessed even stranger things. It is not unusual to have a totally different impression of a man when you see him in his home and when you see him on the street. In magicians, alchemists, and astrologers' figures linked to mythology this belongs, so to speak, to the concept, like the famous Dapsel of Zabelthau, who among men looked like any of them, but who in his observatory wore a tall, sharp hat, wrapped himself in a grey Calamaco cloak, had a long white beard and spoke with a changed voice, so his own daughter did not recognize him and took him for the servant. Ruprecht. 220. Such interiority is the madness of the bookkeeper who wants to magically conjure, through the memory of his past time, the possibility of his child living. But, with the spell, contingent reality and interiority are separated, the external pallor is like a goodbye to the interior, and thought and fantasy go after the fugitive to find him in his hiding place. 221. This pale light is that of appearance, which attracts the retired melancholic towards the mythical depths. Kierkegaard brings together the isolation of the interior, pure nature and appearance in the metaphor of the echo. When you are faced with nothingness, your soul is calm. You may experience a certain melancholy when you hear the echo of your passion that comes to you from nowhere. For us to receive an echo, there must be an empty space before us. 222. And the apparent character of melancholy is not expressed in his work only metaphorically. The theory itself refers to it in this statement. That is why it is also in the nature of melancholy that it is never completely true. 223. But, as an appearance, mythical melancholy is not rejectable, since it is itself dialectical. Providence is hidden in it. This endows an individuality with extraordinary forces for the relationship with reality. But, she says, so that it does not cause too much damage, one forces this melancholy, and thus I hide it from oneself like the truth in Kierkegaard, which is hidden from interiority itself. What he can, he will never know, but I use it. No reality should humiliate him, this will allow him to be in better conditions than other men, but he will feel annihilated like no other man. In this, and only in this, will he understand me, but he will then have the certainty that he is the one he has understood. 224. In this way, truth is given to the melancholic appearance through its own dialectic. In its appearance, melancholy is, dialectically, the image of another. Such is the precise foundation of the allegorical character of Kierkegaard's melancholy. Allegorically, he becomes the natural being in the face of melancholy, who without a dull mind can see a girl without feeling a certain melancholy, without her physical appearance reminding him in the most acute way of the expiration of earthly life. 225, asks Wilhelm, perhaps consciously evoking Matthias Claudius's allegory of death and the maiden. The image of the young maiden in the flower of youth alludes precisely to what is temporary. But melancholy itself is the historical spirit in its natural depth, and hence, in the corporeal images of it, it constitutes the central allegory. The person confined in interiority must have been guided by melancholy through the provisional stages. 226, like a figure of Hermes leading the dead with his staff. And the following passage speaks of the Saturnian origin of melancholy. What is my illness? The melancholy. Where is this disease based? In the imagination, and its food is possibility. 227. If, due to its line of fracture, Kierkegaard's philosophy reminds us of Descartes, the complete fracture between inside and outside, which only closes in the carnal depth of the affections, the allegorical intention shows a total practical affinity with the Baroque, which would also confirm the agreements between Kierkegaard and Pascal more exactly than that philosophical sentiment that hopes to be able to listen to the conversations between Augustine, the Catholic Jansenist, and the idealist. Protestant, solitary believers, through the centuries. Kierkegaard occasionally calls himself the Baroque thinker. 228, no doubt alluding to an expression of his contemporaries regarding him, without knowing to what extent his pragmatic motives actually correspond to those of the literary Baroque. With this he shares the secluded immanence. 229, as well as the conjuring, through allegory, of lost ontological contents. In his philosophical landscape there appear scattered, like marine debris on an island, remains, long dead figures, of Baroque drama, of whose archetypes only Shakespeare, if he is counted among the authors of the Baroque, must have been familiar to him. The constituents of Baroque drama, which Benjamin has explored in The Origin of German Baroque Drama from the idea of Trauerspiel, appear reunited in their entirety in the cavern of his philosophy. The tyrant emerges as a historical mythical character, whether he is called Nero 230, Periander 231 or Nebuchadnezzar 232, the latter introduced with a motif very distant from the allegorical of the melancholic, that of the animal figure, used by the German Baroque playwright Hunold 233. Kierkegaard identified himself with the dialectical opposite of the tyrant, the martyr, whose concept so completely dominates his mature theology that in the last polemic Martensen could rightly reproach him for simply identifying the witness of the truth with the martyr. Baroque intrigues are not only the story of seduction, but also the separation of Quidam and his beloved, before whom, like Hamlet, he plays the fool. In the expositions of the indirect method of the non-scientific apostille and the explanatory point of view of my work as a writer, the dialectic of melancholy leads to an entire casuistry and an entire apology for intrigue. As in the Baroque, melancholy and dissimulation are one and the same. The right proportion between melancholy and the art of dissimulation indicated that I depended on myself and the relationship with God. 234 The isolation of interiority without an object. It evokes here at the same time the Baroque helplessness of the creature in the immanence of this world. Kierkegaard's philosophy is even clothed with the fearsome insignia of the Baroque spirit, bombast and cruelty. The allegorical images accumulate, each one has its own thing, the happy smile, the mischievous look, the languid eye, the humble inclination of the head, the exuberant mood, the serene sadness, the deep melancholy, full of forebodings as the center of all the images, the nostalgia for the earthly, the inexplicable emotion. 235. And so he continues at length with many other new variations. Kierkegaard is of Baroque cruelty in the Diapsalmata of the magician Virgilius and the Bull of Phalaris and in the presentation of the schizophrenic Periandrio, but also in the character of the history of suffering, whose name not in vain evokes the passion. Here, melancholy is cruelly divided, as the spiritual body of the self, into its member effects. The only setting that Kierkegaard's philosophy admits outside the interior the walker's street shrinks in the mirror until it is unknown is the Baroque cemetery. Everything sleeps, only the dead now come out of their graves and come back to life. But I, who am not dead, cannot revive, and if I were dead, I could not revive either, since I have never lived. 236. Or, as in the opening scene of a Baroque drama, possibly an intentional copy of the Baroque style down to the details of its language, Leper's monologue. A cemetery, at daybreak. Simon Leprosus is seated on a tombstone, he is half asleep, he starts up and shouts, "Simon!" Yes. Simon. Yes, who is calling me? Where are you, Simon? Here, who are you talking to? With you, Simon. You scum! You pest! You disgusting being! Get away from me! Go where you should be, with the dead! Why am I the only one who can't talk to me like that? 237. All these features, barely appreciated in their continuity, surround the image of melancholy, that of the self-absorbed and that of those who escort them. The proof of literary dependence does not go very far. Kierkegaard knew nothing about Lohenstein or Greffius, and it is doubtful that he knew Calderon, otherwise, given the affinity of his intentions and his taste for culture himself Baroque he would undoubtedly have mentioned him. Furthermore, Kierkegaard endorsed the conventional argument against allegory. This is demonstrated by a critical excursus on the text of the Magic Flute. The replies that we owe to Schackanader or his adapters are so crazy and stupid that it is difficult to believe that Mozart could do what he did with them. That Papageno says of himself, "I am a natural man," thereby instantly denying himself, can serve as an example of instar omnium. 238. But Papageno, whom Kierkegaard calls mythical, like the page, is an allegorical figure of the concept of uncorrupted nature in the sense of the Enlightenment, and the criticized phrase is not so much an unfortunate expression of an individual soul as the explanatory legend under the image of the bird-keeper adorned with feathers, preserved to the present as a rudiment in the Entralied of operettas. Kierkegaard never reflected theoretically on the depth of allegory. So much the greater is the power to suppose in a work that, from the most hidden impulses, shows everywhere the very intention that, in accordance with the categories of the idealist aesthetics that, according to the manifest doctrine, it represents, should condemn. This power has to reside at the center of Kierkegaardian philosophy. If this generates, without a plan and without a more in-depth knowledge of the relevant literature, not only allegorical forms of meaning, but even allegorical content, descending to the concreteness of the names of the characters, this could demonstrate that the true relationships between the historically appearing philosophies are never founded by thought structures and categories, but always by pragmatic elements that archetypically serve as a foundation for conceptual expressions and emerge as soon as the objective constellation of thought attracts them, whether or not they are in the philosophical intention. Kierkegaard's Baroque is anachronistic considered in its historical genesis, but historical under the law of mythical interiority, whose labyrinth the individual travels and which adheres inseparably to his natural historical images. Interiority conjures up the appearance of truth through melancholy, until it itself becomes transparent as an appearance annulled and saved at the same time. She conjures images, and they appear prepared for her like enigmatic figures of history. For some reason they all belong to the region of a past aesthetic imagery. But all the disparate determinations that Kierkegaard thinks under the term aesthetic converge in this topography as the locus of their unity. My sadness is my castle, erected like an eagle's nest on the summit of a mountain, it reaches to the clouds. Nobody can assault him. From this residence I descend in flight to reality and collect my prey. But I don't stay down, I return with her to my castle. What I capture are images, which I transfer to a tapestry with which I cover the walls of my chamber. I live like a deceased. I subject each experience of mine to the baptism of oblivion and consecrate it to the eternity of memory. Everything finite and accidental is abandoned and forgotten. And there I am sitting, immersed in my thoughts, graying, explaining in a quiet, almost whispering voice, image after image, and next to me sits a child who listens to my words, although he has long known everything I am going to tell. 239. If this definition of the aesthetic, itself made of images and yet the most precise that Kierkegaard has offered, wants to derive the mythical image content of his philosophy from an aesthetic vision of the world, it would be better to look for the origin of what he calls aesthetic in the mythical foundation. It is true that interiority conjures images, but these are not identified with it, and nothing reveals the mythical essence of his absolute spirituality more completely than the image character of his prey. What Kierkegaard critically recognized in modern reinterpretations of the idea of the tragic is valid for his own concept of aesthetic interiority. Therefore, when our era tries to transubstantiate in tragedy everything loaded with destiny in individuality and subjectivity, it has surely misunderstanding the essence of the tragic. 240. In no other way does the Kierkegaardian doctrine of the subjective aesthetic attitude misunderstand its mythical content. From Kierkegaard's own point of view, tragedy is, as an aesthetic category, determined by fate, and is the opposite of all subjective dynamics. But exactly the same thing also happens with the objects that his concept of the aesthetic includes. That is why Kierkegaard defines aesthetic behavior as that of the spectator, all the more so since it implies his ethical vision of the aesthetic. And now your own life, does it have its teleology in itself? At this point I don't want to ask if anyone has the right to just be a spectator. Suppose the meaning of your life was to observe the world around you, then you would have your teleology outside of yourself. Only when each singular human being is for you both a moment and the whole, only then do you consider him in the beauty of him, but if you consider it ethically, you consider it in the freedom of it. 241. For the truth is found before the objectless interiority of the spectator as a strange and enigmatic drama, although the spectator tries to ascertain it through introspection. The fracture that separates truth from interiority, to which truth appears only as appearance, also marks the very figure of truth. Hence the fragile equivocation of the term aesthetic in Kierkegaard, hence the discontinuity of the aesthetic itself, which he perceives from the ethical perspective, for about this you could not give any reason, since you yourself are immersed in the aesthetic. the essence of the aesthetic can only be explained by someone who is above the aesthetic, that is, who lives ethically. He who lives aesthetically cannot give any satisfactory explanation of his own life, since he lives permanently in the moment, that is, he only has a relative, limited awareness of himself. The aesthetician does not have his spirit as a property, he lacks transparency. You always live in the moment, your life is broken down into particular unconnected experiences, and it is impossible for you to explain it. 242. But with the historical fracture between inside and outside, with the disintegration of totality, the mythical essence of aesthetic images is expressed at the same time as discontinuity. Its dominion is equivocal, and it knows as little about the clear differentiation of the individual as it does about the connection of the whole. He is at the mercy of nature, lacks fidelity, and attracts to himself everyone he meets. Aesthetics is the most unfaithful of all sciences. Everyone who has truly loved her ends up feeling miserable in some sense, but he who has not loved her is and will be a Picus. 243. Such is also the strange danger that the poet represents in the moment. The poet is, considered from the spiritual point of view, the most dangerous of all, since man loves the poet above all. And man loves the poet above all because he is the most dangerous of all. For it often happens with an illness that what the patient desires most ardently, what he loves most, is what harms him most. But, considered from the spiritual point of view, man is, in his natural state, a sick person. He lives immersed in error, in self-deception, and that is why what he wants most is to be deceived, not only to remain in error, but also to feel good deceiving himself. 244. The poet as a purely natural man, thus he recognizes the absolute spirituality of his mythical origin. The paradox is very evident in Kierkegaard's outline of the aesthetic. The aesthetic is, certainly, the sphere of pure immediacy, but it must be dialectical in itself and lead to that decision that is denied to the merely aesthetic life. The aesthetic in man is that by which he is immediately what he is, the ethical in him is that by which he becomes what he becomes. Anyone who has the aesthetic seriousness that you so often talk about, and some life experience, easily sees that you cannot be everything at once. He has to make a choice, and what determines his choice is a more or a less, that is, a relative difference. 245. The dialectic that emerges here was occasionally claimed by Kierkegaard as the outline of his entire activity as a writer. This movement from the poet to religious existence is at bottom the movement of all my activity as a writer taken in its entirety. Compare in the Labors of Love the use made there again of the word poet. It is the terminus quo of Christian religious existence. The movement described in a series of works as a movement from the philosophical, the systematic, towards the simple, that is, towards the existential, is essentially the same as the poet's movement towards religious existence, only understood in another relation. 246. As a dialectical stage, the concept of the aesthetic is thus placed in determined opposition to existence. Aesthetics for Kierkegaard are objective images and subjective forms of behavior, the mythical character of whose appearance is revealed in his own philosophical project. But the perception of the mythical origin does not concern in his philosophy the form of objective interiority itself. For this reason, the anathema against the aesthetic fully affects the ruins of the immediate external world, which, being contingent, is separated from interiority, and also to the ruins of a trans-subjective sense that Kierkegaard rejects as a romantic deception of metaphysics, but not to the movements of interiority in its appearance, which in the history of suffering are invariably claimed as movements towards a positive religiosity. This reveals the central antinomy of his concept of the aesthetic. Where his philosophy, self-aware of its mythical appearance, establishes aesthetic determinations, is where it is closest to reality, to that of its own state of objectless interiority and that of the foreign things that confront it. Nowhere else has Kierkegaard seen social reality with its sharper contours than in an aesthetic diapason that he measures not by the objects it denotes, but by the attitude, and that is why he classifies, rejecting it, among the fragments of appearance, in that it does not come from an indecisive consciousness, but rather maintains the appearance of the state itself. What, ultimately, is the meaning of this life? Men are divided into two large classes, those who have to work to live and those who do not need to work. But the meaning of life cannot lie in having to work to live. That would be a contradiction, since it means that the production of conditions is the answer to the question about the meaning of what is conditioned. The lives of others have no other meaning than this, to consume the conditions. If it is said that the meaning of life lies in death, this again appears as a contradiction. 247. But when, in the name of existence, his philosophy understands the state of objectless interiority and the mythical spell as substantial reality, it succumbs to the appearance that it denies in the depth into which it has plunged. This appearance that, in the distance of images, shines for thought as a star of reconciliation, in the abyss of interiority it burns like a fire that consumes everything. Here you would have to look for it and name it, if your hope in knowledge is not to be lost there. For the concept of existence. Of all Kierkegaard's concepts, that of existence is the most topical today. If his conflict with official Christianity is not of palpitating relevance in a situation of conscience for which the institution of the regional church and the life of the individual have long since left the dialectic in which Kierkegaard still found them linked, albeit as enemy powers, if the abstract transcendence of the idea of God, which dialectical theology takes from fear and trembling and the philosophical crumbs, appears too tied to positive dogmatics, at the same time as too empty of binding contents to be of lasting interest to the time outside of the controversy internal to Protestantism, where Kierkegaard's question for truth is most imperative is where, without dogmatic thesis and without speculative antithesis, he addresses existence, which defines the scope of his philosophical experience, individual human existence. Today the ontological question in Kierkegaard is interpreted primarily as a question about the meaning of existence. 248. Without a doubt, the question of meaning is equivocal from the beginning. In Kierkegaard, existence does not want to be understood as a mode of being, even if it is a mode open to itself. In Kierkegaard there is nothing like a fundamental ontology that must be sought in the existential analysis of Dasein. 249. Asking about the meaning of existence is not asking about what it means to exist. It deals rather with this other question, what gives meaning to existence, which is in itself empty of meaning. The object of his philosophy is not the being of the entity, but the ideas as they arise in the movement of existence without remaining in it. Existence itself is not made explicit through meaning, it is separated from what is meaningless, from contingency. This is precisely formulated not only by the Aesthetic, but, what compromises Kierkegaard more, by the anonymous friend of repetition, you put your finger in the ground to feel what ground you are on. I put my finger in existence and I don't feel anything. Where I am. What does it mean, the world? What does this word mean? Who has released me into the hole and makes me remain there? Who I am. How did I come into the world? Why was I not asked? Why was I not made aware of its uses and customs, but rather incorporated into it as if I had been acquired by a merchant of souls? How did I become interested in this great company called reality? Why should I be interested in her? Isn't this a free thing? And if I am forced to be interested, where is the director so that he can make an observation? Is there no director? To whom should I then turn with my complaint? 250. Kierkegaard himself used the term ontology only controversially, as equivalent to metaphysics. 251. If applied to the truth, whose figure his philosophy wants to define, existence could not, according to his intention, be called ontological. The ontically distinctive thing about existence lies in the fact that it is ontological. 252. Heidegger's phrase is incompatible with Kierkegaard's intention. Without a doubt, ontology is also chained in him to the existence of the creature, from which it cannot be separated, otherwise it must vanish in the uncertainty of speculation. All essential knowledge concerns existence, or only the knowledge that is essentially related to existence is essential knowledge. Knowledge that is not directed inward, that does not concern existence in the reflection of interiority, is, essentially considered, accidental knowledge, its degree and breadth being essentially indifferent. 253. But if ontology is sought in the domain of existence, existence cannot be the answer to an ontological question, and meaning is much more than the structure of the possibility of existence. This is what is meant by the following distinction: only at times can the singular individual be found existing in a unity of infinity and finitude that transcends existence. 254. In this way, the meaning is considered, more than as the intention of an ontological question of interpretation, as an infinity foreign to all questioning and transcendent to existence. But he is conjured from existence, transcendence sought in immanence, and the movement of individual human consciousness offers as a deepening the scheme of the spell. The Kierkegaardian concept of existence does not coincide with mere existence, but with an existence that in its own movement takes over a transcendent meaning that would be qualitatively different from existence. Thus, the question of existence is not a question about existence pure and simple, but about historical existence. For the paradox of a meaning that the subject does not place in the identity of himself as a unity of finitude and infinity, but which, however, can only reside in the reflection of interiority, this paradox is nothing other than Kierkegaard's law of objectless interiority, which has its historical place. Kierkegaard's perpetual polemic against Hegel and speculative metaphysics does not attempt, like current existential philosophy, to remove any transcendent meaning from the interpretation of existence, since Kierkegaard is more certain of such a meaning than Hegel ever was. Kierkegaard rather wants to preserve an immanent consciousness as a setting for the transcendent meaning in its appearance, while in Hegel the meaning must be immanent to the transcendent being. The real is rational. This makes possible the illusion that Kierkegaard's question is, in his restriction to subjective existence, existential ontological, while his dialectic of deepening brings together existence and ontology to ultimately separate them. The question of ontological interpretation is here proscribed by objective. The path of objective reflection makes the subject something contingent, and existence something indifferent, which can disappear. The path of objective truth departs from the subject, and as the subject and subjectivity become indifferent, the truth also becomes indifferent, and this is precisely what its objective validity consists of, since interest is, like decision, a thing of subjectivity. The path of objective reflection leads to abstract thought, to mathematics, to historical knowledge of all kinds, and constantly moves away from the subject, whose being or non-being is, with perfect objective logic, infinitely indifferent, with perfect logic because being and non-being only have, as Hamlet says, a subjective meaning. At its extreme, this path will lead to a contradiction, and if the subject does not end up being completely indifferent to himself, it will be a sign that his objective endeavor is not objective enough. In its extreme, this path will lead to the contradiction that only objectivity has occurred, while subjectivity has vanished, that is, the existing subjectivity that has made the attempt to be what in an abstract sense is called subjectivity, of being the abstract form of abstract objectivity. And yet, taken to its extreme, the objectivity produced is, subjectively considered, either a hypothesis or an approximation, because every eternal decision lies precisely in subjectivity. 255. This criticism does not only reach the scientific understanding of the objective world, but also any objectifying interpretation of subjectivity, and, therefore, a priori the possibility of an existential analysis of existence. Fichte's yo-yo and Hegel's subject-object are for Kierkegaard objectifications under the sign of identity, and are denied precisely to the extent that they represent the pure being of existence against the existing singular individual. Thus we immediately enter, with the help of speculation, into the fantastic yo-yo that the most recent speculation has used, but without explaining what relationship it has with the individual, since in truth no man is anything more than a singular individual. If the existent could really be outside of itself, the truth would be something finished for it, but where is that point? The yo-yo is a mathematical point that does not exist at all, If each one could place himself at that point, no one would have another in front of him. 256. Likewise against Hegel, or perhaps the existing spirit itself is the subject-object. In which case I would ask myself, where is that existing man who is at the same time subject-object? By representing the existent to existence in such a way, ontology is all the more excluded from existence, the more the question is concentrated on the existent, on the existing individual man. Individual human existence is for Kierkegaard the scene of ontology because it itself is not ontological. That is why for him the existence of the person is a becoming that defies all objectification, and that is why absolute spirituality is, on the side of the philosophical constitution of interiority, dynamic dialectical. Spirituality is not the being whose meaning must be ontologically scrutinized, but a function that contains meaning within itself. As such it is designated, not by chance, with a word that recalls the natural demon, passion. Through passion, the existing person participates in the truth without being ontologized, but also without the truth, objectified, being removed from it. The passion of infinity is what is decisive, not its content, since its content is itself. The subjective how and subjectivity are thus the truth. 258 That is, and such is Kierkegaard's opinion, to the extent that it is not truth, but becomes the infinite negation of itself. Under the category of negativity, of uncertainty, truth is separated from any ontological project of the person, to which only ontology belongs. Objective uncertainty, maintained in the appropriation of the most passionate interiority, is the truth, the highest truth there is for an existing. 259. Kierkegaard's idea of truth is differentiated from a merely subjectivist idea of truth by the postulate of infinity, with which the finite self is incommensurable, but it is distinguished from all kinds of objectivity by its rejection of all positive transsubjective criteria. When one asks objectively about the truth, one objectively reflects on the truth as an object with which the knowing subject relates. The reflection is not on the relationship, but on whether the truth, the true, is what the knower relates to. If the truth, the true, is only that with which it is related, the subject is in the truth. When one subjectively asks about the truth, one subjectively reflects on the truth of the individual. If only the how of this relationship is in the truth, the individual is in the truth, even if in this way he relates to the non-truth. 260. Now, between the immanence and transcendence of truth there is no mediation, since the subjective and objective participations of truth are hypostatized. And its preaching would already involve, like all preaching of content, objectifying the idea of truth, and that is why Kierkegaard does not admit it. The transcendence of truth is produced rather by the denial of immanent subjectivity, by infinite contradiction. Subjectivity and truth come together in the paradox. The culminating point of the interiority of an existing subject is passion. The truth corresponds to this as a paradox. 261. Thus, Kierkegaard's idea of paradox has its philosophical genesis, beyond any theological paradox of the symbol, in the relationship between objectless interiority and ontology. Paradox stands in Kierkegaard as the strongest power of the spell, in a power that renounces aesthetic appearance, in a power, therefore, without images. On it, and not on the ontological meaning of existence in the Kierkegaardian project, he decides the critique of his concept of existence. The movement of existence is for Kierkegaard a movement that must remove objectless interiority from its mythical entanglement and lead it to freedom and the presence of truth itself. That, in the paradox, this truth annuls appearance, Kierkegaard does not expressly state. For him, appearance is linked not to the mythical content, but to the subjective form of behavior, and that is why it cannot constitute the idea contrary to the of existence. But the conception of paradoxical truth as truth without images finds a place in its terminology. For him, truth is transparency, and the deep gaze that pierces the transparent without encountering resistance appears diametrically opposed to that which rests on mythical images, in which it is satisfied, but in which it also finds an impassable limit. Guardini has recognized the central position of the category of transparency in the Kierkegaardian doctrine of existence, transparent to itself. For Kierkegaard, the word has an ultimate meaning. It means manifest authenticity, without deception and free from all darkness. 262. Without a doubt Guardini interprets Kierkegaard's transparency as a Catholic. For him, nature has been redeemed by the sacrifice of Christ, while for the Protestant Kierkegaard needs salvation at all times, as sinful and ambiguous as it is. Guardini understands it as simplicity in the Christian sense, where Kierkegaard looks back on his creation. In the explanatory point of view of my work as a writer, he refers to simplicity as the ultimate value of perfection. Christian, remember the words of Christ, if you do not become like children, you will not enter the kingdom of heaven. Matt 18:3. Simplicity and transparency require each other. 263. In this way, the dialectical character that Kierkegaard preserves in the idea of transparency is lost. Simplicity, the concrete state of transparency, is not the same for him as an ethical life, simple and fair. As the goal of an infinite and negative movement, it is something virtual. It is the ultimate value of Christian perfection, not so much in life as in perfect contradiction with it, in sacrifice. To understand this, it is not enough to assume that Kierkegaard was perhaps the most complicated man of all those who have written on religious matters. 264. For the dialectical conception of transparency cannot be adequately understood from psychology, but rather from the form of the Kierkegaardian idea of truth. It is true that transparency is conceived ontologically. Here I could also have called the good transparency. 265. But transparency is, according to the concept of knowledge, not so much an ontological state achieved as something dynamic in itself. The ethical individual knows himself, but this knowledge is not merely a contemplation. The individual would then only be understood according to its need, but a reflection of the individual on himself, and this is an action. That is why I have also intentionally spoken not of knowing oneself, but of choosing oneself. 266. But, thus, transparency is no longer a paradoxical truth, but rather an ambiguous truth. The truth without appearance, into which the movement of individual human consciousness must enter by paradoxically denying itself, is itself dragged into the movement without the possibility of differentiation. The ontological good is the ontic existence in the act of choosing, and ontology, previously torn from subjective immanence by virtue of infinity, threatens to sink back into it as soon as the very idea of truth as transparency is subjected to dialectic. This ambiguity of the Kierkegaardian idea of truth must be expressly separated from the paradox. The truth appears paradoxically in the subjective dialectic, and not only subjective, that is extinguished in it. The truth becomes ambiguous as the quintessence of the dialectical movement without measure of this dialectic. It is logical to assume something that has been held quite often, and that is that Kierkegaard's dialectic reaches its peak when the spirit must emerge, pure and undisguised, from the dialectic to then experience its overcoming as simplicity. This may be so in Kierkegaard's Christology, for the doctrine of truth and the dialectic, associated with it, this scheme is of no use. For truth as fear, transformed, does not absorb in it the ascending sap of dialectic. It is finally granted to the aimless growth of the tree. For Kierkegaard, ontological sense is not a sense in which existence can, interpreting itself, recognize its own being. It must conjure that sense, and conjures it without images to take hold of it in a pure and inapparent spirituality, and the conjured meaning appears ambiguous and is confused with pure existence itself. This refers the criticism of the Kierkegaardian idea of truth to the structure of the Kierkegaardian concept of existence as the foundation of ambiguity. To understand it, it would not hurt to remember Kant's solution, which prepares the ground for both the systems of Fichte and Hegel and the Kierkegaardian doctrine of existence. Critique of pure reason means critique of rational ontology, historically of Wolffian ontology. This is subjected to its most difficult test, which is that of the contingency of the material of intuition, which cannot be deduced from the categories. If it cannot be saved as the content of the experience, it can be saved as its form. It restricts itself to synthetic a priori judgments, when it is not relegated to the safe and impotent transcendence of the postulates. In the system of principles, the jump between the interior and the contingent exterior is still dominated, subjectively produced by the synthetic unity of apperception. They belong to the immanence of consciousness, as constitutive conditions of all objective knowledge. They have the character of objectivity. Ontology is maintained in its double sense, protected from contingency by the systematic force of the spontaneous center and protected from speculative illusion by validity in experience. The price that must be paid for this is abstraction. Principles are only necessary as universal. Idealist systems attempted to recover the lost contents of ontology by eliminating the contingency of the material, itself derived from the synthetic unity of apperception and which can be developed as content from subjective forms, deduced from ontology. And, thanks to this development, placed as identical with subjectivity. Here we have the outline of Kierkegaard's position in the history of philosophy. The Kantian ontology immanent to the subject is for Kierkegaard, just as for Hegel, impotent due to its abstract character. But at the same time, Kierkegaard recognizes that material ontology, at least that of the latter parts of Hegel's exposition of the system or the Hegelian construction of the existing world as a meaningful construction, is an illusion, that the identity of the real and the rational makes ontology evaporate by extending it to the totality of existence and thus renouncing all conclusive criteria both for supralted existence and for a meaning whose being everywhere threatens to become a non-being in none. Kierkegaard's project is the exact antithesis of both the Kantian thesis and the Hegelian synthesis. Against Kant the plan of a concrete ontology is drawn, against Hegel that of an ontology that does not succumb to mere being by absorbing it into itself. That is why Kierkegaard reviews the process of post-Kantian idealism. He abandons the claim of identity. But what is left is not the Kantian landscape of a transcendental subject whose forms of intuition and ordering concepts objectify the multiplicity of sensible data in an experience. With Hegelian identity he sacrifices Kantian transcendental objectivity. If in Kant consciousness in general insists, beyond the fracture, on being the guarantor of ontology, Kierkegaard renounces the scientific validity of results and opposes the particular consciousness of the individual man to the contingency of external experience. As concrete consciousness, this becomes for him the bearer of a material meaning that the philosophy of identity could not realize in the contingent sensible material, while the abstract Kantian I think was not enough to confirm dominated existence as an existence endowed with meaning. Hegel remained turned inward. What for him was the history of the world, is for Kierkegaard the particular man. But the Kantian tribute to contingency is not spared by Kierkegaard. For contingent are, like all sensible data, the existence and being so of the person, which cannot be understood from any sense. So that the meaning is not lost in its contingency, the concrete and singular man is subjected to a procedure that certainly preserves a concrete meaning as an idea in the Kantian sense, but which makes him abstract and empties him of the determinations ontological ones that are sought in it, whether these determinations, like the words sense, freedom, or idea, do not abandon the abstract character of the Kantian category, or whether, being concrete, they are, precisely as determinations of a pure facticity, reached by the same contingency from which the restriction on interiority must protect them. This shows with complete accuracy the ambiguity of the ontological meaning in Kierkegaard. The foundation of it is the abstract self, whose abstract character constitutes the opposite pole to the abstraction of the universal. It is the abstraction of the particular. She opposes transparency, despite this being the goal of the Kierkegaardian project. Without images, certainly, but what is closest to him is as impenetrable as images in the extreme distance. Kierkegaard testifies to this in a passage from the concept of anxiety that, although he exemplifies it in an egoist, no obvious criterion can separate him from his positive representation of existence, for the selfish is precisely the individual, and what this means only the individual as an individual can know it, since, Considered under the general categories, it can mean everything, but in such a way that this everything means absolutely nothing. But ego precisely means the contradiction of the universal being posited as the individual. Only when the concept of the individual is given can we speak of the egoist, but even though millions of such egos have lived, no science can say except in a very general way what such an ego is. 267 The ego, refuge of all concretion, is so contracted in its singularity that nothing can be predicated of it. It becomes the maximum abstraction. To say that only the individual knows what the individual is nothing more than a paraphrase of the fact that nothing at all can be known about the individual. Thus, the maximally determined self is the maximally indeterminate self. The indeterminacy of the pure substrate of all categorical determinations does not escape the new logic. In Husserl's analysis of the noematic sense in the ideas for a pure phenomenology there is a description that fits perfectly with the situation of Kierkegaard's ego. It is distinguished as a central noematic moment, the object, the objective unit, the identical, the determinable subject of its possible predicates, the pure X in the abstraction of all predicates. 268. As in all of Husserl's synonymous expressions, in Kierkegaard's ego, the logical center, the object of all possible predications, the properly concrete, also becomes something indeterminate, interminable, abstract. Its abstract character is a reflection of that of the supreme universalities to which it is subordinate, the idea, the decision, the spirit. But that this abstract character truly does not correspond only to the egoistic, ipsic self, but also to the existential self, can be inferred from the interpretation of a digression from the non-scientific conclusive apostille. What does it mean in general? Explain something. Show that something that seems obscure to us is not that thing, but that other? That would be a strange explanation. I believe that this explanation would clarify that what is in question is such a certain thing, so that the explanation does not remove what is in question, but rather the darkness. Otherwise, the explanation is something other than an explanation, it is a rectification. 269. The kind of explanation that Kierkegaard demands would only be possible through the image and the name, and would be precisely excluded from the demand for transparency. Furthermore, it would be generally prohibited by Kierkegaard's theory of language, which is nominalist and subjectivist, and bases his doctrine of communication. Another thing is the resignation inherent to knowledge, which is bewildered by an object that appears blind, opaque, hermetic. The object opposes all transparency. This is shown in the relationship of the category of transparency with that of paradox. The explanation of the paradox clarifies what the paradox is and eliminates the darkness from it. 270. If transparency as a name for ontology is here the highest concept of paradox, the darkness of which must be eliminated, how can it be done, if the paradox itself is to remain obscure, indeterminate and abstract? For all clarification has its limit in the situation of conditioned existence. A true clarification will never dissolve existence, in the Gnostic way, into a system of meanings. But clarification cannot consist of the simple confirmation of darkness either. If knowledge is not capable of decomposing its matter, it can construct it into figures of the existing in which this matter, however obscure and poor in meaning it may be in itself, functionally contributes to clarification. The empty and blind destruction of the concept as its greatest service, while it only demonstrates the inadequacy of its own categories to its philosophical historical objects. Kierkegaard could have been mistaken about this due to his opposition to Kant. He believed he had made the abstract character disappear as he had made Kant's transcendental subject disappear, without noticing that this abstract character returns in the limitation of concretion to the pure this there. When he saw a danger, he defended himself by establishing a separation between the concrete and knowledge. Certainty and interiority are, in effect, subjectivity, only this should not be conceived only in an abstract way. It is, in general, the misfortune of modern learning that everything has become so terribly grandiose. Abstract subjectivity is uncertain and lacking in interiority to exactly the same degree as abstract objectivity. But if concrete subjectivity were reserved exclusively for praxis, praxis itself would be left without orientation, and knowledge would have abdicated. That is why Kierkegaard has to strive incessantly to theoretically conceive concrete subjectivity, that is, the person as a bearer of meaning. But this conception necessarily remains a tautology. The most concrete content that consciousness can have is the consciousness of itself, of the individual himself naturally, not the pure consciousness of the self, but self-consciousness, which is so concrete, that no writer, not even the one with the richest lexicon nor the one who has possessed the maximum force of plastic expression, has ever managed to describe a single such consciousness, while each individual man has one. This self-awareness is not contemplation. Whoever believes this has not understood himself, and should realize that he is at the same time in the process of becoming, and cannot be, therefore, a conclusive object of contemplation. This self-awareness is, an Act 272. Only the Fichtean turn to action as a unity of theory and praxis leads away from tautology. If Kierkegaard had insisted on such unity, he would have been referred to the philosophy of identity. The doctrine of existence is thus found everywhere with aporias. Now it is its center, the self, abstract and only tautologically definable. Now it is at the heart of a praxis that must only receive its rule from it. Now it leads the conception of the self to vague positions of identity. Despite all the constructions, the abstract character of the self is evident above all where its content must be interpreted. In psychology, I can lose my fortune or my honor before others, and also the strength of my spirit, without my soul suffering any harm, and I can also gain all that and yet suffer harm. What is this soul of mine, which remains intact despite these losses and can instead suffer damage with those gains? To the desperate, this apparently inessential abstract is revealed to him as something 273. We speak here of an inessential abstract, but the something, its corrective, is equally abstract. If, using a dubious method, one wanted to search for the founding context of the Kierkegaardian concept of existence in praxis, that is, in moral theses, such context would not be sufficiently specified. The organon of moral action is for Kierkegaard the seriousness of deciding. In it the anthropological schemes of the self and existence must find their content. But, since seriousness cannot extract its determinations from the objective world, it is defined from the same interiority to which it must confer meaning, and, therefore, again through a tautology, but the very thing that seriousness must become, with the same seriousness, can only be seriousness itself. 274. Just as seriousness is tautological, the subject is its own object. The expression the things in life that make one become serious must be understood, naturally, in the strict sense of those things from which the individual dates. Its seriousness, in the deepest sense, because once someone has become truly serious about what is the object of seriousness, it is very possible to treat different things seriously. The question is only whether he became serious for the first time before the object of seriousness. Every man has this object, since it is himself. 275. Finally, the self as existence, the theoretical anthropological category and seriousness the practical category are directly identified. Interiority, certainty, is seriousness. 276. This is opposed by the consideration that this has a somewhat mean aspect. 277. But this consideration is immediately changed into a self-satisfied irony that transcendental idealism seeks to dispatch. Only if he had said that seriousness is subjectivity, pure subjectivity, transcendental subjectivity, would he have said something that would certainly have made him serious. More than one. But I can define seriousness even differently. As soon as interiority is missing, the spirit is perishable. Seriousness is, therefore, eternity or the determination of the eternal in a human being. 278. Thus the abstraction of the great, that of the universal concepts eternity, spirit, and infinity, alternately takes sides with the abstraction of the smallest, that of the self, when meanness becomes manifest. This is shown in a drastic way in the central definition of the self offered by the non-scientific apostille, the negativity that resides in existence, or, rather, the negativity of the existing subject, negativity that its thought must essentially reproduce. Adequate, is founded on the synthesis of the subject, on what is an infinite existing spirit. Infinity and the eternal are the only certain things, but, being a subject, they are in existence, and the first expression of this is the deception of the subject and this enormous contradiction, that the eternal becomes, that the eternal is born. 279. These concepts surround the ethical substrate without opening it. As itself, this substratum remains without determination, as a point of intersection of conceptual lines, it is not conceived as such itself. This is the only way in which the ethical can appear, in its positive sense, it remains hidden in the depths of the soul. 280, that is to say, it is not transparent at all. The hostility to images that characterizes the spirit separated from nature manifests itself as abstraction in the concept of the self, and is the basis of the impotence of the spell and the ambiguity of what is conjured. But at the same time it is expression. The abstract character, which is the non-transparent, shows the pure nature that Kierkegaard's spiritualism invariably becomes. In the Kierkegaardian doctrine of existence, the pure this there is, like the great universal concepts, something abstract. In it the very content of the concept of existence is expressed. It can be said that the abstract character is the hallmark of mythical thought. The equivocation of the sinful natural context, in which everything communicates with everything and everything is inseparable from everything, does not know any true concretion. Here the names of created things are confused, and in their place blind matter or the empty sign remains. The widespread custom of attributing maximum concreteness to mythical archaic thought by virtue of its conceptually unmediated intuition of this there is an error. The languageless intuition of the primitive cannot keep any of its objects within stable limits, but if this intuition has its own term for each individual thing, it freezes under its gaze in a fetish that is even more enclosed in its existence. But universal concepts, obtained from objects intuited as units of their own characters, have the same meaning as those objects, since to be filled with real content they depend at all times on intuition without language. The concrete, here already lost and there still hidden, is not a safe mediator between one another. It is the spark that, in the name, jumps from the most extreme universal concept to the matter of this there. In Kierkegaard, material statements about existence that contain something more than the proclamation of the pure being there of the self or the attempt to locate it through combined universal concepts, appear very rarely and in a very abbreviated form. Kierkegaard would have tried like Johannes de Silentio and Frater Taciturnus to justify the silence by pointing out the occultity of the existential foundation itself and the insufficiency of ratio to provide a system of existence. Only in the few initial pages of The Mortal Disease is the concept of existence elucidated positively, and without auxiliary apparatus, and a comment and nuance on it is offered only by two passages from the Exercise of Christianity that, without referring to the mortal disease, unequivocally link with its terminology. From these fragments must begin a critique of the content that does not want to be content with a banal understanding of the thought of existence, starting from the opposition to systematic thought as thought relative to being without attending to the specific idea of being to which, beyond all simple relativity of existence, points out the Kierkegaardian concept of existence. The mortal illness begins with the thesis of spiritualism, the determination of existence as a spirit. Guardini has clearly pointed out the danger that this entails. Kierkegaard takes the demand unilaterally to one of the poles. Well, this has to be difficult, so difficult that it becomes catastrophic in the sense, which becomes a functionally significant impossibility. He says that the spirit is identical to the self, a thesis whose destructive consequences cannot be explained here. 281. Creation is, in the self, reduced to spirit to redeem the self from the fall into guilty nature. But since man as a creature, the man that Kierkegaard precisely opposes as existent to speculative idealism, does not totally identify with the spirit, nature dominates him where he believes that supernaturality is most firmly assured, in the self. Itself as something absolutely spiritual. Man is spirit. But what is the spirit? The spirit is the self. 282. Such is Kierkegaard's axiom. But is it the spirit itself? And the spirit, made one with the creaturely being, is not then converted into a mythical determination? Which Kierkegaard tries to escape by using his dominant idea of dialectic, the dialectic between nature and spirit, mythical content and consciousness as qualitatively different, essentially contrary powers. 283. Dialectic that finds its fundamental formulation, linked to the determination of the self as spirit, in the mortal illness. But what is the self? The self is a relationship that relates to itself. 284. By Kierkegaard functionally interpreting the self not as a static existent, but as spirit, the self must transcend the natural order to which its substratum necessarily belongs in non-transparency. The commentary on the exercise makes evident the functional character of the doctrine of relationship, and what does it mean to be a self? To be a self is to be a reduplication. Therefore, in this relationship drawing towards oneself really means two things. The magnet attracts the iron towards it, but the iron is not a self, and that is why attracting towards itself is something simple in this relationship. But a self is a reduplication, it is freedom, and that is why in this relationship drawing towards oneself really means making a choice. When iron is attracted, there is no choice, nor can we speak of a choice. But a self cannot truly be attracted to itself by anything other than a choice, so that drawing to itself is truly something composite. This conception of the self as a relationship reveals the mythical character of that self. Relating the relationship to itself does not have any specific meaning, unless that X is assumed to be the substrate of the relationship. However, the definitions of the mortal disease want, in contrast to those of the non-scientific apostille, to eliminate the non-transparent substrate by introducing pure functions. Now, the concept of relationship does not say anything other than the relationship of the parts to each other, not that this relationship is related to the whole. Therefore, relating the relationship to itself cannot suddenly be conceived reflexively without substrate. But if the relation of the relation to itself is neither a relation to a substrate nor a reflection of the relation on itself, which would already be an objectification, Kierkegaard's reflexive way of speaking cannot refer to anything other than a structure of the relation. The same on which it is possible to subsequently exercise reflection. So we have to ask, how is a relationship different from a relationship that relates to itself? Only this answer is possible. The latter produces from itself as a unity the moments that relate to each other, just as life is for the young Hegel the unity of that which is disunited, while the simple relationship relates divergent moments to each other. Relating to oneself is a metaphorical designation for the original, productive unity, which at the same time puts and unites opposites. In this way, in the microcosm of the Kierkegaardian self is hidden not only the Kantian transcendental synthesis, but also the macro-cosm of Hegel's productive and infinite totality. Kierkegaard's self is the system concentrated in the dimensionless point. That, in fact, the project of the self is supported by that of totality is revealed by a passage from the concept of anxiety. In it, Kierkegaard demands the following from the psychological observer: he must also possess in his soul a poetic originality that allows him to immediately extract the totality and the rule from that which the individual presents exclusively in a fragmentary and irregular way. 286. In the configuration of totality and originality it is easy to glimpse the transcendental synthesis. This self, totally placed and totally exponent in originality, clearly resembles, as not fragmented, the organic self, the simply natural one. For by producing the creature, split into nature and supernaturality, spontaneously from itself and as a relation that relates to itself, as an original productive unit, the duality of nature and supernaturality is erected. Without knowing it in Creator. But, with this, the spirit, which the creature claims for itself, is lowered by it to its level and reconvert into nature. The creature remains, as a mythical self-position, in the order not dissociated from the natural, and measures the high concept of itself with that of organic life. Transparent could only become on the plane of transcendence. For herself she remains dark. The absurdity of the Kierkegaardian formula of the relation that relates to itself has its origin here. An attempt is made to save the dark, spontaneous, and self-produced self from transparency based on the following postulate: in the relationship with itself, and in the desire to be itself, the self is founded in a transparent way on the power that has made it. Position 287. But, as a relation that relates to itself, it itself is the power that has placed it, and thus its transparency is nothing more than a reflection, as in the images of the interior, but, as such a reflection, appearance. Kierkegaard's I remains mythical and ambiguous between autonomy as an immanent production of meaning and a reflection that perceives itself in the appearance of ontology. In the definition of despair, the reflective moment is accentuated. Desperation is a discordance in the relationship of a synthesis, which relationship relates to itself. However, synthesis is not discordance, but merely possibility, or, in other words, in the synthesis lies the possibility of discordance. If the same synthesis were discordance, then despair would not exist at all, but rather it would be something inherent to human nature as such, that is, something that would not be despair. Discordance in the synthetic relationship cannot occur as despair except in reflection. Without reflection there is no discordance in a relationship, which can only be measured by a third party who reflects it. This is the reason for Kierkegaard's resistance to making despair a category of nature in the immediacy of the relation. But the characteristic that Kierkegaard would attribute to despair if it were identical with synthesis as mere immediacy, must be applied literally to the definition of the relation that relates to itself. This becomes reduplication simply because, unlike what happens in reflective appearance, the contradiction between ontological transparency and mythical self-position could not be smoothed out. The productive unity of the relationship reintroduces Kierkegaard's self into the same nature from which transparency was supposed to purify it in attention to the presenting power. The dialectic of nature and supernatural proceeds from the natural spirit as from its unity. Transparency does not fit into it, and it must always begin again. Hence the dominant role of reduplication and repetition, which not only gives a work its title, but also constitutes, and in an essential way, the image of the interior. Imprisoned in the circle of natural life, repetition has a mythical character, and is a spell even where Kierkegaard claims it as an existential form of the just life. The repetition revolves around the mythical center of his philosophy, the relationship with the relationship, with which he determines the self. If somewhere Kierkegaard communicates, like Nietzsche, thoughts deeper than those conveyed by sentences, it is precisely here. The image of an eternity that imitates an endless repetition. 289, as Bloch describes Nietzsche's eternal return, is also that of that eternal in man around which the concepts of the Kierkegaardian doctrine of existence in vain they group together. The mythical essence of existence is displayed in Kierkegaard's doctrine of despair. This anticipates the critique of the concept of existence. For one to desperately want to be oneself, one must be aware of an infinite self. However, this infinite self is nothing more than the most abstract of forms and the most abstract of the possibilities of the self. And it is precisely the self that the desperate person wants to be, detaching the self from any relationship with the power that has placed it, or separating it from the idea that such power exists. By recourse to this infinite form the ego desperately tries to dispose of itself or create itself. The central intuition is transformed for Kierkegaard into obfuscation, when it should be a fruitful intuition for the interpretation of the self, for if the self sacrifices his right to autonomy, he falls into a blind resignation to his fatal being, thus, which he himself produced before with blind obstinacy, and in Kierkegaard, only the desperate person tries to transform that whole to obtain the self that he wants, produced at the expense of the infinite form of the negative self, and only Then does he want to be himself? 291. In this way, existence is left with no way out of the confusion of the concepts that delimit it. All existence in the Kierkegaardian sense is truly desperation, and only from this do the theses of the mortal illness obtain their strength. Hope has no place in existence, and the Christian paradox is not granted to a universal, existential religiosity as a miracle of grace, but desperately demanded of it. No theology has ever conceived the idea of hope as a relationship or as an indeterminate substratum of a relationship, but always as hope for the mortal creature. But Kierkegaard's explanation of existence divides the creature by deceptively elevating it as spirit to transcendence. Kierkegaard makes us aware of the apersonality of existence in despair. Without a doubt, despair must constitute the opposite concept to existence. But the foundation of the distinction is not for him the apersonality of despair, but rather the refusal of the relation to be itself, whose apersonality is only rejected by the indeterminate substratum of the self. If reflection, which, as transparency, was to open the existential relationship to meaning, was appearance, now such appearance disappears in the doctrine of despair, and nothing can stop the collapse of existence. For despair is for him objective and independent of all knowledge of himself. Kierkegaard takes it as true that not being desperate, not being aware that one is desperate, is a form of despair. 292. In this way, the self is at the mercy of the complete demon of nature, all clarification has lost its right over it and nothing remains but the apersonal relationship, from which the consolation of the mirror, the relating has been withdrawn. With herself. The last word of the existential dialectic is death, and Heidegger has rightly interpreted Kierkegaard's existence as being for death, even though Kierkegaard would have rejected such a being as despair. In order to be able to speak in the strictest sense of a fatal disease, this must be a disease for which death is the last thing, and for which the last thing is death. 293. But also existence. But, if death is the last word of the incantation without images, it is at the same time the first image of it. In despair, the primitive figures of existential repetition shine demonic, Sisyphus and Tantalus, as bearers of myths of repetition. Under death, a kingdom of images opens mutely, that of the absence of hope outside of time, in the condemned infinity of a sunken nature. It is not being able to die as negative eternity, on the contrary, the torment of despair consists precisely in not being able to die. In this way, the situation of the desperate person is very similar to that of a dying person who lies on his deathbed struggling with it and unable to die. Thus, being mortally ill is equivalent to not being able to die, but not as if there was hope for life. No, the absence of hope is that one does not even have the last hope, that of death. For when death is the greatest danger, there is hope for life, but when you come to know a danger even more frightening than death, then you hope to die. 294. In the ultimate depth of the existential dialectic, in the apersonality of despair, where the pure spirit of the existent ends up sinking in the whirlwind of circular repetition, Kierkegaard's subjectivism touches his ground. And he does it where he least expected it, not in the ontological sense, but in the eternalized absence of meaning. What the subtle and deceptive layer of Kierkegaard's doctrine of existence hides is the ontology of hell. In this last sense despair is the mortal illness, that contradictory torment, that illness of the self that consists of eternally dying, and not dying, dying death. Well, dying means that everything is over, but dying death means that you live dying, and it is enough to live death for a single moment to live it eternally. For man to die of despair, just as one dies of an illness, it would be necessary for the eternal in him, the self, to be able to die in the same sense that the body dies because of the illness. But this is impossible. Dying of despair is constantly transmuted into a life. The desperate cannot die, just as the dagger cannot kill the thought, neither can despair devour the eternal, the self, which is the foundation of despair, whose worm does not die, and whose fire is not extinguished. 295. This express description of the punishment of hell, whose eternity Kierkegaard approves 296, has not been developed from Christian dogmatics, but directly from the philosophy of existence and its idealist center. But only the image of hell here removes man, albeit by breaking him, from the enchantment in his irremediable immanence. Now, to reach the truth it is necessary to go through all the negativities. Well, here it happens as with that musical spell that some popular legends tell us about, according to which it is necessary to play the entire piece backwards, if we want the spell to be broken. 297. If the self, the productive unit of the relationship that relates to itself, has hardened against transparency in apparent reflection and circular repetition, its power disappears before the manifest images of the demon. The demon annuls the autonomy of the self and its dynamic figure. It ultimately reveals itself as more than simple mythical obstinacy against transparent being, namely, as desperate resistance of nature to its dissolution and dismemberment. As a relationship that it is, the self must be sheltered from the dementia that ceaselessly threatens its disparate moments. Such is the double dialectical meaning of the abstract choosing oneself. It is demanded that the human being, prisoner of immanence, not fall totally into the mythical dissociation, from which, however, the autonomous act finally protects him. Can you imagine an end more horrible than the actual dissolution of your being? May the possibilities that exist in you, with which you now play with you. That you become a mere arena for a legion of spirits? That you lose the most intimate and sacred thing in man, the centralizing force of personality. 298. This is how the region of hell appears to the subject who is attracted to its depths. From it he can ascend whenever the appearance of his essence in his self-position volatilizes before the reality of that being that is born in the decline of the false immanent unity of him. The self that approaches such a foundation is still mythical. His faith remains anchored in the will as a mythical figure of idealism. In Kierkegaard's determination of the Christian and the Socratic, sinfulness and will are linked, but where does the difficulty lie? It lies in a point that Socratism itself recognizes and tries to remedy, although only to a certain degree, and that is the lack of a dialectical determination of the transition from having understood to doing. In this transition the Christian begins, and along this path shows that sin lies in the will, and thus reaches the concept of challenge, and so that the end may be firmly established, he adds the dogma of original sin. 299. But if the will has brought sin, it cannot erase it, as in the story, as in the transformation of myths, desires cannot be revoked at will. Sin, which comes from the autonomous will, cannot, according to Kierkegaard, be removed by that same will. He who wishes that sin should leave the world and, according to the mortal illness, sin is precisely despair reduces man to a more imperfect condition, for when the individual humbly bows before his sinfulness, his height is greater than before. 300. When, in the freedom of sin, the self thus entrenches itself in its immanence to escape mythical decomposition, what it achieves is the opposite. It falls into the state of despair as the state of consummated sinfulness. Despair dissociates the self, and the ruins of the broken self are the marks of hope. Such is the most intimate and therefore most hidden dialectical truth in Kierkegaard's work, a truth that can only be revealed in the posthumous history of his work. She justifies the enigmatic statement, not explained anywhere in the work itself, that is read in the prologue to The Mortal Illness. Throughout this book despair is considered the disease, not the remedy. Because, in reality, despair is something very dialectical. 301, like despair becomes a remedy to help the spiritual body as soon as it breaks the continuity of sin. 302, which is the continuity of the will. Autonomous from that. In objective despair, in the ontology of hell, Kierkegaard's philosophy restores the true image of man, dispersed, separated, condemned. No longer in the darkness of freedom and nature, but in the name of judgment and grace. It is the idea of the judgment, not that of the autonomy of the human spirit, that saves the Kierkegaardian concept of the individual, which without that judgment would fall into mythology, a judgment. We have learned, and experience teaches us, that when there is a mutiny on a ship or in a barracks there are so many culprits that it is necessary to ignore the punishment, and if it is the public that is guilty, the respectable public or the people, then it is not even a question of a criminal manifestation, then it is a question, according to the newspapers, which one can trust as much as the gospel or the revelation, the God's will. Why is it like this? Because a trial is a trial of an individual. It is not judged en masse. You can murder people en masse, water them en masse with hoses, flatter them en masse, you can, in short, treat people in many ways the way you treat cattle, but you cannot judge them like cattle, because you cannot judge cattle, when many are judged. In reality, if there is to be seriousness and truth in that judgment, each individual is judged in particular. That is why God is the judge, because for him there is no multitude, but only individuals. Of course, they would be sure not to be judged if in fact only in eternity they wanted to be individuals. But they always were and are individuals before God. 303. Kierkegaardian transparency would have its place and time in the light of the day of judgment. The nature that goes out as existing nature, as desperate nature, would be illuminated here after condemnation and reconciliation. But, in the world of experience, the concrete is what a portion of that light falls on. Describing the path that the concrete takes in Kierkegaard's mythical abstract realm is equivalent to the problem of measuring the extensive structure of a system that, as existence, contracts intensively. 5. From the logic of spheres. It could be said of Kierkegaard's doctrine of existence that it is realism without reality. It contests the identity of thought and being, but without seeking being elsewhere than in the domain of thought itself. But precisely here, being evades thought as a response. The being of the self receives a functional determination as a relation whose movements must conjure an ontological meaning without thereby making existence itself transparent. Consequently, not only the ontological meaning and the substrate of the self, but also what is predicated of it, the system of qualities of interiority as the reality of this interiority, becomes nuclearly antinomian. The philosophy of existence that Kierkegaard develops is nothing other than the attempt, either to overcome in thought the antinomy of existence, or to justify it as the content of truth. And this in a systematic way. Kierkegaard may discredit Hegel's system of existence, but when existence is reduced to consciousness, when the spontaneous act of freedom becomes the most intimate determination of subjectivity, when the image of man, the total image, has for him its place among the pure determinations of thought, he succumbs to idealist systematism. But at the same time he must try to express in the form of a system what in his project always opposes the system, a being that carries thought, an ontological sense that is not identified with thought, fractures that cannot be closed with the continuity of the deduction. All this, however, is rooted precisely in that spirituality that acts as a power capable of establishing the system. Kierkegaard developed the paradoxical system of existence in his theory of spheres. However carefully he avoided the title system for this theory, he himself revealed its character as a system in the word scheme, which not in vain reminds Kant, with this scheme one will be able to orient himself as long as, without being disturbed by the for someone to use the name of Christ and all Christian terminology in an aesthetic discourse, he only pays attention to the categories. 304. This scheme is presented twice. In more detail in the stadiums, there are three spheres of existence: the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious. The metaphysical is abstraction, there is no man who lives metaphysically. The metaphysical, the ontological, is, but does not exist. When it exists aesthetically, ethically, and religiously. When it is the abstraction of the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious, or a prius with respect to these. The ethical sphere is only a transitional sphere, that is why its highest expression is a negative action, repentance. The aesthetic sphere is that of immediacy, ethics is that of obligation, and this obligation is so infinitely great that the individual invariably fails to comply with it. The religious is that of compliance. 305. This appears succinctly repeated and completed in the second volume of the non-scientific apostille. There are three spheres of existence: the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious. Two boundaries correspond to these spheres. Irony is the boundary between the aesthetic and the ethical, humor the border between the ethical and the religious. 306. This scheme of the spheres is not something deduced, the spheres are axiomatically placed next to each other, like Platonic ideas. The intellectual procedure to seize them is that of distinction. This constitutes the opposite concept to all dialectical mediation, and Kierkegaard formulates it polemically: in our time, everything is mixed, we respond ethically to aesthetics, intellectually to faith, etc. Everything is over, and yet it is not considered at all in what sphere each question finds its answer. In the world of the spirit this creates even greater confusion than if in the civil world the commission for paving the streets responded, for example, to a demand of religious order. 307. If communication through mediation is thus removed from the method, even the very content of the sphere's subjectivity is removed precisely from that dialectic that, according to the doctrine of existence, constituted subjectivity as a relation that relates. If the individual is adialectical in himself and has his dialectic outside himself, we have aesthetic conceptions. If the individual turned within himself, affirming himself, is dialectical, so his ultimate foundation is not in itself dialectical, since the self that resides in the foundation uses it to overcome and affirm itself, then we have the ethical conception. 308. The self, which in the definitions of the mortal illness is subject to a dialectic so complete that it succumbs to dissociation under the category of despair, is therefore attributed simply an ontic substrate, an ultimate foundation that is not in yes dialectical. Although the Kierkegaard of the Apostille had not yet developed the concept of existence as much as the Kierkegaard of the mortal illness, the contradiction between the hierarchy of the spheres and the doctrine of existence is not without objective importance. If, at the existential point, being and becoming interpenetrate without difference, for all the determinations of the life lived they must be separated. That is why the spheres constitute a system from whose objectifications the pure actuality of the relationship wanted to distance itself, but for the same reason the spheres also contrast with each other by virtue of ontological characters that the existential whirlwind had annulled. The doctrine of the spheres is thus less and more than a material elaboration of the project of existence. Less so, because it does not remain in pure actuality, but rather testifies to the impulse towards objectification precisely where Kierkegaard believes it has been banished. More so, because subjectivity, forced to materially interpret itself and not simply sink into itself as the productive unit that it is, generates statements about beings that do not fit anywhere in the Kierkegaardian doctrine of existence taken in its entirety. The depth of your concentration. The system character of the hierarchy of the spheres is confirmed by its historical origin. As categories of individual human existence, the concepts of the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious articulate its development over time. That is why they are alternately called spheres and stadiums. But the stages, dialectical degrees of the process of existence, are in the closest contact with Hegelian systematics. This is evident in the conception of the concept, in the construction of the immediate erotic stages in the first volume of either/or, which is Hegelian even in the language. In the first stage, the contradiction consists in the fact that desire has no object, but possesses its object without having desired it, so it does not make it an object of desire. In the second stage, the object appears as a multiplicity, but in seeking its object in multiplicity, desire has, in a deeper sense, no object. It is not yet determined as I wish. In Don Juan, on the other hand, in the third stage desire is absolutely determined as desire. It is, both in an intensive and extensive sense, the immediate unity of the two preceding stages. The first stage desires unity ideally, the second stage desires the individual under the determination of the multiple, and the third stage is the union of both. 309. The Hegelian rhythm required, as a next step, the transformation of quantity into quality, from the determinations of immediacy to determinations of reflection. The architectural concordance in fact goes to the point that the fresh quality of erotic reflection is represented by the diary of a seducer. If, with mediation by reflection, ethical freedom is finally opposed, as a new degree of the spirit, to aesthetic immediacy, its exposition keeps even in the words the memory of Hegel, whose speculation was be overcome by the decision, marriage is freedom and necessity, but at the same time it is something more, for the freedom of first love is properly a mental freedom. Individuality has not yet emerged from natural necessity to clarify itself in consciousness. 310. The mature Kierkegaard seems to have dismissed, with his abrupt opposition to the philosophy of identity, these rudiments of Hegelian systematic architecture. But with the dialectical plan its rhythm is also preserved. The objections to Hegel do not concern the moving being of the idea, but simply its scene in mere existence, where for Kierkegaard the idea is changed in appearance, while the transfigured existence is frozen into a thing. But the motive of the distinction, which he opposes to this, is not to impugn the Hegelian idea, but to save it from Hegel himself. And with Hegel's own means. All of Kierkegaard's anti-systematic, psychological investigations ordered to the distinction of spheres operate with the same form of contradiction that in Hegel places particular moments in mutual relationship. Even where ideas, detached from the process, occupy the philosophical landscape side by side, their apparent juxtaposition is an opposition made of contradictions. This happens in a drastic way in the concept of anxiety, disbelief, superstition. They correspond absolutely, both lack interiority, disbelief being only passive through an activity, and superstition active through a passivity. Hypocrisy, indignation. They correspond. Hypocrisy begins with activity, indignation with passivity. Pride, pusillanimity. Pride begins with an activity, pusillanimity with a passivity, in the rest they are identical. 311. In the same way that concepts here constitute partial contradictions, the spheres limit the field of intrahuman movement through total contradiction. Unlike Hegel, contradiction is no longer overcome in the concept, but remains a sign of the precariousness of an existence from which the ontological meaning is hidden. The total contradiction is called leap. It is, therefore, superstition to believe, in logic, that through a continuous quantitative determination a new quality arises, and it is an illicit evasion that, after not hiding the fact that this is not the case at all, the consequence of this principle for all logical immanence is nevertheless concealed, collecting it in the logical movement, as Hegel does. The new quality appears with the first, with the leap, with the sudden character of the enigmatic. 312. However polemically formulated this observation is against Hegel and the system, it does not cease to depend on Hegel. When Kierkegaard does not go silently over the origin of the term, he obscures it at the very least with his aggressive use of it. The term is already expressed in the phenomenology of the spirit, but, just as in the child, after a long period of silent nutrition, the first breath abruptly breaks the gradualness of the purely cumulative process in a qualitative leap, and the child is born. In the same way, the spirit that is formed slowly and silently matures towards the new figure. It detaches itself from one particle after another of the structure of its previous world, and the tremors of this world are announced only through isolated symptoms. The frivolity and boredom that take over what exists and the vague presentiment of the unknown are the premonitory signs that something else is coming. These gradual detachments, which do not completely alter the physiognomy, are abruptly interrupted by the dawn that suddenly illuminates the image of the new world like a bolt of lightning. 313. It is true that Kierkegaard admits that Hegel established the leap, but in Logic 314, but he adds, Hegel's misfortune is precisely that he wants to assert the new quality, and at the same time he does not want to do so, because he wants to do so. In logic. But as soon as this is recognized, logic cannot help but acquire a totally different consciousness of itself and its significance. The weak argument testifies against itself. It does not give any criterion to distinguish Kierkegaard's leap from the transformation of quantity into quality outside of the difference between the logical sphere, for Kierkegaard, speculative contemplative, and the ethical sphere, which is founded precisely on the act of jumping, which therefore has the form of the vicious circle. but even as a mere explanation it cannot be sustained. If Kierkegaard has previously reproached Hegel for having believed that in logic, through a continuous quantitative determining a new quality arises, he now objects to the introduction of the leap in a logic where he himself has demanded it as a correction. His assertion that the new quality appears with the first, with the leap, and his riddle of the first are nothing but logical determinations in the Hegelian sense. The real difference with Hegel is not so much in the jump as in the fact that the spheres escape synthesis, and it remains to be seen whether the Hegelian scheme of logic, the philosophy of nature and the philosophy of spirit did not provide the model here, especially when, in contemporary discussions of Hegel, the jump in the introduction did not escape attention. Of the philosophy of nature. The idealistic origin of the spheres thus leaves no room for doubt. These are the antithetical moments of that dialectical process that the I inaugurates in view of the reconstruction in itself of the ontological meaning. As such moments, the spheres constitute the stages on the path of life, since one passes from one to another. But since meaning has no place in the continuity of the process, as the self persists in circular repetition, opaque to the hidden truth and unable to put it outside itself, the totality of the spheres, even systematically produced from the unity of the self, does not come to closure. To round out the system, it is a totality made up of strata of ruins, and in the depth of the abyss between them, the dialectic, which does not pass like a safe current from one to the other, breaks down. By separating, as if by the effect of a natural catastrophe, the spheres from each other in Kierkegaard's dialectic, which had previously created them as stages, become independent as ideas and dominate existence, from which they were born as articulating moments of their unit. But this domination is mythical. In the distinction of the spheres, subjectivity stands as judge of itself, and the tribunal of its finitude is as apparent as the infinite process with which, as existence, it attempted to appropriate grace, is vain. If here subjectivity was enclosed in the bottomless and nameless darkness of its perfect closeness to itself, there the fixed stars that rise from their abyss to an immobile and distant eternity, whose constellations are the spheres, shine ambiguously for it. All its nomenclature is astral, and just as the most secret experiences of philosophy always sediment in its terminological figures, the word sphere not in vain brings to mind the mythical harmony of the Pythagoreans. The Kantian formula of the starry sky above us and the moral law in us appears with Kierkegaard's spheres in a Baroque abbreviation. The starry sky has rushed upon the blind self, and the law of its freedom has been transformed into that of natural necessity. Moral life itself is ordered according to natural categories. Certainly not according to causal categories, but astrological ones. These appear again and again in Kierkegaard. Not only because he likes to compose concepts instead of developing them separately, like the idealists, every plunge into existence consists of a composition 316. Openly astrological is this way of expressing himself in the mortal disease. Such a poetic existence would be, taking into account the aesthetic categories of conjunction and position, the most eminent of all poetic existences 317, and finally this phrase from the Apostle: if on some occasion the position of the stars in the sky has announced terrors, the position of the categories does not announce here laughter and jokes 318. But terror is the expression of all Kierkegaard's spheres. Terror is attached to the entire magnitude of its extension as universal concepts. In its emptiness, the mythical essence of abstraction is shown, as in the smallest thing, as in the blindness there of existence. All the constellations of the spheres are always conjuring, allegorical signs. Hence the constant invocations of the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious, whose character of objectivity does not want to support the claim of the subjective thinker, hence such absurd formulations as this: to remain in my domain, in the religious 319. Hence also Kierkegaard's grotesque methodological considerations, for example, the initial question of the concept of anxiety, which Schramm completely ignores 320, in what sense is the object of research a problem that interests psychology, and in what sense, after occupying psychology, does it point to dogmatics 321. The highest universal concepts, established by consciousness to order its multiplicity, are opposed in their alienation to consciousness as meaning-giving powers that describe their own trajectory and govern the destiny of the individual in a way that is all the more perfect the more foreign they are to him. The more hidden its intra-human origin is, that is, the more abstraction progresses in them. Its disparate contours, its brief border lines, which Kierkegaard's rational, deductive procedure draws against its own claim to totality, are transformed, by virtue of his abstraction, into the distantly threatening constellation of mythology. The result of his idealistic deductions is an archaic realism of the concept. And certainly not the only fruit. Well, the spheres may reign as demonic abstractions, but the astrology that composes their figures testifies to how far the meaning of the concrete is from the mere universal concept, to whose extension the object in question belongs. That's why astrology tries to make sure in another way. Individual human existence is interpreted in terms of constellations to avoid definitions. What remains obscure to intuition alone, what as content escapes the transparent categorical form, this is what thought properly wants to read in the figures inscribed in the object through the connection of the pertinent concepts. As the focus of these concepts, thought dictates its law to the figure, but it itself is not found in one of its curves. Unlike mathematics, dialectics is not capable of demonstratively formulating the laws of figure and focus. The constellations and figures are its figures, and its meaning, immersed in history, cannot be calculated at will. As a doctrine of figures, the Kierkegaardian method of the constellation refers to the way ontology appears in his thought. The spheres, of idealistic origin, and then mythical powers of destiny, are not without ontological significance. For it is precisely the need to understand the concealment of ontology that forces Kierkegaard to distinguish the spheres. Since the truth is hidden, the continuity of permanent and uninterrupted developments from the idea becomes a fiction that is broken by the fractures between the spheres. The totality of the infinite is closed to conditioned human consciousness, but in the finite we must distinguish. Kierkegaard's criticism of the Hegelian doctrine of positive infinity has this meaning: the positive has, like the positive, a positive infinity. This is totally true. A positive thing is a finished thing, and when it has been understood, there is nothing more to do with it. Here, the result is exuberant. It is in the positive and in the positive. Whoever questions Master Hegel about what is to be understood by a positive infinity will find many things to read about it. He will have to take the trouble to read them, but he will understand you. There is only one thing that a dullard like me cannot understand: how a living man, or a man with his bodily life, becomes a being who can remain calm in this positive infinity, which is usually reserved for divinity or the dead. Something else is missing, a result. I cannot understand it any other way, that we, the negative, the unfinished, would otherwise like to consider in passant, whether, long after the system is finished, astrology will not end up discovering in some comet or in some nebula those superior beings who could use the system. The rest can then be left to those superior beings. Men, on the other hand, should guard against being too positive. Well, that only leads to existence taking one for madness. Existence is cunning and has many magical arts to trap the adventurer, but whoever allows himself to be trapped will not precisely become a superior being. 322. Kierkegaard did not realize how close his doctrine of the spheres is to an astrology, whose expressions he uses. Even his conception of cunning existence, which he opposes to Hegel, has the features of mythical illusion. However, the boundaries of the spheres are more than the simple contours of magically hypostatized universal concepts. They mark the distance that separates the creature from the ontology. Such is the true intention inherent in Kierkegaard's polemic against Hegelian mediation. The controversy is fruitless as an attempt to establish ontology beyond subjective dynamics, in the realm of ideas typical of the spheres, which as abstractions dominate, whether flexibly or threateningly, existence. But the controversy legitimately cuts off subjectivity's claim to establish ontology starting from itself, by virtue of the principle of identity. That is why it is not possible to put an end to the debate between Hegel and Kierkegaard on the idealist ground. Kierkegaard mistaken, compared to Hegel, historical concretion, the only authentic one he placed it in the blind self and volatilized it in the empty spheres, but in this way he abandoned the central claim of philosophy, the claim of truth in the interpretation of reality, using a theology from which, however, his own philosophy had absorbed the marrow. Hegel raised the question of the concrete in a more explicit way than philosophy had previously raised it, but, by raising it, he surrendered to reality believing he produced it, to a reality that is not rational in the face of a sense that has evaded of reality. Both were idealists, Hegel with the conclusive determination of being by thought, which makes it appear endowed with meaning, rational, Kierkegaard with the denial of that determination, which deprives pure thought of the meaning of existence as completely as Hegel forces one and the other to go together. In Kierkegaard, the ontological elements and the idealistic elements overlap, and their existence in each other is what makes his philosophy so impenetrable. The vindication of the absolute spirit prevails in the abandonment of the world as a totally meaningless world as well as in its transfiguration by the system of reason. Whether subjectivity grants or withdraws a meaning to reality, in both cases subjectivity appears as an instance that must decide on the meaning because it is inherent to it. Therefore, the realism of the concept of the spheres reaches the reality of things as little as it is reached by existential seclusion, something that can be demonstrated conclusively in the Kierkegaardian determination of humor. For this lies in the affirmation of the radical contingency of the external world, which is not sufficient to define humor, as Kierkegaard tries to do, when a humorist says, for example, if I could live to the day when my landlady moved in the house where I live, a new bell with which it could be known very clearly and quickly for whom it rings in the afternoon, I would consider myself the happiest of men. Everyone who has any sense of a reply immediately notices, when he hears one like this, that the speaker has surpassed the distinction between luck and misfortune into a higher absurdity, for everyone suffers. The comedian understands the melancholic nature of the case, but at the same moment it occurs to him that it is not worth embarking on an explanation. In this renunciation lies the joke. 323. No matter how plausible the explanation of the phenomenon is in Kierkegaard's commentary, Kierkegaard does not reach the luminous source to which the phenomenon owes the dull, but inextinguishable, tone of humor. This luminous source is not mere negation, the superior absurdity as a contingency of external existence. It is not the overcoming of the concrete differences between luck and misfortune in a more abstract, universal suffering, under contingent reality. On the contrary, on such a contingent occasion, suffering is presented with the absurd promise of happiness. That perhaps only the new bell that no one installs is truly needed, this and not the sad indifference of something external is what constitutes the humor in this passage, hope within the absurd, as in the Oriental tale in which Nasreddin makes his fellow citizens believe that a huge whale is stranded on the beach, when, after having run towards the place, everyone returns already angry, he goes to meet it to see if there is indeed a whale. What Kierkegaard misses in the humorist's reply, at least touches on his aesthetic determination of the occasion as the only communication between objectless interiority and the contingent world of things. The occasion is at the same time the most significant and the least significant, the most important and the least important, the highest and the most contemptible. Without the occasion absolutely nothing really happens, and yet the occasion does not participate in any way in what happens. The occasion is the ultimate category, properly the category for the transition from the sphere of idea to reality. Logic should take this into account. She can penetrate as much as she wants into the immanent thought, rush from nothingness in the most concrete form, but she never reaches the opportunity, and, therefore, neither does reality. All reality may be represented in the idea, but without the occasion it will never become real. The occasion is a category of finitude, which is why it is impossible for immanent thought to grasp it. It is too paradoxical for me to do so. 324. The irony of the passage, which Kierkegaard may have planned as a poorly aesthetic distortion of the theological paradox, cannot go unnoticed. However, it not only contains his fundamental objection to Hegel, but also a correction of his own doctrine. The occasion, understood as the impulsion of a mere contingency foreign to subjectivity, may seem completely absurd, but since it is the necessary occasion to unleash the dialectic of interiority in general, the ontological sense supposedly immanent to interiority becomes dependent of the occasion, and beyond subjectivity the meaning is hidden in the meaninglessness of the occasion. Raise something from every contingent point to the absolute and it will become the object of absolute interest. This produces an insurmountable effect, especially on excitable souls. 325. This phrase from alternating cultivation will be ironic as long as the dislocated external world remains dark and deprived of all truth, but the ray of light that falls on the world as soon as dialectic takes into account the occasion in view of the truth, is enough to restore something of the right of the external world in ruins. The abstract distinctions between the spheres are thus ambivalent, at the same time determinations of that realism that Kierkegaard cannot, with pure interiority, deprive of all matter. For the occasion is itself a category of the logic of the spheres, the outer border of the system of spheres. But these boundary determinations, with their ambivalent function, are also found within the structure of the spheres. These are expressly dealt with in the doctrine of confines. This is developed in a system of allegorical metaphors. The system of spheres is limited by an unattainable objectivity, laterally by the contingent world of things, and vertically by the opposite poles of eternity and damnation. Between both limits are the strata of subjective existence, whose lowest sphere, the aesthetic, changes, like determined despair, into the state of objective damnation. Its upper limit is irony. The intermediate, ethical region is delimited from the upper, religious region by means of humor. The religious sphere itself would be defined by the idea of the holy, apostolic life, which Kierkegaard wanted to polemically outline with the book Against Adler, with the two small ethical religious treatises. But the Kierkegaardian project of the spheres is in no way exhausted in a crude static and adialectical plane. On the occasion of literary criticism, there is talk of a boundary between the aesthetic and the religious. Kierkegaard claims this confinement for himself in my point of view, although it does not figure in the topography of the spheres. Occasionally, the ethical stage itself appears as a mere transitional stage under the category of confinement. Furthermore, the boundaries vary in terms of content. Not only irony, but also what is interesting is defined as a boundary between the aesthetic sphere and the ethical sphere without the relationship with irony being explicit. What is interesting is, moreover, a limit category, a boundary between what is aesthetic and ethical. For this reason our research must continually touch the domain of ethics, while, to be significant, it must apprehend the problem with aesthetic fervor and concupiscence. 326. Now, such variations make it probable that the boundaries have not been established so much on the basis of the interpretation of the phenomena in question as, rather, derived from the very scheme of the spheres without considering their respective contents. This is confirmed in the definitions of the particular boundaries. Irony and humor are difficult to distinguish. Irony is the unity of ethical passion, which infinitely accentuates one's own self internally in relation to the ethical requirement, and culture, which on the outside infinitely abstracts one's own self as a finitude among all other finitudes and singularities. Irony is the culture of the spirit, and that is why it primarily follows immediacy, then comes the ethical, then the humorist and then the religious. 327. But the corresponding definition of humor says, this is also the case with the humorist and the religious, since, the dialectic proper to the religious prohibits direct expression, recognizable difference, and protests against all commensurability of the external. The humorist he constantly joins the representation of God with something else and makes the contradiction appear, but he does not relate himself to God in a religious passion. Strict sic dictus, he transforms himself into a place of transition, made of humor and insight, for all this change, but he does not relate himself to God. The religiosity that makes humor its mystery is, the unity of absolute religious passion, dialectically internalized, and a maturity of spirit that makes religiosity return from all exteriority to interiority and thereby return to being the absolute religious passion. 328. As boundaries, irony and humor are defined only by the spheres, whose boundaries they must constitute, and by the form of contradiction under which they each time unite the determinations of two spheres. This form of contradiction is expressly included in the definition of humor. Contrast produces, through contradiction, a comic effect, whether the relationship consists in using what is laughable in and of itself to make the laughable laughable, or in that what is laughable makes what is laughable in itself and by itself not laughable, or in which what is laughable and what is not laughable become mutually laughable, or in which what is laughable in itself and by itself and what is not laughable in itself and by itself become laughable, because of their relationship. 329. But such a contrast is typical of both humor and irony. It is the contrast between the position in the form of communication and its negation by what is communicated. In this way, the boundaries turn out to be, despite the incommensurability between them, purely deduced forms of mediation whose mission can be fulfilled by interchangeable phenomena in each case. This mission is the distinction of the spheres. In the contradiction of the boundaries, these collide with each other, but the abyss between them and the movement over that abyss is the qualitative leap. The mistake of jump is not just any mistake of the expression. It has its objective foundation in the ambivalence of the very project of the logic of the spheres and of a philosophy whose totality is both established and broken by total contradiction. Broken by the distinction, Kierkegaard abstracts the spheres of phenomena and one from another to hypostatize them as ideas. The jump is found between them as an abyss of meaning, not different from that which opens between the self and the world. Contingent exterior. In the topological plane of the spheres, the jumps are gaps that no mediation fills. But not everything is in this topology. The project of the spheres is dynamic. But, for its dynamics, the leap means the highest measure of the dialectical movement itself. If Kierkegaard seeks ontology exclusively in the dialectic of subjectivity, this ontology cannot be completely reproduced in the fragile statics of that hierarchy of spheres. Its breaks are nothing more than the marks left by a movement that the hierarchy itself carries out. In the self-movement of it, the totality of the spheres transforms one sphere into another. The subject and his concrete individual life do not mediate between them. In the subject, which is his stage, some spheres disappear and others open. Thus, Kierkegaard's dialectic transcends, in its origin and in its unfolded form, the person for whom it is projected, and in the objectivity of the spheres, mythical and ambiguous, the claim to dominance of the autonomous self is denied. To the extent that, in the jump, the spheres are thought of as spheres in motion, such movement is not that of phenomena immanent to the spheres that change their concrete figure as irony, as humor. Simply put, it changes the entire sphere. The leap means the change from the aesthetic sphere to the ethical sphere, from the ethical sphere to the religious sphere, but not a transposition of its individual content, that is, of the character of each one. This is most evident in a work whose manifest intention points as little to totality and systematism as fear and trembling. Abraham is, as the subject of a dialectical lyric, an allegorical name for the objective dynamics, one can almost say, for the physical dynamics, of the spheres. Defined by formulas, the spheres oppose each other, attract, repel. Here the sphere of the general, of human immanence and ethics, there the sphere of the exception, of the transcendent commandment, of faith. Both contact, through the jump. But one replaces the other without questioning the specific content of an individual experience of faith in which the mythical sacrifice and its reconciliatory resolution are intertwined. Everything remains in the name of a teleological suspension of the ethical that Abraham illustrates, but which is not evident in its fulfillment, and the spheres collide without the word being granted to the man whom the spheres have chosen as a stage. Only passion against passion gives a poetic collision, not this tumult of details within one and the same passion. 330. This is what Kierkegaard demands. The context of the collisions of the total spheres provides the scheme of the dialectic of the spheres. This governs the entire structure of the hierarchy of spheres, and its model is already the doctrine of aesthetic seriousness as a dialectical remedy. Aesthetic seriousness is also, like all seriousness, profitable for man, but it does not bring complete healing. You can serve as an example. Your aesthetic idealism has clearly harmed you, but it has also been useful to you. You have blindly fixed yourself on the ideal of the good, so that you have also had to form an ideal of the bad, which has protected you from the vulgar. Naturally, your aesthetic seriousness cannot cure you, it makes you abandon the bad, but only because the bad cannot be realized as an ideal. 331. Aesthetic seriousness is in itself dialectical, since it is harmful and useful. By virtue of the ideal it is unified into a totality, and in the leap that the decision entails, this totality inaugurates the new sphere. However, a double project of dialectic is implicitly contained here. For Kierkegaard there is a dialectic immanent to the spheres and a dialectic between the spheres. For this reason, Kierkegaard does not only formally separate himself from Hegel, whose scheme would correspond to the dialectic immanent to the spheres, while that of the jump between the spheres would be the opposite of the former. In the duality of the project the aporia of the dialectic of the spheres itself is expressed. This can be observed in the doctrine of miracles that Kierkegaard exposes in the exercise 332. According to the concepts of the logic of the spheres, which are not expressly used here, miracles would be confines of the Socratic, negative religiosity A and of the paradoxical religiosity B. As boundaries, they are still in the domain of religiosity A. For miracles are not for Kierkegaard proof for faith, a faith that, according to his thesis, is not demonstrable, and can only be achieved through the leap. Miracles serve faith, the miracle can attract attention. 333. To this extent they are outside the faith and subject to the criticism of ratio. As articles of faith they would mean for Kierkegaard absolutizations of historical facts that, according to the crumbs, could not be admitted. Time itself appears in Kierkegaard's paradox in a purely abstract way. 334. Consequently, there are two possibilities of relationship between faith and miracle. Or the miracle wants to attract the attention of the disciple as a non-believer, and he then has the right to question it, in which case he compares, for example, the Christian miraculous stories with the equivalents of other doctrines, and concludes from his comparison the uncertainty of what properly attracts his attention, and he can then legitimately reject the faith to which the miracle was to lead him. Either the miracle is only for the believer and then Christianity leaves the point that is faith in paradox and, therefore, subjective dialectics, it becomes objectified. And at the same time a very simple question arises: how should the unbelievers, whose attention the miracle wants to attract, come to faith when the miracle is only valid for believers? Behind the theological subtleties is the dialectical question of mediation, the mediation between religiosity A and religiosity B. Kierkegaard wanted to eliminate the mediation between the spheres understood as mere interposition and put in its place a qualitative dialectic. It is important to always keep the spheres clearly separated from each other through a qualitative dialectic, so that everything is not mixed up and the poet turns out to be a slob when he claims to have some religiosity within him, and the religious preacher an impostor who annoys his audience when he decides to get involved in aesthetic issues. 335. But it is clear that, without mediation, there remain disagreement assumptions and demands in Kierkegaard's dialectic. Or else the paradox becomes in fact, by the exclusion of all reference, the absolutely different, put as a pure negation of the entire sphere that carries out the dialectical movement, but whose content the man of faith can in no way apprehend. And then the paradox is mere limiting determination and the possibility of a positive religion is lost, which Kierkegaard wants to safeguard precisely with the radical distinction of the spheres, and the entire sacred history, to whose concept it adheres Christianly, is, as a mere reference to the paradox, subordinated to an argument of which Kierkegaard wants, in the first part of the non-scientific apostille, to preserve it as history. Inspired 336. And this is extinguished, leaving only the idea of the nameless paradox, let us call this unknown God. We do nothing other than give it a name. 337, even the name of Christ would have to disappear in a seriously dialectical theology. Or it is mediated. And then miracles are mediations, and as such ambivalent, they illuminate for the believer the landscape of his faith, and for the non-believer the path to that landscape. But in such ambivalence they are symbols of the metaphysics hated by Kierkegaard, and Kierkegaard finds himself again where he mocked others, with the Christmas tree in the background. 338. The dialectic of the spheres can be judged with this in mind. Where its conception remains under the categories of the leap, the absolutely different and the paradoxical, there is no space left for true dialectic. As movement, the jump is not commensurable with any movement immanent to the spheres, nor can it show itself in any act of conscience. Paradoxical and transcendent as it is revealed as an act of election by grace, product of an irrationalism of predestination, which was perhaps the true origin of Kierkegaard's Baroquism. Faced with such rigor, the image of free subjectivity, which behaves dialectically, and which, as the bearer of Kierkegaard's idealism, is what makes the constitution and opposition of the spheres possible, would have to fade away. For this reason, his dialectic of the spheres carries inconsistency inscribed in the law of his own origin. Qualitative dialectic, this is not simply a dialectic between spheres that change into each other. It is also a dialectic in which the quality of the changing phenomenon itself acts, which is saved from the abyss of theological irrationality. In this way Hegelian mediation comes precisely to the aid of Kierkegaard's effort to save the differentiated concrete. This form of dialectic is not sufficiently determined by the logical form of contradiction, of change. And not only parts of the descriptions of melancholy, suffering, regret and, finally, despair are attributed to him. It is postulated in a general way, it would be, moreover, very desirable that one day a sober thinker would clarify to us to what extent the purely logical, which recalls the primary relationship of logic with grammar, as when two negations they make a statement, or to mathematics, to what extent the logical has validity in the world of reality, in the world of qualities, if the dialectic of qualities is not exactly another dialectic, if the transition does not play another role here. 339. Nothing better distinguishes this dialectic from the total dialectic between the spheres than the declaration that it moves on the ground. His allegory is the entire history of suffering. This dialectic appears here explained anecdotally. In the old days a very cruel punishment was in use in the army, riding on the wooden horse. The poor sinner was compressed by great weights on a horse whose back was very sharp, almost cutting. While the punishment was carried out and the criminal writhed in pain, a peasant happened to appear on the fence and stayed there to watch. Exasperated with pain, and furthermore bothered by the presence of the voyeur, the unfortunate man shouted at him, "Why are you looking at me?" And the peasant responded, "If you can't stand being looked at, all you have to do is take another path with your horse." 340. Such is the thesis in the theoretical version of the mortal disease. Becoming is a movement in which one changes place, but becoming oneself is a movement on the ground. 341. Thus the state of objective interiority seems at first simply indicated, the timeless and inspatial figure of Kierkegaard's philosophy. At the same time, this movement on the ground means that, in its dialectical movement, thought remains in the sphere, and only progresses through the movement of the entire sphere, through the leap. But this alone is not enough. With each sphere, the dialectic begins anew, its continuity is broken. However, the discontinuity of the movement as a whole is attested to by the on the ground of the individual, psychological movement, and by the project of an intermittent dialectic, whose true instant is not progression, but arrest, not process, but the caesura, is opposed at the center of Kierkegaard's philosophy of existence, as an objection to transsubjective truth, to the mythical total dominance of the spontaneous subject. The antinomy between the differentiation of ideas and the process of subjectivity seeks its most appropriate expression in a dialectical gap where what becomes is presented as eternal and eternity as eternity in movement. In this way, the conception of dialectic on the ground coincides exactly with the image of the interior, in which dialectic itself stops. This dialectic is formulated by Kierkegaard expressly as a critique of idealist continuity. If existence cannot be thought and yet the existent thinks, what does this mean? He means that the existent thinks by moments, that he thinks before and thinks after. There is no absolute continuity in his thinking. And existing only in a fantastic way can constantly be subspecie aeterni 342. The positive content of an intermittent dialectic is suggested by an organic metaphor that is frequently repeated, that of breathing. Personality is a synthesis of possibility and necessity. Its persistence thus resembles breathing, it is an inhale and exhale. The ego of the determinist cannot breathe, since it is impossible to breathe only what is necessary, which would only suffocate the ego of man. Praying is also breathing, and possibility is for the ego what oxygen is for breathing. 343. This metaphor is evident, in its theological sense, in the discourse Christ is the way, of the examination of conscience. O unbelieving race, how long will I have to be with you, how long will I have to endure you? This is a sigh. It is like when the sick person, not on a sick bed, but on the deathbed, since what he is suffering from is not a benign illness, his condition is desperate, sits up slightly and, raising his head from the pillow, asks, "What time is it? May it arrive soon. Even the most terrible thing is less terrible, may it come soon." A sigh that takes a deep and slow breath. 344. What is said here about the suffering of Christ also refers, by virtue of imitation, to man and, therefore, to the intrahuman dialectic. Instead of the Hegelian mediation between freedom and necessity, we have intermittency as breathing that stops, shortens, starts again, a movement on the ground, not a progressive and continuous movement. The breath metaphor should be taken literally. Namely, as re-establishment of the body in the rhythm of absolute spirituality. The change of spiritualism into the doctrine of the living organism has here found its place in the scheme of the dialectical movement itself. For the moment of the pause, in which the dialectic stops, is the same as that in which nature, its mythical foundation, resonates in the depth of the sounding hour. His appearance assures man of his transience as the cessuras of the course of time assure it to the deathly sick. But his figure empty of him, the rhythm of pure time, with no other expression than that of itself, means the silent intervention of reconciliation. The endlessly repeated hours paradoxically contain the uncertain certainty of the end. Nature, which as temporal nature is dialectically next to itself, has not been lost. At the same time it is shown here that I, unlike what is said in the mortal illness, cannot admit a radical evil, for I establish the reality of repentance. But repentance is an expression for reconciliation, although, in truth, an absolutely irreconcilable expression. 345. This only confirms the importance of the double meaning of Kierkegaard's doctrine of affects. In its affects, subjectivity moves dialectically, but in them the hidden truth itself is also made known, in cipher form. Certainly not in the progress of dialectics, but where it stops. Subjectivity disappears, recognizing its transience as its essence. That is why repentance is more than a simple preparatory dialectical category that leads to the leap, and there are good reasons for Kierkegaard's opposition to Fichte's system to begin precisely with repentance, which appears as discontinuity. Through intermittence the intervention of divine power in immanent movement is expressed in Kierkegaard's philosophy. When the atmosphere of objectless interiority escapes, consciousness can take a breath. Intermittency produces gaps in the continuity of the dialectic of the spheres. Although constituted as a system, it does not form a unit. It does not univocally determine the place of the phenomena subject to it, and here they can be separated from each other by the jump, and there they can be repeated. Kierkegaard attempted to bring this into accord with the project of the logic of the spheres, developing a technique that unites the repetition of rebellious phenomena and the scheme of the spheres. The spheres constituted as a system must reproduce what, as reality, escapes the coercion of the system. Play it by projection. Phenomena to which the system has assigned its place in one sphere are represented perspectivistically in another sphere. In the aesthetic sphere, for example, all dialectics, even the religiously oriented one, appears as a representation of bad infinity. The end of the dialectic in the resolution acquires in it the expression of the comic. If sometimes the situation is such that Marie Beaumarchais proposes to finish, to free herself, this is nothing more than a state of mind, a momentary passion, and reflection becomes, as before, master of the situation. Mediation is impossible. If it tries to use some result of reflection as a starting point to start something new, at the same moment it finds itself dragged away again. The will would have to behave with total indifference, it would have to begin with the force of its own will, only then can it begin. If this happens, she Maria Beaumarchais will be able to start something new and our interest in her is lost. We gladly leave it to the moralists or whoever wants to take charge of it. We wish her to find an honest husband and we promise to dance at her wedding. Her name, which will have changed, will happily make us forget that she is the Marie Beaumarchais of whom we spoke before 346. Or else the aesthetic sphere simply offers the parody of the universality of the ethical sphere, universality as an annulment of individual life, as the overcoming of immediacy from the point of view of the immediate itself, but death is the common fortune of all men, so we must look for the most unfortunate person who has ever existed among mortals. 347. If this is simply constructed from the schema, the projections of theological theses into the aesthetic sphere are more than mere means for the presentation of the project of the logic of the spheres. Here the contents themselves speak in their historically secularized form. The erotic image of the instant is astonishing, the instant is everything, and in the instant the woman is everything. I don't understand the consequences, nor the consequence of becoming children. I believe I am a fairly consistent thinker, but even if I wanted to think until I went crazy, I would not be the most capable man to think that consequence. I simply don't understand it. Only a married man understands that. 348. From the aesthetic point of view, the instant appears as absolutely timeless, which means that it lacks the character of becoming, the consequence. And the paradoxical instant is thus deformed, reduced to an empirically univocal determination, while in Kierkegaard's theology it combines, as a point of contact between time and eternity, becoming with incommensurable being. The consequence for Kierkegaard, the imitation of Christ in suffering must precisely here decide on the authenticity of the instant. Even the famous passage on unintelligibility for heretics is not sufficiently understood from the intention of concealment, but only from the perspectivist reproduction of the spheres, which converges with that intention. This unfortunate situation is, naturally, important for a writer who, in my opinion, he does well to write, like Clement of Alexandria, in a way that heretics cannot understand. 349. Intrigue is the projective representation, within a particular sphere, of a dialectical movement between spheres. Without a doubt, the thesis of unintelligibility contains a more specific content. In Kierkegaard, the higher spheres cannot be reproduced at will in the lower ones, the jump prohibits an adequate projection, and in the need for deformations, the system of spheres is shown as a fractional totality. The projection of a phenomenon from a higher sphere into a lower sphere supposes a falsification, and if all the statements of the religious sphere are incomprehensible to the aesthetic sphere, it is because the mere reproduction has already falsified them. But, in this way, the phenomena are no longer deducible from the formal unity of the system as such. Rather, they remain subordinated to their highest material sense, that is, to the theological contents of truth, which Kierkegaard brings together in the religious sphere. The relationships between the spheres cannot be calculated as reproductions from their previous definitions, but only realized as transcendences in which those contents become manifest. But this means that the phenomena neither mediate as boundaries nor reproduce, deformed, those of other spheres, but, absent all mediation, the same phenomenon belongs to disparate spheres. Namely, to the spheres of exception, the religious and the aesthetic, with which the material project of these spheres is in accordance. Both are far from intra-human autonomy, the aesthetic sphere, because it is located further away from the decision, the religious one, because its autonomy is annulled in the leap understood as the absolute difference. With the transcendence of both extremes, the ontological question arises in the hierarchy of the spheres, which was apparently answered with the distinctions between the spheres, that is, settled with the system. The definition that only considers the aesthetic and religious spheres as authentic spheres, and relativizes the ethical sphere by making it a transitional stage because it is the sphere of intra-human autonomy, is a definition with ontological meaning. At the level of man, theological truth descends into aesthetic appearance, and this ascends as a sign of hope. That is why he is the aesthetic figure of the poet terminus equo of Christian religious existence 350. If a religious writer wants to combat this illusion of the senses, that religiosity and Christianity are something in which one takes refuge only with age 351, one must be, at the same time, an aesthetic and religious writer. But, above all, he must not forget one thing, the intention of his entire enterprise, that what is decisive, what must move forward, is the religious. Aesthetic creation is thus only a means of communication, 352, for transcendence. The one in whom such communication occurs is the exception. In the exception, the aesthetic transcends into the religious. But the exception is nothing other than the incarnation of one's own interiority without an object, and it is of central importance, not only from the psychological point of view, but from that of the logic of the system. Kierkegaard's historical model, support of ontological realization, is the exception, which in the hierarchy of spheres devalues ethics. Guardini has correctly observed that the attempt to conceive marriage as a moral totality in which the individual develops fails because the consequence 353 is imposed, the consequence of a state of consciousness for which objectless individuality and the encrypted sense go together, for better and for worse. One could almost say that, in Kierkegaard, the image of man is identical to that of the exception. For him, man only exists humanly when he constitutes an exception, emancipating himself from contingency, from anonymity, from reified universality. Exceptions are for him the genius aesthetic existence and the religious existence. Kierkegaard ended up associating the ethical universality of marriage with reification, seeing Christianity as a declared enemy of marriage and cruelly mocking the way of life that Wilhelm praises in A Story of the Instant. Most commentators explain this attitude by his private destiny. But this takes away his best edge from his polemic, his emphasis against the mediocre life, against the stable life. It would be better to ask if, in the name of the transcendence of the extreme spheres, the enemy of the person, all ethics, including the bourgeois private one, which his ethical writings represent, are not left subject to the verdict and irony of the exception. The doctrine of the late writings, according to which the meaning of existence is suffering and only in the negative of suffering is a positive meaning drawn, is nothing more than the theological designation of a category that psychologically is called exception. If suffering is a sign of an entanglement in nature, then natural life transcends itself, in extreme contradiction to the manifest spiritualist intention. Kierkegaard admits this possibility. Woman is, in her immediacy, essentially aesthetic. But for that very reason there is a direct transition to the religious. Feminine romanticism is one step away from the religious 354. Only through this transcending are the phenomena torn from the meanings that the logic of the spheres, as a scheme of autonomous movement, attributed to them, and thus they become incommensurable and concrete. But preventing them from acquiring this concretion was the first thing that the ethics of the universal and the system of the logic of the spheres intended. I sit there and I cut off myself, I take away everything that is incommensurable to make myself commensurable. 355. The system of spheres finally disintegrates on the question of concretion, originally opposed to Hegelian systematic universality. Labyrinthically intertwined, the dialectic of the spheres always leaves space for the entry of concretion into its intermittent caesuras, into the openings of concrete clarity. But the figure that this dialectic as a whole constitutes, means insofar as it encrypts the maximum contradiction, its own decline. For Kierkegaard, the autonomous spirit, in its infinite and dead-end movement, can only be truly saved in death. If the relations between the spheres of the system are paradoxical in relation to the system, the entire system is completely paradoxical, aimed at its own improvement. For this reason, the traditional, theological interpretation of Kierkegaard is right compared to the psychologically informed one when it puts paradox as the main theme, and not the immanence of a soul life whose systematic unity loses, with the last paradox, the cells of the concrete. But the traditional interpretation will not cease to be Kierkegaard's slave as long as it grants Kierkegaard the paradox as a theological response without further consideration. The task here is rather this, to clear the project itself of paradox as a dialectical systematic project and, at the same time, to construct its own content, which is not manifested so much in the theological concept of symbol as in mythical sacrifice, as represented in the reversal and decline of Kierkegaard's idealism. Saw. Reason and sacrifice. Saw. Reason and sacrifice. It is characteristic of the latest idealist philosophies, in which the consciousness of idealism, imprisoned by itself, recognizes its own prison and tries to avoid its immanence, that each of them establishes a singular category, a permanent intention, a notable feature, which, under the dominance of the idea of totality that all of them still recognize, softens its rigidity, but which ends up softening the idealist construction itself, which dissolves into its antinomies. Thus, Hegel, the greatest exponent of the idea of totality and, according to appearances, anything but a critic of idealism, imposed the dialectical procedure, which gives the claim to totality such a dynamic turn that particular phenomena never result from the higher concept, systematic and abstract, but that the system, from which reality truly followed for him, would be like the quintessence of reality itself in its effectiveness. Kierkegaard relentlessly ridiculed Hegel because it seemed to him that he deferred every statement that interests present existence to an imaginary end of the system. But in this precisely he was more like Hegel than he might have thought. For with such a postponement of the whole, the particular present and, undoubtedly, even more so the past gains a concrete plenitude that Kierkegaardian repetitions uselessly try to achieve. Then came the correction of Feuerbach, who put his enlightened concept of man, no longer definable by the autonomous spirit, at the center of philosophy. And finally Marx gave preponderance to the category of exchange value, of the commodity. This category also keeps, as the quintessence of the entire connection of all the phenomena of capitalist society, the memory of the totality. But it shifts the emphasis of the explanation to the material side, different from that of consciousness, in such a way that the unity of an idea of capitalist society is destroyed by contents that do not continually flow from any idea, since they call into question the reality of the idea itself. All these categories may spring from the limited infinity of the systems, but they trap the systematic totalities like whirlwinds to make them disappear. Nothing else happens in Kierkegaard. By establishing the consciousness of conditioned existence, which cannot be sufficiently deduced from itself, as the supreme contradiction of his idealism, Kierkegaard becomes a critic of the system. His thought withdraws from the totality, which is an extensive totality, but produced at a point, towards that same point to obtain in it the only category capable of breaking the power of the system and restoring ontology. The point to which it clings, and which is at the same time its place, can be considered simply as the Archimedean point of systematic idealism, the right that thought has, because it is its own law, to found reality. But the category that dialectically emerges here is that of paradoxical sacrifice. Nowhere else is the right of conscience taken so far, and nowhere so completely denied, as in the sacrifice of conscience as the fulfillment of ontological reconciliation. Kierkegaard's dialectic oscillates, with a truly Pascalian amplitude, between the denial of conscience and its supreme right. His spiritualism, a historical figure of objectless interiority, must be understood in an immanent logic that starts from the crisis of idealism. For Kierkegaard, consciousness has, in the movement of infinite resignation, to have freed itself from all external being, and in the freedom of choice and decision, to have put all the contents starting from itself to finally, before the appearance of his own omnipotence, abandon that omnipotence and, by perishing, purify himself of the guilt he carried when trying to subsist autonomously. But the sacrifice of conscience is the most intimate model of all sacrifice in his philosophy. This constitutes the central connection of the mythical and the intrahistorical in his categorical system. For sacrifice always wants to atone for nature, and nature has in Kierkegaard's historical hour, and with his knowledge, its determining power in the spirit of isolated man. As the spirit of the individual is not only the archetype of every spirit in him, but nature itself, which appears only in the spirit, the sacrifice, the last category of nature, to which he rises, and category at the same time of the destruction of the natural, it is also a sacrifice of the spirit. With the maximum tension of which systematizing idealism was still capable, it made this sacrifice both for the systematic totality and for all the phenomena that enter into the system. The category of sacrifice, by means of which the system surpasses itself, at the same time maintains, in complete absurdity, Kierkegaard's philosophy in its systematic form as a superior unity through sacrificial abstraction in all the phenomena it encounters. It is in intellectual sacrifice that the mythical foundation appears purest and its historical function most spontaneous. Both meet on the stage of the spirit and put idealism in dialogue as a historical drama of mythical thought. But idealism finally demonstrates its mythical character, showing itself, at the moment of overcoming itself, incapable of immanently realizing the reconciliation that it announces. In idealism, nature, withdrawn from the human spirit, has hardened and usurped the power of the origin. The decline that idealism prepares for itself may free it from the appearance of autonomy, but in its complete decline there is no room for reconciliation as catharsis. Of all the commentators, only Monrad has shown to have understood something of the relationship between Kierkegaardian sacrifice and the mythical. For his characterization he quotes a passage from Norse mythology, specifically from the Havamal. Odin says, "I know that I spent 9 nights on the tree shaken by the wind, that I was wounded by the spear, that I was consecrated to Odin, consecrated to myself." 356. Monrad emphasizes the words consecrated to Odin, consecrated to myself, which could very well be the motto of a theology of sacrifice in which man must die to be the self. It is of little importance to highlight here, with the most recent Danish authors, a genuinely Nordic trait 357 of Kierkegaard. The relationship is objectively evident. The god sacrifices himself, then he does it autonomously, by himself, then he does it by remaining in the dominion over which he naturally exercises the power of it. Finally, the sacrifice takes place, as can be seen from the continuation of the passage, which Monrad cites, because the god wishes to procure a higher knowledge through the runes 358, also the Kierkegaardian philosophical intention of transparency. Even the model of the figure is found in this passage of the Edda. In fact, Kierkegaard himself put the concept of philosophy and mythology side by side. No philosophy, no mythology, has had that idea. 359. But the idea that must overcome philosophy and the space of the merely natural is that of paradox. That sacrifice is mythical is something that Kierkegaard himself perceived in the aesthetic domain. In Iphigenia in Aulis, by Euripides, Agamemnon must sacrifice Iphigenia. Aesthetics demands silence from Agamemnon, since it would be unworthy of a hero to seek solace in another man, and furthermore, in consideration of women, he must be hidden from them as long as possible. On the other hand, the hero, precisely to be one, must endure the test to which the tears of Clytemnestra and Iphigenia will subject him. What does aesthetics do? He has a resource. An old servant tells Clytemnestra everything. Now everything is in order. 360. What is given here as the aesthetic determination of sacrifice is in truth the mythical determination, the silence of wordless submission to destiny, the silent struggle that the hero wages with destiny as he succumbs and, succumbing, introduces the caesura into the circle of destination. But the servant's word is not an aesthetic resource, but rather his inessential voice is the echo of destiny itself, which announces its fulfillment to the silent hero. But the paradox also carries out, no less than the silent hero, such a sacrifice, and therefore becomes a prey to that mythology of which Kierkegaard thinks that he has never had that idea. For just as, deprived of all hope, the hero is delivered for his atonement to the blind natural demand, paradox sacrifices hope as the dearest daughter of the spirit to the same spirit in atonement. In this way Kierkegaard aesthetically banished the paradox to which he religiously succumbed, in the mythical essence of memory. This destroys, like a pure spirit without an image, the figure image of hope. I sketch an image of hope so vivid that everyone who has hope recognizes himself in it, and yet it is an illusion. When I draw hope, it is the memory that I have before my eyes. 361. This already alludes, by virtue of a movement of transcendence of the spheres, to Kierkegaard's Christology, in the same way that here hope is reduced to memory, which, as a remembrance of what has always been since ancient times, is mythical. There all intramundane existence is finally consecrated to the absolutely different, which removes the illusion from existence without affecting reconciliation in return. The mythical essence of pure spirit emerges from the cavern of memory. No power in the world can contain Don Juan, only a spirit, an apparition from the other world, can do it. This, properly understood, confirms once again our interpretation of Don Juan. A spirit, a revenant, is a reproduction, and in this lies the mystery of its appearance. Don Juan can do everything, he can oppose everything, but not the reproduction of life, since he is the immediate sensible life, and this is denied by the spirit. 362. The power over natural life is, thus, only power to destroy it in the spirit, and not power of reconciliation. But the destruction of natural life that comes from the statue of the commander is correctly understood as a ghostly destruction. For here not only is natural life destroyed by the spirit is itself natural life destroyed, and is captive to mythology. That is why it does not know hope, and that is why, in the Kierkegaardian doctrine of faith, the paradox disfigures hope in the pure destruction of nature by the spirit, and the spirit then provides hope in the most profound sense. Strict, in the Christian sense, as hope against all hope. For in every man there is an immediate hope that in one may be more vigorous than in another, but in death, that is, when you die, all hope of this kind is extinguished and becomes hopelessness. In this night of despair, it is death that we describe, then the life-giving Spirit comes and brings hope, the hope of eternity. This is against all hope, since there was no longer any hope for that merely natural hope. This hope is, therefore, a hope against all hope. 363. This image of hope is not, despite all its strength, an authentic image. In it, hope is not rooted in the absurdity of natural life, of life immersed in nature, and yet created. But the absurdity is turned against hope itself, destroying nature. Hope enters its circle, sprouting in nature, it would only be able to truly surpass it by preserving its mark. But the twilight light of Kierkegaardian hope is the dying light of the twilight of the gods, which announces the end of an old eon or the timid beginning of a new one, but not salvation. In the dialectic of hope, Kierkegaard's paradox is thus presented as entangled in nature due to his spirituality that is the enemy of nature. His polemic against mythical hope turns into mythical despair, in the same way that the movement of existence becomes that despair from which he fled into the labyrinth. In his manifest intention, his conception of Christianity is diametrically opposed to a mythological conception. Kierkegaard wishes to strictly exclude all mythical content fixed in images, and at the end of the epostle he harshly criticizes, due to its immediate character, infantile religiosity. 364. He also rejects infant baptism and Anabaptism because they are external things, that is, because of the theological symbolic form that he links to myth. But in his obfuscation he has escaped that the image of sacrifice, the image that takes over the most intimate cell of his thought, which must be accessed through the means of his philosophy and his theology, is itself mythical. There, the sacrifice of Christ and the subsequent sacrifice of reason cannot be distinguished with certainty. The statement that Christ has come into the world to suffer. 365, paradoxical and yet too emphatic, transforms the Christian doctrine of reconciliation itself into a myth. No matter how obstinately he tried to extirpate the mythical origin of sacrifice through dialectics, and no matter how effectively the ambiguity of sacrifice helped him in this, in minor phrases he betrayed against his will the mythical essence of his theology. If Christianity changed. 366, then the dialectical refraction of natural demonism, of the wild passions of immediacy, will be a danger for Christianity, which destroys them, with which Christianity itself falls into natural demonism. The fact that Kierkegaard polemically introduces here, to soften a dialectic of reconciliation that comes from nature, the reified and dubious concept of culture, does not change this fact in any way. And this fact is ultimately a mythologization of Christianity, whereas, in all preceding instances, nature had been expelled from Christianity. For Kierkegaard, the death of Christ is not so much a reconciliatory action as an atoning sacrifice. He may have used the word reconciling death in the exercise. 367, the doctrine of reconciliation is explicitly defined by the atonement. Here it is said that Christ made reparation for original sin. 368. Kierkegaard uselessly denies what he characterizes as an exception for both Christ and man. Abraham does not transgress the universal to appease angry gods. 369, why then? Because all true existence is atonement for Kierkegaard. In the instant it is asked that Christians live in this world of falsehood and malice as sacrifices. 370. Thus everyone transgresses the universal. Moral demands only have reason to exist in a life that remains under the possibility of reconciliation. If life is sacrificed, morality disappears with it into the abyss of the natural. The distinction between good and evil does not apply under the rule of death. That is why ethics constitutes in Kierkegaard a transitional stage. There is no life for her to test herself. On the systematic plan, sacrifice is the point where the tangent of an abstract and inaccessible meaning touches the closed circle of life, and the doctrine of it insists on the point without moving on the circular line. If only here, in the paradox, can he participate in meaning, he must pay for it, according to an inexorable mythical calculation, with the loss of what is alive. In his ethics, human life is helplessly defended against sacrificial annihilation. With sacrifice the difference between Christ and man disappears. If, in the sacrifice, Christ falls into the natural, man, by sacrificing himself, rises to the status of disciple. Of Christ it is said, this story, that is, the story of this constant persecution, which only ceases with death, this story, or this suffering, is the story of his life. This can be told in many ways. It can be told briefly in 2 words, and even with just one, it was the story of suffering. 371. History is thus reduced mythically to a sacrifice, and systematically to the point, as the following gloomy thesis says, since each day of his life was in a certain sense the day of his burial, since it was destined for sacrifice. 372. But in no other way is man's life also reduced by sacrifice. If eternal happiness is for him the highest good, this means that the moments of finitude are once and for all reduced by action to something that must be abandoned in view of eternal happiness. 373. Abandoned by virtue of imitation, the Christian must represent the model in such a way that he comes to suffer in the same way that he had previously recognized in living contemporaneity. All subsequent ceremonies around him, all pomp with monuments on his tomb, etc., 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 are, in the opinion of Jesus Christ, hypocrisy and the same crime as that of those who killed him. Such is the Christian demand. The sweetest form by far is that which has been advocated in the exercise of Christianity, that is, the simple recognition that such is the demand, and that you will then be helped by grace 374, a grace of which Kierkegaard knows no other criterion than that of suffering. The mythical content of suffering is barely covered by Christology and imitation, sometimes it springs autonomously, and the sacrifice is presented in its true natural form, as atonement, imposed on the guilty community that is the generation. Very distant in my memory is the thought that in each generation there are 2 or 3 who are sacrificed for others to, in the midst of terrible suffering, discover something that benefits others. And so, in my melancholy, I considered myself chosen for that destiny. 375. Emancipate yourself from the Christian archetype, separate the sacrifice from the name and suffering of Jesus, to make sacrifice as such independent in a fetishistic way. None of this is the result of the chance of a metaphorical way of speaking. His philosophy is so insistent on sacrificial worship that it actually becomes a gnosis, which, on the other hand, the Protestant Kierkegaard passionately opposes. In late idealism, gnosis breaks out where spiritualism makes mythical thought acquire power over Christian thought and, despite all talk about grace, drags Christianity into the domain, closed to all grace, of the course of nature. Kierkegaard's Gnostic doctrines are presented as poetic productions and fictions of fantasy, perhaps not only for objective reasons, such as those that can be found in the Apostille, but also to hide its heterodox character, of which Kierkegaard had to be aware. But they return in such a consistent way, they form such a closed motivational context, they follow so faithfully, in transcendence, the lines of the system of spheres, that the criticism of Kierkegaard's mythical content finds its true foundation in them. The mythical character of the sacrifice is manifested in the necessity and fatality of the scandal, over which God has no power. Precisely this is the reason for Christ's sadness, namely, that he cannot do anything else, he can humble himself, put on the form of a servant, suffer and die for men, he can invite them all to come to him, offer for them every day of his life with all of his hours, and even offer life itself, but what Christ cannot do is abolish the possibility of scandal. O unique act of love, O unfathomable sadness of love, that not even God himself can, even if he wanted it, although, on the other hand, he neither wants it nor can he want it make it impossible for this act of love to become for man precisely the opposite, that is, its extreme misfortune. For there is no doubt that the greatest of all human misfortunes, even worse than sin, is to be scandalized by Christ and to remain in scandal. And not even Christ himself, who is love, can make this impossible. This is the reason why Christ said, "Blessed is he who is not scandalized by me." He cannot do more. 376. Without a doubt, not the sacrifice itself, but its acceptance by the creature, is removed from the power of divinity. Necessity reigns, just as in the astrology of the spheres, in the demonic scandal. God's sadness for the inaccessible man, for the lost man, is the Gnostic response to this situation and the last word of Kierkegaard's theology. Divine love is saddened in ambiguous reconciliation. Yes, that is why he carried out that work of love and made the sacrifice, which personally filled him with joy, not without tears in his eyes, because over this over this historical image of interiority that shadowy possibility loomed. And yet, if that possibility had not floated above all that, his work would not have been that of authentic love. 377. Thus, the historical image of interiority is, as theological archetype of all melancholy, the sadness of God for man, itself mythical. But in the image of God's sadness, the Creator succumbs and becomes impotent, devoured in sacrifice by nature. Such is the frank and Gnostic heterodoxy that exists in the Kierkegaardian doctrine of the prison of God in his own incognito. For Kierkegaard, the rational result of the paradox as an unmediated unity of divine nature and human nature, and now man God. He is God, but he chooses to be this particular man. This is, as I say, the deepest unknown or the best possible way of not being known, because the contradiction between being God and being a concrete man is the greatest possible, an infinite qualitative contradiction. But this is his will, his free determination, and that is why it is an unknown kept thanks to omnipotence. Yes, by the fact of having wanted to be born, in a certain sense he has tied himself once and for all. His incognito was maintained with such omnipotence that in a certain sense he himself is in the power of his incognito, and the literal reality of his purely human suffering consists in the fact that such suffering is not simply an appearance, but in a certain sense the higher power that the unknown that he adopts has about himself. 378. If every statement about the sadness of God were already prohibited to a theology of the absolutely different, it would be in great trouble by having to deny the freedom of God and subordinate the God-made man to a necessity to which that he cannot get away. But Kierkegaard's theology cannot get out of this predicament because the conception of the paradox and absolute difference of God is itself linked to the autonomous spirit as its systematic negation, an autonomous spirit that finally overcomes divine transcendence by dialectically constructing God through starting from himself and his need. In the same way that, in the depths of damnation, the dialectic of pure spirit is directed towards salvation, in the heights of sacrifice it rushes into mythology, which subjects its God to an abstract destiny, but the incognito of man-God is an unknown maintained with his omnipotence, and divine seriousness consists precisely in the fact that this unknown is maintained to such a degree that he himself suffers in a purely human way under such unknown. 379. When Hecker says against Kierkegaardian spiritualism, man must become spirit, the spirit to which he is destined, and if possible pure spirit, and this is an almost Gnostic error of Kierkegaard's. 380, Gnosis passes from the determination of the man as a purely spiritual being to a theology that classifies God in the categories of pure spirit as the one to whom man appears, but with this he dissolves God in nature, which is in truth the absolute spirituality of man. A mythical dialectic devours Kierkegaard's God like Cronus devours his children. The mythical sacrifice itself is carried out in Kierkegaard by spiritualism as the historical figure that nature adopts in his thought. It is the sacrifice of pure spirit, into which all reality has been transformed. The model of this sacrifice is paradox, a movement of thought carried out from pure thought, which in such movement is denied as a totality so that, sacrificed, it attracts to itself its perfect contradiction, the absolutely different. What in Kierkegaard characterizes the demon and despair of the mortal illness, the impulse to the annulment of the self and destruction, returns in the consciousness reached its summit, in absolute spirituality. But one should not have a poor opinion of the paradox, for paradox is the passion of thought, and the thinker without paradox is like the lover without passion, a mediocre type. But the maximum power of every passion consists in the fact that it wants its own end, as the greatest passion of the understanding consists in the fact that it wants the stimulus, although the stimulus will be its end in one way or another. The greatest paradox of thought is, therefore, to discover something that it itself cannot think. 381. The paradoxical character of the sacrifice is traced by the determination of original sin, which, being itself of exclusively spiritual essence, must be atoned for by the sacrifice. Sin consists in the fact that, before God and in a desperate way, one does not want to be oneself, or in that, also in a desperate way and before God, one wants to be oneself. But isn't this definition too spiritual? This definition has its advantages, the most important of which is that it is the only one that agrees perfectly with Scripture, since it is always defined as disobedience. But isn't it too spiritual? For now, we must answer that a definition of sin can never be too spiritual, unless it becomes so spiritual that it suppresses sin, since sin is precisely a determination of the Spirit. 382. But if the sin of the creature is defined by the Spirit, its atonement is both a position of the Spirit and a contradiction with the Spirit, and therefore is paradoxical. But what is religious consists in the fact that one cares infinitely for oneself, and not for visions, in which one is infinitely concerned with oneself, and not with a positive end that is properly negative and finite, since the only adequate form for the infinite is the infinitely negative 383. The sacrifice of conscience is carried out with its own categories, rationally. It is no coincidence that Kierkegaard uses mathematical comparisons in the doctrine of the Christian paradox, just as the straight line that touches the circle at a single point, he was in the world and yet outside the world, serving only Sir 384. Kierkegaard's paradox appears here in relation to the rational mathematical paradox of the point, which has no extension, and in fact the point offers the model for all Kierkegaardian paradoxes since the Diary of a Seducer. But the idea of the point, not entirely representable in intuition, refers to the autonomous ratio as to its origin. The center of spontaneity of idealism, the abstract transcendental unity of apperception, the Kantian principle, is a point. That Kierkegaard's paradox must be understood as such a point of spontaneous production emerges from the literal context of the crumbs. The conclusion of faith is not a conclusion, but a decision, and therefore doubt is excluded. 385. But the category of resolution, which Kierkegaard expressly calls ethics, thus coordinating it with freedom and autonomy, must paradoxically be the religious starting point. Resolution is neither the strength of the man, nor the male courage, nor male intelligence. All these determinations are only immediate determinations that belong to the same sphere as immediate love, to which they cannot correspond as a new immediacy. It is a religious starting point. 386. The religious paradox is in Kierkegaard legitimized by a spontaneous act of consciousness. This has the consequence that every sacrifice takes the form of paradox in the domain of consciousness. What is decisive for Kierkegaard is not the symbolic objective fulfillment of the sacrifice, but rather that, in every sacrifice, the autonomy of thought is broken by determinations of thought. Opposed to this interpretation is the common objection to Kierkegaard's intellectualization, that whatever his original religious experiences were, he represented them in rational paradoxes, which were the tribute of his thought to his time. The objection arbitrarily separates thought and time, which intersect in it in such a way that the place of the archaic is modernity, while the archaic evaporates as something vain as soon as it is considered without mediation. Kierkegaard did not expose originary religious experiences in rational paradoxes. The place of mythical sacrifice is in him the historical figure of consciousness, objectless interiority. The objectless interior does not conduct his timeless dialogue with God, by withdrawing from the outside world by virtue of its historical situation and inserting itself into a dialectic without resolution as the quintessence of creation and guarantor of its meaning. The alleged dialogue from fear and trembling is nothing more than the deceptive echo that, coming from out of nothing, responds to closed spirituality. Rational sacrifice is not the simple reproduction of an ontic sacrifice. The absolute spirit is not capable of any other sacrifice than that of itself. Kierkegaard's depth, if one wants to use a term that has been abused, in no way resides in what, under the veil of idealist forms of thought, Kierkegaard re-established as the original and absolute religious meaning. Kierkegaard brought forth, as a simultaneously historical content, the mythical content that was the original meaning of idealism in its historical decline. The primacy of the rational paradox in the Kierkegaardian domain of sacrifice can be verified imminently in the fact that the paradoxical character is not limited to spiritual Christology. It does not coincide with the traditional paradox of the theological symbol. If the dialectical structure of his entire work is that of sacrifice, if the leap and the negation always carry out in it the abandonment of the sphere from which they result, the paradox appears everywhere printed on the sacrifices as their seal of systematic authenticity. There is no other way to explain the astonishing catalogue of paradoxes found in a passage of the non-scientific apostille. The reader will remember that revelation is recognized in mystery, happiness in suffering, the certainty of faith in uncertainty, ease in difficulty, truth in absurdity. 387. What would blasphemously be before the exceptionally rousing symbol, is ordered without resistance as a succession of applications of the form of a universal rational legality, although it is a legality that marks each of the cases as the content of a paradox and, due to its content, turns them against ratio. Paradox is Kierkegaard's fundamental categorical form. Paradoxically, this carries out the synthesis of the multiple, and in the categorical unity and totality, precisely the rational origin that specific paradoxes deny each time is preserved. That is why there are paradoxes in all spheres alike. The union of time and eternity is already conceived aesthetically, not only in the parody of seduction, but also positively in the doctrine of art. With Don Juan Mozart enters that eternity that is not outside of time, but within time, which no veil hides from the eyes of men. Men, that eternity into which the immortals are not admitted once and for all, but continually. The contemporary generation passes before them, directs their gaze to them and goes to the grave happy to contemplate their glory, and posterity passes before them and their face is transfigured in their contemplation. 388. The ethical stage is also constructed with the paradox. The highest expression of immediate love is that the lover has the sensation of being nothing before the beloved, and the same thing before the beloved, since having the sensation of being something one before the other contradicts love. 389. Love is thus defined by the simple negation of that self to which, according to Kierkegaard's doctrine, all its content is nevertheless subject. The paradox of affect corresponds to that of the moral commandment itself. Here it is demonstrated that the individual is both the universal and the particular. Duty is the universal thing that is demanded of me. If I am not the universal, I cannot fulfill my duty. On the other hand, my duty is the particular that is only demanded of me, but my duty is precisely duty for me, and, therefore, the universal. 390. Finally, non-Christian religiosity is also paradoxical, in a sense so precise that its demarcation from what is Christian is impossible. The paradox thus provides Kierkegaard's positive theology with an encompassing superior concept. Did Job lack reason? Yet. Forever, for he could not go higher than the court that judged him. Was Job right? Yet. Forever, in that in which he was not right before God. 391. The function of totality of the paradox is made possible by its abstract character, because as a categorical form it includes all specific contents. But this abstraction is founded again on sacrifice as the substance of the paradox itself, and therefore cannot be filled and corrected by the multiplicity of contents. The context of the living. For Kierkegaard, the reality of the self is sacrificed in the paradox. If religiosity is obtained directly from reality, it is of a dubious kind, since it is possible that merely aesthetic categories are used or some vital wisdom is resorted to, but if the individual whom reality has not managed to subdue collapses under the weight of himself, the religious will manifest itself pure and clear. 392. However, the collapse of the individual is specifically the destruction of time and, therefore, the abandonment of the immanent vital context. In Kierkegaard, time demarcates the domain of human existence from that of pure fallen nature, but the historical is the past, since the present, being the confines of the future, is not yet historical. How then can it be said that nature, being an immediate present, is historical? The difficulty lies in the fact that nature is too abstract to be, in a stricter sense, in relation to the dialectic of time. The imperfection of nature is that it has no history in any other sense. 393. But the historicity of Christ in the paradox is as abstract in Kierkegaard as he perceives it in the evolution of pure nature, because the Kierkegaardian sacrifice is nothing other than a sacrifice of pure nature. If the contemporary generation had not left more than these words, "We have believed that in such a year God showed himself in the figure of a servant, lived and taught among us and then died," would be more than enough. The contemporary generation would have done what was necessary. For this brief warning, this note bene in the history of the world is enough to become an impulse for the next generation, and the most detailed report could not even in all eternity, do more for the next generation. It is enough to consider that, in such a construction of the paradox, the appearance of Jesus in time would be arbitrarily interchangeable, since in the paradox time is nothing more than an abstract note bene, empty of content, to show how the Kierkegaardian doctrine of paradox as a unity of time and eternity turns against its fundamental thesis, which maintains that what is historical, that God has existed in human form, is the main thing. 395. In fact, in Kierkegaard's paradox all concrete time is missing, time that should be preserved in it, but which appears as a simple temptation, in the immediate contemporaneity, as an experience of the temporally concrete life of Christ. There is a restlessness that only ceases with the words "everything is finished," without being able to drive away the historical again. Well, otherwise, everything is Socratic. 396, or contemporaneity means an intermediary state, which certainly has its meaning, and which cannot be left aside without returning to the Socratic, but which has no absolute meaning for contemporaries. 397. But just as, at the point, concrete time disappears through the sacrifice of paradox, the image of eternity itself fades into extreme abstraction, the natural life is sacrificed, and the verified sacrifice remains, however, chained to the natural life, even if it is the spiritual life incapable of establishing a determined transcendence. Nor is it true that the absolute tau lambda omicron becomes concrete in the relative tau lambda omicron, since the absolute distinction that resignation makes will ensure at every moment the absolute tau lambda omicron against all fraternization. 398. But, by becoming incomparable, it becomes indeterminate. By breaking all mythology of the image, it sinks into the imageless mythology of pure negation. What, as a Christian, Kierkegaard was afraid to utter becomes manifest in the doctrine of the paradox in Religiosity. In Job, it is a defect in the plan of the book of Job that God appears to Job in the clouds and triumphs over him in a dialectical explanation. For God appears as the terrible dialectician that he is, making him approach, so to speak, in a completely different way. The slightest whisper is more delicious or more terrible than when he is heard thundering over the earth from his throne of clouds. That is why it is not possible to dialogue dialectically with him. God uses the dialectical force of man against man himself. 399. If in such expressions Kierkegaard's dialectic believes it rises above all mythology, here it falls completely into it. For the mythical images of transcendence are destroyed in the moment of faith, but, in that moment, human consciousness itself usurps the power of the unconditioned through the paradox that it poses. Subjectivity is the truth. This reveals in the paradox the horrible features of the sacrificial mask. In the demonic sacrifice of conscience, man sets himself up as lord of the sinful creation. Through sacrifice he asserts his dominion, and the name of divinity succumbs to his demonicity. Here, the philosophical criticism of Kierkegaard converges with the psychological question that current research likes to put forward, but which can only be answered convincingly from the knowledge of the philosophical content itself, whether Kierkegaard was a believing Christian. Raising this question in relation to the person is neither legitimate nor possible. Already the terms of the last conversations with Boezen prevent any conclusive statement. Philosophically, it is possible to decide on the negative answer in view of the mythical essence of the Kierkegaardian paradox. And this with the evidence provided by the concept of disciple, which ends up being the guarantor of the theological content itself, but in such a way that said content is secularized in the paradox, in the same way that the ascension to heaven makes the laws of nature, and this is the objection of doubt, or are challenged. The pressing need of the disciples overrides the purely human motives of consolation. How could these console those who must suffer for doing good? He pushes them towards another type of consolation, insists on the ascension of their Lord and Master, and leads by faith to that ascension. It is a need that exists in man. The food is such for those who feed on it. Where there is a need, it produces what it needs. And the disciples truly needed the ascension to endure the life they were leading, and that is why it is true. 400. However cautious, perhaps even ambiguously formulated it may be, if, in the uncertainty of faith, sacrifice constitutes for the person of the disciple the only criterion of truth, This is abandoned to a pragmatism that is still hidden in the point, but which could be perceived in its consequences if Kierkegaard had ever abandoned the point. Kierkegaard's theology would have to dissolve, if there was one. In sacrifice, immanence surpasses itself to engulf itself in the natural, blind, and merciless connection, in which immanent imitation constitutes the guarantee of transcendent ascension and not the other way around. The theology that sacrifice evokes is subordinated to intramundane categories to the extent that, if not continuously, at least occasionally, sacrifice intervenes as a deus ex machina and subjective immanence disappears in the void of abstract negation. Lukács's thesis, according to which Kierkegaard's leap is nothing more than a helpless escape from the state of pure meaninglessness, is justified along with his interpretation, which makes Kierkegaard a nihilist, and criticism may contradict in the method, but not in the result, the reasoning of Ludwig Marcuse, in accordance with his philosophy of culture, when he classifies Kierkegaard as a figure of romanticism and reaches the conclusion that the ideal of the faith that he outlines is, in the end, nothing more than a romantic fantasy, not an image of existence. 401, or when he says about the paradox, this quia absurdum credo of the romantic is not an internal certainty to despite all the aporias of the understanding, since it is the aporias of the understanding that must give certainty. 402 in the mythical sacrifice of reason. The reason that in Hegel produces, as infinite reason, all reality from itself, is in Kierkegaard, as infinite reason, the denial of all finite knowledge. If mythical was there the universal dominion of him, mythical is here the universal annihilation of him. Therefore, Kierkegaard's incessantly repeated statements that he is not a believer should not be taken as expressions of Christian humility, but of the true state of things. These statements reappear very stereotyped conjuring formulas that are, like the terms scripture and paradox, to bear witness to a renewed feeling of humility, and, rigid as they are, they do not keep religion far from illusion, but rather the mythical circle far from the reconciling word that would make it explode into the air. In the without authority the profound knowledge persists that precisely the paradox, which Kierkegaard establishes as the measure of what is Christian, is not Christian. Hence the fanatical obsession with the limit, of which particularly the book against Adler is full. It wants to ensure the ritual use of the sacrificial cult from the priestly point of view rather than a Christianity that, although current, still felt, as revealed truth, out of danger even in depravity and deformation, while demons threaten this ritual use because it is itself a thing of demons. This gives its mythical tone to a passage from For an Examination of Oneself, recommended to my contemporaries, if now one of us dares, as an upright man, to ethically practice and defend what has been indicated here based as an individual on a direct relationship with God as Adler, of whom Kierkegaard is thinking, does I am in the instant, I understand myself in this instant, but I cannot know if I will not be denied the possibility of doing so in the next moment, perhaps before I publish this writing, and thus I immediately put myself at the service of God to undertake what I understand before God to be my task. This task of mine will consist of me accompanying the reformer step by step, without taking my eyes off him, to see if he maintains step by step his supposed character, which is what is extraordinary. 403. An attitude of border guard, an unalterable rigor, a power of fascination, Kierkegaard does not owe them, as he obfuscatedly claims, to the purity of the Christian doctrinal concept of it, but to the mythical reinterpretation of it in paradox. Here, all inadequacy of the created reality is mercilessly repressed in the produced system. For the sacrifice of reason, everything that enters its region is prepared for it as a victim. Sacrificed reason reigns as a demigod. His reign has, in Kierkegaard's philosophy, the features of passion. Passion is counted in Kierkegaard, along with melancholy, anguish and despair, among the affects that represent the hidden truth as figures, but at the same time belong to pure subjectivity in movement. Passion has as its end the sacrifice of the self, whose passion is that of self-destruction. If in self-destruction before God the individual is determined by a dialectic turned inward, we have religiosity of 404. And passion is a subjective category, the natural impulse of the spirit, which Kierkegaard always conceives according to the model of the erotic inclination. Kierkegaard even believes he can ensure the transcendent content of faith in the psychological content of passion, but the supreme passion of a man is faith. 405. The double meaning of his concept of passion thus favors misinterpretations, such as those that are condensed in the most drastic way in the title of Vetter's book, Pity as Passion. But this double meaning is dialectical. It is the old double meaning of passion, which, as Benjamin's formula says, constitutes the mountain pass of mythology, passion and sacrificial suffering. There is a reason why Kierkegaard's ethical passion, which he believes has suppressed all that is incommensurable and has driven away nature, requires a determination as opaque and equivocal as that of sympathy. For man it is essential that he experience sympathy, a resolution in which sympathy has no claim and does not find its adequate expression, does not offer any ideality of high style. 406. The ambiguity of sympathy is the ambiguity of the mythical. It is expressed in Kierkegaard's ethical sphere by the passion that still retains its natural impulse character as a passion of the intellect. This is capable of being articulated in movement. His dialectic then appears in Kierkegaard linked to the totality of existence, which it atones in its entirety through destruction. But its claim to totality is attached to the claim to dominion of the absolute spirit. If this disappears, passion takes on another dialectical content than that of atonement and destruction in the whole. Passion can then be realized in its impulses according to the rhythm with which it experiences them as particular impulses and without obeying the rigid higher concept, and the stages of realization become for her stages of reconciliation. It is Kierkegaard's second project of dialectic, that of the mythical itself, which once again awakens in the most intimate part of his philosophy and turns against a mythology of sacrifice that was capable of amputating it, but not integrating it into its paradoxes. If passion as an all-powerful, infinite, and insatiable natural force only knows its own decline, wherever it is stilled in the finite, despair, which was previously its demonic totality, loses its power over passion, and the dialectical mortal disease it moves in strength for a reconciled historical life. This is not, as the Kierkegaardian doctrine of total sin and total atoning sacrifice implies, a superficial consideration that allows us to say that the doctrine of reconciliation constitutes the qualitative difference between paganism and Christianity. 407. Reconciliation is the imperceptible gesture in which guilty nature is historically renewed as created nature, but, in her greatest gesture, that of sacrifice, she still remains condemned and unreconciled. Christianity is distinguished from mere natural religion by a name, reconciliation, and not by the unamiable fulfillment of paradox. What, in his mythical vision, Kierkegaard neglects about Christianity, he recognizes in a truly more Christian way in the myth itself, in the saga of Agnes and the Triton, a Norse legend that he tells, modifies, and comments on in Fear and Shaking. For, here, the dialectical transition from passion to reconciliation is understood, if not as a completed transition, then as a transition without sacrifice. The Triton is a seducer who emerges from his hiding place at the bottom of the abyss and, full of wild desire, seizes the innocent flower that, in the fullness of its gentleness, was on the shore with its dreamy head bowed listening to the murmur of the waves and takes it away. This is how poets have always narrated the story. But let's introduce some changes. The merman is not a seducer. He has addressed Ines, and using words as beautiful as they are flattering and skillful, he has awakened feelings in the girl that had hitherto been dormant. She believes she has found in the merman what her gaze was searching for beneath the waves. Ines then wants to go with him. The merman lifts her into her arms. Ines surrounds her neck with hers, she confidently abandons herself, with all her soul, to the one she knows is stronger than her. The newt approaches the shore with her, and is already leaning over the surface of the sea to launch himself into the depths with her lute. Ines looks at him once more in the eyes, without fear, without hesitation, without pride in her happiness, without the intoxication of desire, with absolute faith, with absolute humility, like the humblest of flowers, as she knows, With absolute confidence she gives him all her destiny in that look. And oh, wonder! The sea stops roaring, its indomitable voice falls silent, the frenzy of nature, to which the merman owes its strength, suddenly leaves him, and the most complete calm takes over the entire environment, but Ines continues to look at him the same way. 408. The modification that Kierkegaard introduces is so small and so perfect that it cannot be compared with that suffered by the legendary themes of the Attic tragics, the mysterious step that leads out of pure nature, yet remaining in natural life, the reconciling ransom of sacrifice. The sacrifice disappears and, in its place, the dialectic retains its breath for a brief moment. In its progress a caesura occurs like the one in the script that precedes. Oh, wonder! Mark on the graphic image. It is evident that reconciliation passes here before the gaze of the existential Kierkegaard like a brilliant meteorite that does not reach the earth, for then the sacrifice bursts again as renunciation into the ephemerally reconciled landscape, and the nude collapses, cannot stand up to the power of innocence, his element has betrayed him, he cannot seduce Ines. He returns her to the world where he found her and tells her that he only wanted to show her the beauty of the sea when it is calm, and Ines believes him. Then he turns around and goes back alone, the sea roars again, but despair roars more savagely in the merman's chest. He can seduce Ines, he can seduce 100 young people like her, he can enchant any girl, but Ines has won, and the merman has lost her. Only as prey could she be his. He cannot belong faithfully to any girl, for he is nothing more than a merman. 409. And he continues to be so when he renounces, the sacrifice returns him to the mythical element, to the frenzy of nature, which at the moment of reconciliation had abandoned him because the girl's gesture of consent had taken it away, which is faithful to nature to the end. But, in the sacrifice of renunciation, the merman becomes demonic. He remains silent. His silence ties him to pure nature. Kierkegaard himself has recognized this. Let us now grant the newt a human consciousness and suppose for his condition as a newt a human pre-existence in the consequences of which his life has been involved. Nothing prevents him from becoming a hero, since the step he takes now is reconciliatory. Ines frees him, the seducer is annihilated, he gives in to the power of innocence. He will never seduce again. But at that same moment two powers engage in battle around him, repentance and repentance with Agnes. If repentance wins, it will remain hidden, but if Agnes and repentance take hold of it, it becomes manifest. 410. There are hardly any other passages in which Kierkegaard's idealism of objectless interiority shows its mythical character as clearly as here, where he himself reproaches it for the image of reconciliation. The objectless interiority must remain silent, like the obstinate demon of nature. But the only organ of reconciliation is the word. However, there is no doubt that the merman can speak. 411, his word, as something revealed, removes him from the mythology to which his silence gives him, the archaic silence of his immediate natural existence plus the dialectical silence of a repentance that remains absorbed and is destroyed in sacrifice without find the reconciling word. The newt is in truth the pre-existence of Kierkegaardian interiority. In silence, his dialectical sacrifice is revealed as archaic sacrifice. This confirms his idealism as a mythical historical figure. But nature is capable of subsisting where it perseveres without renunciation as an instinctive, desiring power, and as a speaking consciousness, while in sacrifice it succumbs to itself, nature, which in truth cannot be expelled with the fork and which will not leave to return until the genius reconciles with her. 7. Construction of the aesthetic. Construction of the aesthetic. In the same way that man naturally desires what can preserve and enliven the joy of living, to live the eternal he always needs a dose of universal pessimism so as not to become enthusiastic about this world and learn to be disgusted and feel disgust and aversion towards it. The foolishness and falsehood of this miserable world. 412. This, which in the instant appears so puritanically stylized that it resembles an ancient quote from a sermon of penance, hides in the form of a concise thesis the richest dialectic, and at the same time dialectically denies it. In Kierkegaard's philosophy, passion and sacrifice are born from melancholy as its natural foundation to annul in it, as in the spiritual body, nature itself. But nature does not disappear in the passion of its annihilation. Melancholy accompanies Kierkegaard as a mediator through all stages until his sacrifice at the point. That is why it is still found in his late writings, where it must be defeated by paradoxical and controversial Christianity. Divided, it has survived the decline that it as a totality had previously prepared for this totality. But what remains is divided, just like that despair that, in sinking into mortal illness, fractures the ground of subjectivity to become objectively polarized with judgment and grace. Mythical self-affirmation in melancholy deserves condemnation, and why do you, wild forces, why do you not unleash yourselves with even more violence? Why do you not put an end to life and the world? And with them, this little speech that at least has the advantage over other things that it will soon be over. May that whirlwind that constitutes the most intimate principle of the world arise from the depths of creation, and may it do so while men eat and drink, marry and multiply with careless eagerness, without suspecting a thing, to in its fury tear down the mountains and annihilate the states, the achievements of culture and all the ingenious inventions of man. Let his frightful cry be heard, which announces more surely than the trumpet of judgment the end of all things, and, by the violence of his breath, sweep away like a light feather this bare rock on which we stand. 413. Melancholy focuses on the image of the catastrophe as its most extreme possible image. Here also lies the meaning of his melancholy. Its essence is the condensation of possibility. 414, and the most radical mockery in the world would have to be changed into seriousness. 415 in view of that image. No sacrifice has power here, and melancholy only retreats before the reality of the judgment. I find such isolation, of course, infinitely despairing. How frightening it is that a man who has lived like this should wake up in another life and on the day of judgment find himself completely alone again. 416. But the demonic possibility is that of total self-affirmation in obstinacy. The meaning of broken melancholy is very different. Its ruins are the figures on which Kierkegaard meditates, and hope joins the absurdity of melancholic desires. The order of the spheres is reversed. Where Kierkegaard assumes nothing other than the discontinuity and contingency of perfect melancholy, the natural impulse adheres, when satisfaction is denied, to the names of its objects, and nowhere in his philosophy does hope insist more obstinately than in the aesthetic diapsalmata, whose dispersed character however comes, according to their plan of the spheres, from the fact that the aesthetic cannot achieve continuity. Thus in the melancholic memory of the boy Louis, how true it is that human nature never changes. With what innate genius a child often gives us a vivid picture of adult relationships. Today I had a lot of fun with little Louis. He was sitting in his little chair and looking around him with visible satisfaction. Then Mary, the maid, entered the room. "Mary," he shouted. "Yes, Luisito," she responded with her usual kindness, and she approached him. He tilted her big head a little, looked at her smilingly with her big childish eyes and said with great phlegm, "Not this Maria, another Maria." And what do we adults do? We call the whole world, and when it comes kindly we say, "Mary is not there." 417. Kierkegaard's comment slips helplessly from his own account. It is not hopelessness in infinite autonomous desire that is described here, it is hope in finite desire, hope that is disappointed in the world of things, in the milieu, by this maiden and by no other, but which, nevertheless, retains in the name in a utopian and concrete way what that alienated objects deny him. Therefore, the child is not like a banally ironic copy of adult relationships in a futile miniaturization of melancholic retrospection, it is the drive power of his own impatience that is melancholic which, to be fulfilled, should not be realistically sacrificed for the decision, but rather dialectically nourished. The reasons for the desire of the diapsalmata could be historically derived from literary romanticism, they are separated from it both by their precision and by their strict unrealizability. whose figure constitutes in Kierkegaard precisely the scheme of hope. Thus, a consideration whose starting point is totally romantic turns, in the name, towards the fidelity of finite, although hidden, desire. The enormous force of popular poetry is manifested, among other things, in that its heroes have violent desires. Along with them, today's men are in their desires as sinful as they are boring, since they always desire what belongs to their neighbor. The former, on the other hand, know very well that their neighbors have what they seek as little as they themselves. But when his desire becomes sinful, nothing can be discounted from the cold calculation of probabilities of the prosaic understanding. There is no dam that contains it, and in its monstrous excess it offers a truly shocking spectacle. Don Juan continues to appear on stage with his 1003 lovers, and no one finds this ridiculous out of respect for tradition. If today a poet dared to present something like that, he would infallibly be ridiculed. 418. For what exceeds the impulse to restore the lost immediacy and vital plenitude, Kierkegaard finds this formula: my soul has lost the possibility. If I could desire anything for myself, I would desire neither wealth nor power, but the passion of possibility. I wish I had an eye that, eternally young, eternally burned with the desire to see possibility. 419. Such a possibility is not so much a mirage of what is lost as an unrealized, weak, anticipatory, and yet exact scheme of what must be. But it is the outline of that truth that concerns the Kierkegaardian question of origin, the encrypted and hidden truth, which autonomous subjectivity cannot establish, but which melancholic subjectivity can read. In this scheme, melancholy accompanies what existence destroyed. Faced with the manifest intention of their systematic totality, the Diapsalmata go to the original scripture of human existence, and nowhere are their comparisons as effective as here. I am dejected like a schwa, my existence is weak and vain like a ditchling, I feel like a letter printed backwards on a line, at the same time I am pretentious like a pasha with 3 ponytails, jealous of myself and my thoughts like a bank of his bills, generally as reflective of myself as a reflexive pronoun. If bad mood and worry were like the reward of a good action, which, as we know, is lost if it is anticipated in conscience, I would be the happiest of men. But not. I anticipate all worries, and yet they all stay with me, all of them. 420. Perhaps it is not coincidental that the comparison chooses Hebrew letters as signs of a language that, from the theological point of view, claims to be the language of truth. But theological truth, and here we must assume, beyond the paradoxical sacrifice, Kierkegaard's true ontological position, is guaranteed precisely by its encryption and its concealment, and the decomposition of fundamental human relations is revealed as the history of the truth itself. This is shown against Kierkegaard's will, and therefore convincingly, in a passage from the essay on Maria Beaumarchais, in which writing appears as a model of despair to be discreetly transformed into a model of hope. This is how time passes for her, until she has consumed the object of her suffering, which is not so much the cause of her suffering as the occasion to lament she knows not what. Imagine that a man possesses a letter that he knows, or believes he knows, that he could give him information on which all the happiness of his life, or what he understands by it, depends, but the lines are blurred and discolored, and the letters can hardly be read. This man will read and reread it, anguished and restless, with great effort, and when he thinks he has deciphered a word, he will give it now one meaning, now another, and will use it as a key to the interpretation of the whole, but the end will always be a return to the beginning, to uncertainty. With increasing anguish he will cling to the letter, and the more he strains his eyes, the less he will be able to see. His eyes will water again and again, and the more they do, the less he will be able to see. Over time the lines will become increasingly pale and blurred, and finally the paper will be damaged and only your eyes will be left blinded by tears. This endless and useless reading represents the evilly infinite reflection of the aesthetic man here, of the man who loves in immediacy, which, according to the doctrine of the system of spheres, only resolution can break. But there is no more faithful image of hope than that of true figures, half legible, that pale with history and that disappear before flooded eyes, in whose tears they are nevertheless confirmed, tears of despair in which figures dialectically appear as the luminous figures of emotion, consolation, and hope. Dialectical melancholy does not lament the joy that has passed, he knows of his unattainability, but also of the promise that this unattainable joy unites, in its origin, to desire. I have never felt happy, and yet, it always seemed to me that joy is a faithful companion, that its geniuses floated lightly around me in a lively dance, invisible to others, but not to me, making my eyes sparkle with enchantment. With its never, such hope departs from all mythical illusion, from that which was, such hope is promised as unattainable, while if it were immediately affirmed as real, it would relapse into mythology and phantasmagoria and would shipwreck in what was lost, in the past. For the true desire of melancholy is nourished by the idea of an eternal happiness without sacrifice, which, however, can never be adequately signified as its object. Although the desire for this happiness cannot be realized and remains in hope, it comes from it, and revolving around happiness, it revolves fulfilled in happiness itself. Hence, Kierkegaard's response to the utopian occult desire is the nostalgia for happiness as the eschatological salvation of his gnosis, but art would be to feel nostalgia even while being on one's own land. For this we must understand the matter of illusion 423, illusion in the unattainable figure of hope as in nostalgia for one's own land. But, as a desire for happiness, illusion has its content not in the infinite, but in a finitude that, like a retaining wall, better saves the body and the name than the open horizon of thought, in which both disappear. Thus, in the diapsam of the roast, its pragmatics go further than Kierkegaard's romantic irony would allow, but it would be great naivete to believe that with voices and clamors one obtains something in this world. As if that had the slightest influence on destiny. Just deal with what comes and refrain from all comments. When, in my youth, I went to a restaurant, I told the waiter, a good piece, but a really good piece of loin, and without fat. The waiter barely heard my request, and even less paid attention to what he was saying, or my voice barely reached the kitchen and made the carver hear about it, and although everything happened like this, it was possible that there would not be a good piece left in the entire roast. Now I don't scream any more. 424. Happiness would be like savoring that piece of roast described here. She is as unattainable in the hierarchy of meanings as she is in the modest inn. Objectification is as much the enemy of happiness as the poor organization of the inn is of the roast, and happiness is promised as surely as the roast is promised by its smell. In melancholy, nature and reconciliation communicate, desire rises dialectically from it, and the illusion of desire is the reflection of hope. Illusion, for desire is not given happiness itself, but mere images, and in them desire, which at the same time lives on them, is consumed because, in Kierkegaard's words, its organ, the eye, is the most difficult to satisfy. 425. But his insatiability is aesthetic. What, in the face of the ambition to dominate its systematic idealism, irreducible to the spontaneous center of subjectivity, crumbles into determinations, disparate and incomparable to each other, of the aesthetic, crystallizes, irregularly, but with full meaning, before the gaze of melancholy. The realm of the aesthetic, which Kierkegaard divides and then rejects as discontinuous with the previous categories of his paradoxical system of existence in traditional doctrine of art, pure intuitive immediacy of existence, speculative illusion of objective metaphysics and the how subjective aspect of communication, this realm, painfully furrowed by a subjectivity that leaves its traces on it without ever dominating it, receives its structure from the images that appear to desire, but are not produced by it, since it has its origin in them. This realm of images constitutes the absolute opposite of that of the Platonic tradition. It is not eternal, but historical dialectical. It is not above nature in clear transcendence, but is obscurely identified with it. It is not truth without appearance, but it absurdly promises unattainable truth in the opposition of its appearance. It does not open to eros, but radiates in disintegration. In the historical disintegration of the mythical unity of immediate existence, in the mythical dissociation of the historically existing. The forms that are gathered here bear the mark of the asphyxiation of objectless interiority. To what extent their light is the mythical light of decay is something about which Kierkegaard himself left no doubt, and they are often left behind as monuments of a dull and alienated nature. But, although they are left behind, they are ahead of what is alive. Kierkegaard knows this more as a psychologist than as a systematist of existence. Each man has a certain faculty of knowing, and each man, both the most educated and the most limited, goes with his knowledge far ahead of what is in his life or what his life expresses. 426. With this advantage of knowing about existence, the knowing subject participates in the truth in appearance, a participation that existence without appearance in its empty depth never achieved. For the trace of truth is given to the desire that persists before mere beings. If the entity were denied as contingent, existence would not offer interiority that trace, because interiority knows no other truth than its own existence. But, in the face of the truth, pure existence vanishes. What Kierkegaard says polemically about the speculative reason that usurps the intellectus archetypus, positively characterizes that aesthetic attitude that is affirmed despite his doctrine of existence. But for the speculator the question of his eternal personal happiness cannot be raised, because his mission is to distance himself more and more from himself and to be more and more objective, and, therefore, to disappear before his own eyes and be the contemplative force of speculation. 427. The autonomous self would have to disappear in the truth, whose imprint comes to it with the aesthetic appearance, in whose ephemeral images its powerful impotent spontaneity bounces. If the expansive self is destroyed in all its extension by sacrifice, as the self that disappears it is saved by dwarfing. Kierkegaard's ethical abstraction, the exclusion of the incommensurable, may have inherent knowledge in this regard that transcends pure sacrifice. A knowledge of inappearance, as still preserved by the Romantics' longing for the petit bourgeois. On the other hand, those who carry with them the treasure of faith are easily deceived, since their external appearance presents a surprising resemblance to who deeply despise both infinite resignation and faith, that is, with the petit bourgeois. 428. But Kierkegaard then describes the believer who resembles the petit bourgeois not as one who leads an immediately just life in the small, but as one who disappears into inappearance. The very moment my gaze rests on him, I repels, I jump back, I clap my hands and mutter, "Good God, is this the man? Is he really? He looks like a tax collector. However, that's the man." Then I get a little closer to him and observe even his smallest movements, in case he makes some kind of telegraphic signal of a different meaning, a signal from infinity, a look, a gesture, a melancholic gesture, a smile that, being different from the finite, revealed the infinite. Nothing. Then I examined his figure from head to toe in the hope of discovering a possible crack through which the infinite could be glimpsed. Nothing. Everything is solid. 429. He is not the one who lives in sacrifice, nor is he the bourgeois ethicist of a mediocre reality made up of duty, marriage, and regulated activity. Before, the archetype of him would be found in mystical traditions, those created by the unknown, hidden wise man, for the saint whose mortal essence disappears without being noticed, the telegraphic signal from infinity, the revealed message of judgment in the deadly illness is for him the secret sign of grace. Giving the sublime an absolute expression in the pedestrian, this is the only miracle. 430, and he achieves it. In this the subjective astrology of the spheres has nothing to do, the self that he chooses has nothing to do, and his sacrifice in the paradox has nothing to do. In the sediment left by the aesthetic he rests scarcely, like a waste, but a waste that is not lost, what the pathos of total subjectivity conjured in vain. Then he was at your side and disappeared before my very eyes in the immense celestial space above my head, and I forgot about myself in your lulling murmur. You, my happiest self, you, fugitive life, who live in the stream that runs in front of my father's farm, where I am lying as if my body were a staff left by a pilgrim, but I feel saved and liberated in your plaintive murmur. Thus I lay in my room 431, this speculative image of disappearance and salvation is hidden, so to speak, without responsibility, behind the farce theory of the repetition, of which it is a continuation, a theory in which not only the Kierkegaardian doctrine of art, but also the very systematics of the concept of existence dissolves, every general aesthetic determination runs aground in farce, and is in no way capable of producing a uniformity of feeling in the cultured public. For, since the effect of the farce lies largely in the spontaneity and productivity of the spectator, each individual asserts his individuality in a different way, and in his fun he is emancipated from all the aesthetic obligations of admiring, laughing, being moved, etc., in the traditional way. Watching a farce is, for the educated viewer, like playing the lottery, but without the inconvenience of winning money. But the ordinary theater audience is not interested in this uncertainty, and that is why they usually pay little attention to the farce or view it with contempt, which is the worst thing for the audience itself. The theater audience itself generally has a certain narrow seriousness. He wants the theater to ennoble and cultivate him, or at least he wants to imagine that, he wants to have enjoyed a rare artistic experience, or at least he wants to imagine that. He wants to know in advance, as soon as he reads the poster, what the evening will be like. Such an agreement is impossible with farce, since the same farce can produce a very different impression, and curiously it can happen that the least effect it produces is when it is best interpreted. The reciprocal attention, so reassuring, between theater and audience is suspended. When witnessing a farce, one can be carried away by the most unpredictable feeling, and that is why one cannot know with certainty whether in the theater one has behaved like a respectable member of society, who has laughed or cried at the right moment. It is not possible here as a scrupulous spectator to admire the finesse that a drama must show in relation to the characters, since the characters of the farce are all designed in general, according to an abstract pattern. The situation, action, and expression fit this pattern. That is why one can be sad as well as go crazy. 432. The spectator's spontaneous intervention in the work, which consequently defines the form of the farce, only apparently has its origin in the principle of sovereign subjectivism. For such an intervention turns against the unity of the configuration that precisely testifies to the unity of subjective synthesis and is fulfilled in momentary excitements that are as incommensurable with respect to each other as laughter and sadness in the face of farce. They are responses to the alternation of images of situations in which in general the existence of the dramatic characters, as well as that of the existing person, disappear. What Kierkegaard takes the liberty of saying about the anarchy of farce could be dangerous for the hierarchy of spheres itself, and this is in fact affected, albeit within the aesthetic, in the criticism of the tragic. Does the comic, lightly armed as it is, rush past the ethical to reach the nonchalance of the metaphysical? Do you only let contradiction in to provoke laughter? And the tragic, strongly armed as it is on the contrary stuck in the ethical difficulty of the fact that the idea triumphs, but the hero perishes. This undoubtedly leaves the spectator immersed in a peculiar perplexity. If he also wants to be a hero, he will have to perish without remedy, and if he does not have to fear for his life, because only heroes must die, this must be bitter for him. 433. But tragedy is always the representation of a sacrifice, and Kierkegaard's criticism of the end of the hero did not need to remain silent in the face of sacrifice itself. Hence, he occasionally defended the aesthetic against the religious, granting it a seriousness that, however, does nothing more than realize the consequence of the sacrificial paradox, but in practice there is nothing more ridiculous than applying religious categories with a deep and stupid seriousness where good humor and aesthetic categories would be required. 434. The limitation of existential, religious seriousness makes room for Kierkegaard's sympathies for materialist authors, of which it is not enough to say that they are the result of his hostility towards Hegel or of the general structure of Kierkegaard's dialectical thought. Since they are opposed in their content to the dominant intention in it, and can only be established in the fractures of the existential doctrine, Born, Heine, Feuerbach, and other writers of the same genre are in general of great interest to the experimenter. They often have a good knowledge of religion, that is to say, they know for sure that they do not want to have any relationship with religion. That is why they have a great advantage over the systematics, who, without understanding religion, dedicate themselves to explaining it sometimes with submission and other times with arrogance, but always without success. An unfortunate lover, a jealous one, can know as much about the erotic as a lucky lover, and a man scandalized with the religious, knowing as much about the religious as the believer. Since a high-style faith is very rare in our time, we must be pleased that there are people who are deeply scandalized by religion. 435. Let him be scandalized because desire does not accommodate sacrifice, because desire rises in the decomposition of existence and continues to shine after its disappearance. If you have nothing else to say except that this cannot be endured, you must seek a world better. 436. What the ethicist so mockingly reproaches the aesthetician for being the hubris of greatness is, in small terms, its best part as a cell of a materialism that seeks a better world, not to dreamily forget the present world, but to change it for the force of an image that may be in its entirety designed in general according to an abstract pattern, but whose contours are drawn in each particular dialectical moment in a concrete and univocal way. The quintessence of such images is Kierkegaard's aesthetic sphere. The unity of the sphere is based on its contents, and not on the mode of its subjective constitution. It is the region of dialectical appearance, in which truth is historically promised with the decomposition of existence, while the ethical sphere and the religious sphere are the spheres of the subjective sacrificial spell, which with appearance also loses the hope. At the end of In Vino Veritas, Kierkegaard offers a comparison of the aesthetic sphere that is more precise than all of Wilhelm's conceptual efforts, because he collects in one image the very region of images. After the banquet, Constantine bade farewell to his guests and told them that they would have 5 carriages at their disposal, so that each one could go as he pleased, alone or accompanied, wherever and with whomever he pleased. 437. And then the following comparison is read: just like a rocket ascends quickly, it stops for a moment while still intact and then explodes and disperses in all directions. 438. Not very different is what happens with the idea of the aesthetic sphere. Freed from the subjective dialectic and shining on it, it stops in the eternity of the moment as a totality, and finally the light of hope that it emits disintegrates on the things those to which it belongs, just as the rocket belongs to the modern antiquity of pyrotechnics. To what extent the form of the aesthetic resembles, as a historical prehistoric form, the form under which the cell of Kierkegaardian philosophy, the interior, is presented to the modern observer, is shown irrefutably in what follows that description. His figures grouped in changing shapes produced a fantastic impression on me. For the sight of the morning sun pouring its light on the forest and the countryside, and in general on every being that has gained new strength in the rest of the night and now rises jubilant with the sun, produces a beneficial reciprocal effect. Harmony. But there is something disturbing about a group of night owls in the smiling beauty of a summer morning. One involuntarily thinks of ghosts that have been surprised by the light of day, in underground beings that cannot find the crack through which they usually disappear, because it is only visible at night, into unfortunate people for whom the difference between day and night has disappeared in the uniformity of suffering. 439. Seen in this way by Kierkegaard, this image is more penetrating than seen under the cheap antithesis of originality and corruption. The gentlemen dressed in tailcoats do not profane the pure nature of the morning. In the face of their purity they are transformed into natural spirits thanks to their clothing, which is the most ephemeral thing about them, with which eternity itself shines through as the content of the ephemeral. The hope inherent to the aesthetic is that of the transparency of disappearing figures. This will later appear expressed in theological terms in Kierkegaard's presentation of sacred history. To tell the truth, glory shines here too in a certain way. 440. For Kierkegaard's verdict on the aesthetic sphere affects the totality of its contents as little as his images are limited to the domain that his doctrine of existence grants them. If the paradox remains subject to nature, it has no power over all mythical images, and the last image before which it remains standing, the NB of the history of suffering, is the first promising image of aesthetic appearance. The significance that, as an essential Baroque trait of Kierkegaard, his philosophy attributes to the appearance of the crucified man is worthy of note. Imagine a child whom you entertain by showing him some of those artistically insignificant images, but admirable for the child, which can be bought in any store. The rider on the fiery steed, with his plume in the wind, with a stately air, at the head of thousands and thousands of soldiers who cannot be seen, and with his hand raised in an attitude of command, forward, forward over hills and mountains that they are not seen, forward towards victory. It is the emperor, the only emperor, Napoleon, and you tell the boy something about Napoleon. This other one is dressed as a hunter, he is leaning against his bow, and has a penetrating, fixed and yet worried look. He is William Tell, and now you tell the boy something about him and about that strange look, which is due to the fact that on the one hand he looks at his beloved son, whom he does not want to hurt, and on the other hand at the apple on the boy's head, in which must be right. And so you continue showing the child more images, which he contemplates with indescribable joy. Finally you show him an image that you had intentionally mixed with the previous ones, and that represents a crucified man. The child will not instantly or directly understand what that image represents, he will ask what it means, why he hangs from a tree. You explain to the child that it is a cross, and that hanging from it means that in that country crucifixion was the most cruel, as well as ignominious, death penalty, and that it was only applied to the worst criminals. 441. Of all the images, this is the only one that, dialectically, remains, for in the same way that, to the regret of the Jews, it was written above on their cross, the King of the Jews, in the same way this image, which this year constantly reappears, imposes on each generation a memory that can never and should never fade, and this man should not be represented in any other way, and every time a new generation shows this image to the child of the new generation when explaining to him for the first time what the world is like, he must do so as if it were this generation that had crucified him, and the first time the child hears this story, he should feel afraid of adults, of the world and of himself, and all the other images must, as the song says precisely that of Agnes and the mere man, turn around, because this image is different. 442. The original experience of Christianity thus remains for Kierkegaard linked to the image. One generation transmits to the next the idea of Christ in an image, his image remains, just like his name, as an irreducible mythical remnant. But, dialectically, it relieves the natural demon at the same time, the last image as the last sacrifice, the other images must turn around before that of Jesus. This, beyond all art, is artistically insignificant, but it is an image. In this way it saves the aesthetic in its decline, and the paradox still offers itself to reconciliation in the image. For this reason, many comparisons of the mortal illness know great motifs from the diapsalmata and the aesthetic sphere that would never accommodate the firm logic of existence. Recourse to a simile, it is as if a writer made a mistake and it will become aware that it is a typo. Perhaps it is not a typo, but something that, seen from a higher perspective, forms an essential part of the entire narrative. It is as if this typo declared itself in rebellion against the writer and, moved by hatred, strictly forbade him to correct it, telling him in a crazy defiance, "No, I don't want you to cross me out, I want to always be here as a witness for the prosecution against you, as a reliable witness that you are a mediocre writer." 443. Just as the isolated letter, which is like a cipher, is not subordinated to the total, existential expression of the writer, in Kierkegaard's theology the coded images still oppose existential sacrifice and grant, in the midst of annihilation by the abstraction, the consolation of its concreteness. What in the aesthetic sphere rises up against subjective idealism, the ontological character of a text of whose truth man presents himself as a simple sign, the depersonalization of the self, from which a significant letter is emancipated, all of this occupies Kierkegaard's theological scene in the doctrine of objective despair, but the parenthetical possibility that in the end the errata demonstrates its meaning, is the meaningless caesura that hope introduces into existence through the decomposition of that existence. Existence, despair, hope, this rhythm, and not the monotonous rhythm of total self and total sacrifice, is that of Kierkegaard's ontology, which appears in the disparate images into which the abstract unity existence is dialectically divided. In these images, the aesthetic and religious spheres transcend each other not simply, as Kierkegaard supposes from his systematic point of view, in an exception that does not participate in life, but rather in a depersonalization of the living in which life, in the process of disappearing, but without sacrifice, breathes and pauses. The metaphor for him is the dream. With it, Kierkegaard characterizes the two extreme spheres equally. In the aesthetic diapsalmata we read, "This is how I divide my time, half of it sleeping, and the other half dreaming. While I sleep, I never dream." That would be a sin. Sleeping is the greatest genius 444, but in the exercise it is said of the believer, "Blessed is he who is not scandalized, but believes, he who says, like a child who has been taught to say certain words at bedtime to fall asleep, I believe in him, and then he falls asleep. Yes, blessed is he, for he is not dead, but sleeps." 445. This sleeping is the double dialectical meaning of passion. I must also have my hours of sleep to be able to maintain passion over time. 446. Well, in the dream, passion obeys nature and receives the promise of a happy awakening. In the sleeper, the spontaneity of the self rests without the self being destroyed. If the aesthetic images that surround him are removed, as ontological appearance, from subjective autonomy, Kierkegaard's theory of the subjective how and its negative correlate, the verdict on the aesthetic sphere, lose their ultimate legitimation. For the knowledge of the subjective thinker, like all art, is always communication. For Kierkegaard, subjective thought attends only to itself, and that is why it is not a communication, at least it is not an artistic communication, to the extent that it would always be required to think about the receiver and, because he or she might not understand, take care of the form of communication. 447. But communication is linked to autonomy, to that of the communicator, who gives form to a content, and to that of the fictitious and abstract recipient, to whom this form is directed so that he can understand. The law inherent in the configuration itself is devalued by communication. The more art, the more interiority. 448. This is the rule for Kierkegaardian communication, but not a law for art. No matter how conciliatory such communication appears to be in the service of interhuman communication, it only belongs to the state of objectless interiority. Only alienated, muted contents can be varied, covered, communicated as content according to subjective will. Only when they lack the character of obligation does individual human existence demand such a character. The how of communication remains a subjective substitute for the compelling way of appearing of ontology, which threatens to be lost in abstraction. Hence, the Kierkegaardian doctrine of communication contradictorily dedicates all its efforts to a neighbor who has long since lost his absolute subjectivity. The doctrine must be oriented to the neighbor, contingent and unknown, because in the consummate abstraction of him there is no room for any formal law derived from the concreteness of his contents. Helplessly, he conjures such a law in the repetitions of double reflection. The works are persuasive by virtue of their formal law, in their thoughtless exposition of the truth through their appearance. Kierkegaard's communication without appearance, existential, is monological precisely in his consideration of a neighbor who does not exist for her. Its subjective how reflects, deformed, the power of truth over the manner of its appearance, which can never be arbitrarily separated from it as a simple sign of its own, because truth itself has its being only in the dialectic in which appears. The how has its philosophical right, discovered by Kierkegaard in opposition to the dualism of form and content, as an expression of an objective legality in the appearance of truth. But his doctrine at the same time weakens this right by leaving it at the mercy of subjectivity, which with reduplication adds truth to things as something new, by separating the truth and the things in which it appears, by attributing truth to existence and things to contingency. However fruitful the norms of language criticism that Kierkegaard established with the subjective how of a philosophy that threatened to succumb to contamination by science appear to be increasingly fruitful, from a material point of view, the theoretical foundation of these norms from total subjectivity deviates equally from the purpose of philosophy and the purpose of art. Hence Kierkegaard's anathema against the aesthetic sphere and, finally, against art in general. Anathema formulated in a more fulminant way by the theologian than by the existential philosopher, and not with the concept of subjective decision, but with the demand for imitation, in memory of the prohibition of images in the Decalogue. Only the imitator is the true Christian. The admirer adopts a truly pagan attitude toward Christianity, and that is why admiration has also given rise to a new paganism within Christianity, Christian art. I do not in any way wish to judge anyone, but I believe it is my duty to express what I feel. Would it be possible for me, and this is what I mean, could I decide, could something move me to take up the brush, or to arm myself with the chisel, to represent Christ with colors or to sculpt a statue of him? The fact that I cannot do this because I am not an artist is irrelevant here. I just wonder if, meeting the conditions, it would be possible for me to do it. And I answer, no, for me it would be something absolutely impossible. And with this alone I don't think I have expressed what I feel. For it would be such an impossibility for me that I could not conceive how it has been possible for anyone else. It is said, I cannot conceive the tranquility with which a murderer can sit down to sharpen the knife with which he is going to kill a man. This is also inconceivable to me. But in truth it is also inconceivable to me how an artist has been able for years and years to sit calmly, or with the tranquility with which he has done so, to paint a Christ without it occurring to him to think if Christ would like to be painted, if he would like the brush of a master would make his portrait, no matter how idealized he was. I do not understand how the artist could remain calm, how he did not notice Christ's repugnance and did not throw everything, brushes and paints, like Judas the 30 silver coins, far, very far from him, for having suddenly understood that Christ only wanted disciples, that the one who in this world lived in poverty and humility, without a place to rest his head, and who did not live this way by chance and by the harshness of destiny, desiring another situation, but by his free choice in virtue of an eternal resolution, he would hardly have desired or desires that, after his death, a man should waste his time, and with it perhaps his blessedness, painting him. I don't conceive it. The brush would fall out of my hands the second I started, perhaps he would never have become a man. 449. Art is sacrificed, as a copy of the living, to imitation in death. The question of how things are going for a man in this world may be a vital question in stories, novels, and other inventions and distractions, but the gospel does not waste a single moment on these things. For him, the 70 years are only a moment, and his speech hastens to announce the decision of eternity. 450. But the hostility towards the art of the late Kierkegaard cannot simply be reduced to the category of sacrifice. In it, nostalgia for the inapparent present is expressed as the last response to the dialectic of appearance. The Kierkegaardian aesthetics of matter already announces the theological concept of the symbol as the idea of the inapparent self-presentation of truth. That is why he exempts from the verdict on art the children's page of the crucified man, which knows neither aesthetic appearance nor a formal law. And Kierkegaardian inappearance does not simply mean the destruction of appearance in death, but also its final extinction in truth, which, once incarnated and present, would make the images in which, nevertheless, it has its historical life disappear. This is what is indicated by a memorable passage from the second part of either one or the other that precisely defends the aesthetic right of an inapparent existence, but that, in the Apology, draws the limits of images with more precision than that the mythical abstraction of the self can be allowed. Here duration cannot be concentrated, since the main thing is time in its extension, and that is why neither poetry nor art can represent the ideal husband. After 15 years he is apparently as he was at the beginning, but he has led an aesthetic life. He has conquered and secured what he already possessed. He has fought not against monsters and goblins, but against the most dangerous enemy that exists, against time. And now eternity does not come behind. As for the night, he already has eternity in time, he preserves it in time. He truly has conquered time. The night has only killed him as one kills time when he has no reality for one. That's not a victory. Thus, the husband leads a truly poetic life and solves the great enigma. He lives in eternity, and yet he hears the hours ringing, which do not shorten his eternity, but lengthen it. A wonderful paradox, that this cannot represent it artistically, is not something we have to regret. It is beautiful that precisely the highest things we cannot read, hear, or see, but only live it. Conjugal love is, therefore, more aesthetic than romantic love precisely because it cannot be represented artistically as easily as the latter. 451. If happiness itself, around which desire and the number of all images gather, knows no images, Kierkegaard's discourse is freed from the burden of hope. 452. That, in its appearance and fecundity, his images impose on him. It is true that the idea of such truth is confused in Kierkegaard with the mere iconoclasm of subjective abstraction, and that he rejects aesthetic appearance without following to the end the dialectical path that makes visible the transparency of appearance in appearance itself. In a non-dialectical way, images are for him finite goods that prevent the infinite good of beatitude. According to the doctrine of the apostle, eternal blessedness has, as its supreme good, the particularity of not allowing itself to be defined other than by the sole way of acquiring it, while other goods, precisely because the way in which they are acquired is contingent or only relatively dialectic, they must be defined by the good itself. 453. But beatitude is not defined by the manner of acquisition, nor by goods by themselves in their finitude of things, but only by the fulfillment of the perspective in which historically and dialectically they appear to desire as finite, but inaccessible goods. However, Kierkegaard takes the emptiness of the concept totally abstracted by the bliss without appearance, and that is why the dialectic of images that are at once finite, inaccessible, and transparently promising becomes pure mythical illusion, and his dialectical scheme becomes the equivocation of the contingency. When you hear philosophers talk about reality, what they say is often as misleading as the plaque in a shopkeeper's window that says, "Here it is calendared." If you brought your clothes to be put through the calendar, you would be deceived. The plate is only for sale. 454. This criticism misses in philosophy, as in art, its best dialectical truth, the one that occurs in appearance. In fact, nowhere has Kierkegaard better described the reconciliatory figure in which his own philosophy orders nature and history than in a passage against Hegel, who wants to destroy that same figure as appearance, while that appearance, recognized and maintained, serves to truth as its most faithful counterfigure. The eternal is fantastically introduced into time. Thus interpreted, it produces a magical effect. It is not known if it is a dream or reality. Eternity is seen melancholic, dreamy, pensive, malicious, within that moment, like the ray of moon that tremblingly enters an illuminated park or room. 455. Here it is fantasy, rejected by Kierkegaard, that conceives appearance, fantasy as an organon of the transition without rupture from the historical mythical to reconciliation, where the doctrine of it only recognizes the self and the leap. From the point of view of speculative fantasy and from that of aesthetic fantasy, there is, in the system on the one hand and in the fifth act of the drama on the other, a positive conclusion, but such a conclusion is only valid for fantasy beings. 456. Although an adversary of fantasy, Kierkegaard demonstrates the deepest understanding of the essence of fantasy, since the way of proceeding of the diapsalmata is legitimized as that of an exact fantasy. Imagination is in itself more perfect than the suffering of reality, free from all temporal determination, it transcends the suffering of reality, can exquisitely reproduce perfection, and has the most splendid colors to describe it. On the contrary, the imagination can only reproduce suffering in an imperfect, idealized way, that is, mitigated, veiled, reduced. For the imagination, or the image which the imagination reproduces or retains, is, in one sense, nothing but unreality. It lacks, in relation to difficulties and suffering, the reality of time and temporality and the reality of earthly life. If an actor dresses in rags and his clothing is made, contrary to the usual requirements in the theater, of real rags, this one-hour deception is something completely different from going in real life dressed in rags. No matter how hard the imagination tries to make this fantasy image a reality, it will never succeed. 457. But if fantasy cannot concretely grasp the ultimate image of despair, as in Poe's story of the well and the pendulum, where the horrible secret of the well is not capable of representation, this inability of its is not weakness, but strength. The part of reconciliation that, fading, appears in it, is enough to dissolve despair in non-being, while existence irresistibly rushes into this same despair. Fantasy's inability to represent despair is its guarantee for hope. In fantasy, nature surpasses itself, nature, from whose impulse it arises, nature, which has in it the intuition of itself, nature, which in the slightest displacement by fantasy is presented as saved nature. In a displacement, because fantasy is not intuition, which leaves the entity as it is, in intuition, it imperceptibly intervenes in the entity, composing the image with it. Kierkegaard saw the model for this act of his, beneath any autonomous aesthetic form, in the behavior of the child who cuts out printed images. It is sometimes observed that a painting made with good fortune produces no particular impression on the mature individuality, sated with the powerful nourishment of reality. On the other hand, she may feel attracted and excited by the sight of an illustration of Nuremberg, an image like the ones that were on the stock market not long ago. In it you can see a landscape that represents a rural region in general. This abstraction cannot be produced artistically. The whole thus results from the opposite of it, that is, from an accidental concretion. And yet, I would ask anyone if such an image of a landscape does not give him the impression of a rural region in general, and if he does not retain this category from his childhood. Since his childhood, when he had categories as exorbitant as this one, which now almost make us dizzy when they make us remember how from a piece of paper we cut out a man and a woman who were, in a stricter sense than Adam and Eve, the man and the woman in general. 458. The in general of the Nuremberg Enlightenment is similar to that of farce, but Kierkegaard describes it more precisely, and therefore closer to an interpretation, than in the theory of farce. It is not the abstract and large of the concept, but the small and concrete of a model, also called by the familiar name of cuttable, in which the individual differences of existence disappear to be resurrected, ontologically saved, as archetypal features of the figure in its appearance. Like the names, the cutout links contingency as accidental concretion to the most general concept, and even more, to the natural historical archetype, Adam and Eve, of which the anamnesis instantly, and for all time, is ensured by making its contours emerge from the chaos of the illustrated sheet as a second nature. 459. With fantasy, genius renews at all times, remembering it, the original creation, not as the creator of its reality, but by the reintegration of its given elements into an image. The moments of fantasy are the holidays of history. As such they belong to the child's free, exempt time, and their material is historical like the illustrated sheet itself. In the same way that in the child creation is reproduced in small form, fantasy reproduces it in miniature. Such is the sophistic pleasure of fantasy, to have the whole world in a nutshell that is bigger than the whole world, and yet not so big that the individual cannot fill it. But this is not a sophistic pleasure of fantasy, but simply the idea according to which it proceeds. Only in the nutshell does he get the transition, in the nutshell, which is bigger than the whole world of mere being because it goes beyond it to something imperceptible. That is why it is not the total self and its total configuration, but only the fragment of existence in decomposition, stripped of all subjective meaning. The sign of hope, and its lines of fracture are the true figures, at the same time historical and ontological. With regret he relates a diapsalma, the idea of the fragile, fragmentary man with that of a text with enigmatically heterogeneous meanings, my life has no meaning. When I consider its different periods, it occurs to me like the word schnur in the dictionary, which first means rope, and then daughter-in-law. The only thing missing is for the third meaning to be camel, and the fourth broomstick. 461. But the knowledge expressed in the mortal illness penetrates more deeply than the lament of the systematicist resigned to the situation that this lament describes. The earthly and the temporal are precisely what decomposes into anything, what decomposes into the individual. It is impossible for one to have everything earthly taken away from him, or to lose it, since the determination of totality is nothing more than a determination of thought. 462. Through memory, fantasy invests the traces of the decomposition of the sinful creation into signs of hope for the entire and sinless creation, whose image it prepares in appearance from ruins. A completely finished work does not put us in relation with the producing personality. Posthumous writings, on the other hand, awaken in us, due to their abrupt and discontinuous character, the need to imagine the personality of their author. Posthumous writings are ruins, and ruins are the proper place of residence for the retired. What we retirees create must produce, through art, the effect of posthumous writings. The art consists of imitating the moving style of such products, a negligent, random style, the result of thoughts that advance through anacolutes. Art consists of producing a pleasure that is never present, but always contains a moment of the past, which properly only presents itself to consciousness as past, something that the word posthumous already indicates. 463. If the history of guilty nature is that of the decomposition of its unity, it advances in that decomposition towards reconciliation, and its fragments show the fissures of decomposition as promising figures. Thus Kierkegaard's opinion is confirmed that, through sin, man is higher than before, hence his doctrine of the ambivalence of anxiety, of mortal illness, as a remedy. With his negative philosophy of history as the expression of pure existence, he offers, without his knowledge, to the afflicted gaze of the idealist an inverse, eschatological positive philosophy of history. The project of an ontology that, starting from Kierkegaard's philosophy, and in contradiction to its dominant intentions, critique separates and crystallizes on the surface of the systematic structure, has nothing in common with the entirety of its religious sphere, but at most with a faith that Kierkegaard rejects in fear and trembling, a faith that senses its object in the most extreme horizon. 464. This most remote possibility of faith. 465 is the law by which the depth of the beautiful is measured. This is shown in the only comparison in which Kierkegaard concretely testifies to the idea of reconciliation, of the Triton, a natural power reconciled in his love for Agnes. Kierkegaard says that he is beautiful as a saving angel. 466. Every aesthetic form is marching towards the truth and disappears on its horizon. It is not in vain that Kierkegaard compares musical development to a landing. If in the overture one descends from higher regions, it is inevitable to ask where to land, where to make the opera begin. 467. But Kierkegaard compares this moment of transition in another opera, the Magic Flute, with that other moment of the dialectic of sleep that is the shock of awakening. 468. Although, in his words, nostalgia alone is not sufficient for salvation. 469, in it the images of the beautiful spring imminently, through which the path of salvation passes, getting lost, if it ever passes. It must lead to landing and awakening, and thus nostalgia is the dialectical substrate of a doctrine of reconciliation. 470 that Kierkegaard's theology of sacrifice would like to emancipate from nostalgia. Nostalgia does not end in the images, but rather lives on in them, just as it comes from them. The transcendence of nostalgia is verified thanks to the immanence of its content. Its inappearance is directed at the insignificant, and nostalgia finally desires food for those who lack it. This is how we can understand the coincidence of the aesthetic and the religious in poverty that Kierkegaard teaches. Are you surprised that he seeks the aesthetic among the poor and the suffering? It is because, after all, you also count yourself among those who stoop to recognizing the aesthetic in the noble, powerful, rich, and cultured, and in the poor at most the religious. Yes, it seems like the poor don't get much in this deal, but don't you see that the poor have, with the religious, also the aesthetic, and that the rich without the religious do not have the aesthetic? 471. For the aesthetic does not live for the poor in the forms of art, but in the concrete images of their desire, and the images are presented to them in the fulfillment, without any sacrifice, of their desire. That is why Kierkegaard simply links happiness to poverty as its guarantee. What is the happiest existence? That of a 16-year-old girl who, pure and innocent, has absolutely no belongings of her own, no room of her own, no closet of her own, and she keeps her confirmation dress and her book of hymns, which is all she has, in his mother's dresser. 472. In such phrases, whose simplicity is exposed to the abyss of ideology, poverty and helplessness, nevertheless dialectically attract consolation and reconciliation, as Kierkegaard says of his fiancée in one of his drafts, "In my melancholy I have had no other desire than to make her happy. Currently this has been denied to me, now I walk next to her, like a master of ceremonies I lead her triumphantly and say, give way to her, if you are so kind, to our lovely little Regina." 473. Faced with the inapparent hope of this image, even the powerful image of death recedes. What is death? Just a small stop on the path taken. 474. Sublime is the banality of reconciliation. This is what happens over time. As for eternity, I hope that we understand each other there and that she forgives me. 475. For the step from sadness to consolation is not the greatest, but the smallest. First Annex. The Kierkegaardian Doctrine of Love. In memory of Theodor W Adorno. Kierkegaard's thesis that subjectivity is truth implicitly means that truth has its essence in the living process of faith. While his philosophical work attempts to present this process of existential appropriation in its different stages and lead the reader, through its dialectic, to theological truth, Kierkegaard felt the need to oppose from the beginning, as a corrective, this process how positively Christian it must be achieved, without Kierkegaard claiming in any way to have already achieved it himself. The religious discourses contain this corrective. It can be assumed that Kierkegaard, who did not share the optimism of philosophy in its claim to be able to develop the absolute from itself, rejected this optimism also in his own philosophy. In no way did he pretend that the pure movement of thought was capable of leading to the Christian, but only, in Kierkegaardian language, to its border, while the Christian point of view seemed to him, as a point of view of revelation, to affirm against the movement of thought that transcendence that excludes any process of progressive transition from philosophy to Christianity and that requires the qualitative leap. According to this conception, the Christian must from the beginning confront philosophy independently and separately. Philosophy is then faced with the paradoxical task of once again occupying the lost position of ancilla theologia and abdicating it. However, it is possible to turn this conclusion around and say that a reason that tries to conceive the absolute only through the sacrifice of itself dialectically carried out by itself, brings about less the destitution of philosophy by theology than the transposition of theology in the philosophical domain. In fact, the Christian is integrated in Kierkegaard without rupture, and, in opposition to the thesis of his philosophy, as a stage in the gradual course of his philosophy, in fact, all those categories that he considers specifically Christian, especially that of the absolutely other, that of the qualitative leap and that of paradox, appear in deductive philosophical contexts, and only later are they, so to speak, clothed with the insignia of the Christian revelation. However, the true relationship between philosophy and theology in Kierkegaard can only be adequately addressed in one of his texts. The book The Labors of Love 476, published in 1847, which is a collection of religious discourses, affects precisely the context of this issue. What appears here as an exegesis of Christian love, is revealed, in a deeper knowledge of the entire work, as the attempt to oppose to the more or less negative theology a positive theology, to criticism, love, and dialectic, the simplicity It is this intention that makes reading Kierkegaard's speeches so difficult and painful. All the passages of it are marked by the effort of the concept, but at the same time they deny that effort and affect a sermon simplicity that continually threatens to turn into tedious verbosity. Verbosity is the danger of all of Kierkegaard's production, the verbosity of an endless monologue that, so to speak, does not admit any protest coming from outside and gravitates endlessly, and even without articulation, on itself. This borders on the abstruse in religious writings, in which a philosopher strives, at the height of his reflection, to speak in a circumstantiated and simple way, just like Socrates in the market. But the tedious and abstruse discourse is an effect intentionally sought by the astute theologian, in which Kierkegaard constantly recognized himself. If philosophical writings want to introduce the reader to the truth by means of intrigue, theological writings would like, on the contrary, to make their subject as difficult, as uninteresting, and as attractive as possible, properly prevent him against what is Christian. The scandal for the Jews and the madness for the Greeks of St. Paul's time must take on new relevance. Scandal is the philosophically constructed Christian paradox. But madness, that second simplicity laboriously achieved and stubbornly maintained, determines the justice of religious discourses. Kierkegaard speaks of Christian love for man in sharp opposition to natural or immediate love. That love consists, in Kierkegaard's expression, in loving every man for God and in a relationship with God. Love is for Kierkegaard a quality of pure interiority. He starts from the Christian commandment of love, you must love, and interprets it with the greatest emphasis on its abstract universality. The object of love is in a certain sense indifferent. The differences between individual men and the differences in the actual behavior of the individual with other men are reduced to mere differential determinations that must be, in the Christian sense, indifferent, since in this man what matters is always only the human that is manifested in this determined man. The Christian commandment of love is simply addressed, according to Kierkegaard's exegesis, to man without regard to his specific condition, and also without regard to any natural inclination towards a given man. The other man is for love what the entire external world is in Kierkegaard's philosophy, a mere stimulus for subjective interiority. This does not properly know any object, the substantiality of love excludes all objects. Regarding the Christian content of love, according to the Kierkegaardian doctrine of justification before eternity, only the subjective qualities of the lover decide, such as selflessness, unlimited trust, modesty, charity, even in real impotence, selflessness, and fidelity. External reality only counts here as Kierkegaard conceives the meaning of love to the extent that love always embraces the universal in the form of its individuation. He who loves must love in each man not what is proper to this man, but to every man without distinction. All predilection is excluded with a rigor only comparable to that of the Kantian ethics of duty. For Kierkegaard, love is Christian only as a break with nature. As a break with one's own immediate impulses, which must be replaced by the spiritual relationship with God. Hence it is love for both the distant and the neighbor. The concept of neighbor, which gives the scale of love, coincides with that of distant, since the man encountered at any moment by chance is opposed, due to the abstract nature of such an encounter, to the predilection for the friend or the beloved. Kierkegaard's love is a break with nature as well as a break with all particular interest, no matter how sublimated. The idea of happiness is removed by this love as the worst deformation, and the happiness of eternity is spoken of in such a gloomy manner that such happiness seems to consist of nothing other than the abandonment of all real aspiration to happiness. Contemporary dialectical theology has retained this moment of renunciation in Gauguin's verdict on slave love. Finally, love in Kierkegaard is a rupture with nature because it asks of those who simply love the same thing that his Augustinian doctrine of faith demands of the tip of conscience. The creed quia absurdum translates into an amo quia absurdum. Thus the lover is required to maintain against all reason, more precisely, against all psychological experience, against all knowledge of man, here disproved as profane knowledge, faith in the man once loved, even if this faith has lost all objective foundation. A grandiose resistance to the course of the world is as clear here as the transformation of love into pure interiority. Since, according to Kierkegaard's conception, Christian love cannot be truly defrauded because it is practiced in fulfillment of the divine commandment of love, or, in Kierkegaardian language, it is reflected in itself. The one who is loved remains, for the rigorism of the love that Kierkegaard defends, devalued not only as an object, but also as a subject. Universal humanity crosses the threshold of man's contempt. The Gideon "if I love you, what does it matter to you," which Kierkegaard would have rejected as aesthetic, and which is at the basis of the Diary of a Seducer, this immediate eroticism is reproduced in a certain way in his religious doctrine of love, where the Christianly loved does not care whether he is loved, since he does not really have any power over that love. This dialectic of love borders on the absence of love. She demands that love behave with all men as if they were dead. In fact, the book culminates in the important discourse entitled How We Lovingly Remember the Dead, for the aspect of the doctrine of love that has to do with death does not forget the best of the worst of Kierkegaard's philosophy. From the theological point of view, the close relationship of this doctrine with the text of the Gospel, as well as with certain tendencies of Christian traditions, is very clear. But no less evident in it is a turn that can hardly be described as anything other than demonic. The exaltation of the transcendence of love threatens at all times to become darkness, the humiliation of the spirit before God into the bare hubris of a spirit that he conceives himself as sovereign and for whom his neighbor is, despite all his talk about him, nothing more than an insubstantial impulse, the impulse to experience his own creative omnipotence as the omnipotence of love. By the sacrifice of itself, the spirit dares to dominate nature, and the sacrifice threatens to drag everything that exists into its whirlwind. As soon as it is mastered, destructive forces emerge. The relapse into mythology, into the magic of asceticism, is prepared precisely by spiritualization without considerations. The more cruelly Kierkegaard sets out to expel nature with the fork, the more completely he remains at its mercy. From the Christian point of view, the commandment "you must love" implies that, in this place and time, universal justice is broken, the idea of moral life as a closed order of fault and reparation, in which both they are equivalent and can, so to speak, be exchanged. Christian love turns against such a mythical representation of destiny as an endless relationship with guilt. He protests against this representation in the name of grace. The Christian "you must love" puts an end to the mythical right of reparation. Kierkegaard also opposes it to an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But the concept of grace is barely mentioned in it. The "you must love" is mythologized by Kierkegaard himself, who does not understand it as a limit placed on the demand for reparation, but rather makes it something dialectical in itself, rationalizing it, so to speak, as a negative determination that the spirit establishes for itself. Same. The Hegelian in Kierkegaard makes sure of the contradiction between the ought of the commandment and love as its content. Love cannot be ordered. However, this very impossibility, not obedience, is for him the core of the commandment. Precisely because love cannot be the object of a duty, you must love, such is the absurdity, the shipwreck of finitude in infinity, that Kierkegaard also hypostatizes in moral philosophy. But, ordered precisely because of its impossibility, the commandment of love ends in the annihilation of love, in the installation of a blind dictation. From the commandment of love arises a mere taboo against predilection and natural love, without its own content, and the protest against the law dissolves when love itself is transformed into a matter of mere abstract law, even if it is the love of God. The spiritualization of Christianity becomes paganism. The primacy of the universal concept over the particular brings about regression to a situation not yet individuated, to a situation, so to speak, without a name. The abstract character of the pure idea conjures the abstract monotony of mere natural relations. This is precisely why the Kierkegaardian doctrine of love is offered to the most comfortable criticism. Like madness and scandal together, it is a single and unique provocation. While Freud highlighted, in the malaise in culture, from Christianity as such the abstract commandment of love and attacked it mercilessly. 477, Christoph Schrempf analyzed it precisely in Kierkegaard. Schrempf reproaches Kierkegaard for not having considered in love the prior inner bond between two people, which only love can produce. He remembers that love cannot be ordered, and that precisely this impossibility constitutes the paradoxical core of Kierkegaard's doctrine. He fights the prohibition of predilection as something beautiful, and polemicizes against the doctrine of self-denial, since in truth no lover denies himself, but rather realizes himself. All this distorts Kierkegaard's text, since the rigorism imputed to it is appearance. The totally abstract character of the doctrine of love, which certainly makes constant use of examples such as that of the obedient child, but does not elaborate any serious casuistry of any love relationship, and instead operates with rather labile examples from the arsenal of Kierkegaard's autobiographical motifs, such as that of the poet or his relationship with Regina Olsen. This abstract character, which escapes the proof of precisely that existence on which Kierkegaard so insists, testifies against the substantiality of the ideal requirement, whose essential presupposition is the concept of neighbor and the change that, from the point of view of philosophy of history, this category experimented. Kierkegaard asks who is closest to a man, and answers, in accordance with the meaning of his idea of absolute interiority, the neighbor is properly a reduplication of your own self. It is what philosophers would call the other, that in which, in self-love, the ipsiac is manifested. So, given the abstract idea, the neighbor doesn't even need to be there. 23. Kierkegaard, therefore, openly recognizes the abstract character of the neighbor, and even glorifies him as an expression of the equality of men before God. The neighbor is every man. He is your neighbor because he is your equal before God, but every man unconditionally possesses this equality, and every man possesses it unconditionally. 65. Thus reducing the neighbor to the universal principle of the other or of the universal human, the individual neighbor takes on, despite all the talk about the individual, the character of contingency. If you open the door behind which you have prayed to God and you come out, the first man you meet is the neighbor you must love. 56. But this not only means that love, separated from the being itself of its object, is left without qualities and, because of this, becomes dependent on something contingent and heteronymous, instead of acquiring its own and specific content in the other. This also implies, in the exaltation of the opposition between interiority and contingency, the passive recognition of the situation that on every occasion provides absolute interiority with its object. The Kierkegaardian doctrine of the neighbor assumes from the beginning that the individual takes the neighbor, so to speak, as he finds him, as something given about which there is nothing more to know, and before whose being thus no other is licit. Question: loving one's neighbor essentially means being there, in one's particular temporal place, the one that has been assigned to one, and assigned means given to the individual from the outside, independently of him, for each man unconditionally. The same. 90. A providence is postulated that regulates human relations, that gives the individual this man and not another as a neighbor, and that imposes on him the recognition of the temporal place. However problematic it may be, each one must place himself at the point where providence may need it. 91. Against this, the objection arises that the concept of real-life praxis cannot be introduced as a measure of love for one's neighbor when the world in which it could unfold is truly excluded from this praxis, that absolutely no praxis is possible without the one who develops it assuming himself something of what Kierkegaard attributes to providence. Kierkegaard conforms to this in the Discourse on Charity. This speech is about how he who has no power can love his neighbor when all his love has no force over the reality given by providence. Kierkegaard clashes here with something decisive, that the gospel does not consider the possibility of a love for one's neighbor that is as such impotent, and he opts for a procedure that is not very compatible with his theology, that of varying the biblical parables to adapt them to the present reality. Kierkegaard tells the story of the Samaritan in such a way that he cannot save the unfortunate man, or he assumes that the poor widow's offering, which has more value than that of the rich man, is misappropriated without her knowledge. Kierkegaard maintains that, despite everything, impotent action is that of true love, of which it is confirmation. Pure interiority becomes the measure of action at the same historical moment in which the reified world no longer allows the immediate confirmation of love between individuals, and the fatal consequence is not realized that, with this interiorization, the world remains abandoned to any form of violence. For what can love of neighbor still mean when, in the face of unmeasured objectivity, it can no longer be concretely confirmed in the individual, nor is it allowed to touch the objective conditions that make this confirmation impossible? Kierkegaard's doctrine of impotent charity reveals the insufficiency of his concept of his neighbor. There is no neighbor anymore. The relationships between men have been objectified to such a point in modern society that not even the neighbor can relate directly for more than a moment with the neighbor he encounters, nor is the goodness of the individual sufficient to help him. The neighbor has to act precisely in those conditions that Kierkegaard excludes from praxis as a work of providence. Kierkegaard covers his eyes against reification. All the personalism of his philosophy leads to the denial of him. One thing, an object is always a dangerous thing when one must advance. An object is, as a fixed point in finitude, as a limit and obstacle, a dangerous thing for infinity. For love can also only be an object for itself when it becomes finite. 190. In other words, love is impossible when men, due to the social conditions of their relationships themselves, have become, as we see today, objects. But Kierkegaard does not protest against the horror of reification because he does not want to recognize it. That is why he clings convulsively to the concept of neighbor. The form that this has adopted in Kierkegaard is, compared to that of the Gospel, itself reified. The neighbors of the Gospel were fishermen and farmers, shepherds and publicans, whose lives were embedded in a simple domestic economy. It is not possible to imagine that in the Gospels it would have been possible to go from these concrete neighbors, familiar and natural, to the abstract idea of the neighbor. Kierkegaard takes the general concept of man from his own time, that of the developed bourgeoisie, and attributes it to Christianity. In this way, it robs both of their meaning. The Christian neighbor loses his concrete character, that which allowed him an immediate relationship, and modern man is deprived of love by orienting this love to the norm of frugal relationships, which are no longer valid. This contradiction is dominated by the stubborn insistence on what is given at each moment. Socially conformist, this insistence can degenerate at any moment into oppression and misanthropy. Kierkegaard wants one to find lovable the object once given or chosen. 174. This is not simply an excessive demand, this strengthens and reproduces, through the acceptance of the dehumanized given, precisely that objectification of man against which the doctrine of his love is directed. The philosophy of religion disfigures the Lutheran religion that it develops. A doctrine of love that is considered close to reality is inseparable from the understanding of society, to which Kierkegaard is closed. The place that should be occupied by the critique of social inequality is occupied by a fictitious, purely internal doctrine of equality. Christianity has freed men from this abomination, by engraving deeply in the mind, as something eternally unforgettable, the kinship between man and man, securing it by the fact that, in Christ, each individual is equally related to God and in identical relationship with God, teaching each individual without distinction that God has created him and Christ has saved him. 74 ff. Kierkegaard's religious discourse on the equality of men before God sometimes takes on, in its mundane aspect, the character of involuntary irony. Look, the times have passed when only the powerful and the great were men, and the other men were slaves or servants. 79. Kierkegaard cannot escape this irony. He uses that same irony as a medium for religious paradox. With a tone that oscillates between the pride of interiority and the humble relativization of pure existence, he says, Christianity does not admit anything like that at all. He sets eternity and immediately heads towards the goal. It allows differences to exist, but teaches equality in eternity. 77. The more freedom and equality are internalized, the more jealously their real achievement is denounced. Externally everything remains to a certain extent as before, the husband must be master of the wife, she is subject to him, but inwardly everything is different by virtue of this small question asked to the woman, if she has consulted her conscience and wants that man as her owner, what Christ said about his kingdom, that it is not this world, is applicable to everything. Christian. Many fools have made foolish efforts to proclaim to the world, in the name of Christianity, that women have the same rights as men, something that Christianity has never demanded or desired. Christianity has done everything for women when they have been willing to be Christianly content with what is Christian. And if she is not satisfied with it, with the small external position that she can extract from this world, she only obtains a poor compensation for what she loses. 145 ff. Later Kierkegaard makes the objection to himself that love cannot but make in the situation of injustice, but the main thing is that poverty must be remedied in every way, and that, if possible, to use all resources to remedy all poverty. 335. But then he is quick to issue this warning, against this, eternity says, there is only one danger, that charity will cease to be practiced. If all poverty is ever eliminated, it will not necessarily have been eliminated through charity, and the misery consequent upon ceasing to practice charity would be a misery greater than all earthly poverty. Ibid. It is not difficult to infer from all this that poverty must continue to exist so that the opportunity to remedy it is not lacking. In fact, Kierkegaard, who is not content with condemning the world, everything mundane and its limited earthly purposes, immediately moderates his own radical theses when he speaks like a social pedagogue. We certainly do not want to give reasons for a young man to become conceited or to incite him to hastily and actively condemn the world. 202. An authoritarian conviction leaves respect for the absolute to the institution. Kierkegaard maintains ascetic rigorism only in an abstract form, he moderates it insofar as it can give rise to serious conflicts with the existing, which he disapproves of in the concept. In no way should the world be condemned where it denies the real right of men. The Kierkegaardian doctrine of love is united at its extreme with repression, that of the impulse, which must not be satisfied, and that of the spirit, which must not question. As always, hostility to the spirit and hostility to pleasure go together. In a perverse sense, taking is better than giving, and then he made the woman from the man's rib and gave her to him to be her companion, for love and companionship begin by taking something from man before giving anything themselves. 161. But at the most extreme point of this repression, the inhuman theory is truly changed. For the repression of the individual is at the same time the criticism of what, in Hegelian language, can be called bad individuality, in the self-position and specification of the individual the moment of contingency and appearance is perceived. Kierkegaard's misanthropy, the paradoxical absence of love in his doctrine of love, enables him, like few others, to diagnose the bourgeois character. Even if it were granted that such love is indeed the most avowed hatred, history has produced moments in which hatred contains more love than the immediate manifestation of love. Turned toward society, Kierkegaard's dark mythological motifs of misanthropy have the sting of authentic indignation. One thinks of the Hagen of the Song of the Nibelungs, in whom mythical obstinacy is intertwined with the anger of the enlightened against the clerics, an ambiguity inherent to all Lutheranism, which in Kierkegaard ends up acting like an explosive. The exposition of the insubordination element of his doctrine of love can await the objection that Kierkegaard's vainly critical conceptions are just as abstract and kept at the same distance from reality as his doctrine of neighbor. That they are simply part of his image of his temporality, so it is not permissible to sharpen them in a historical approach. But this would be to simplify Kierkegaard's spiritual complexion. Despite his hostility to Hegel and history, Kierkegaard was enough of a Hegelian to have a clear concept of history. Kierkegaard did not oppose to the eternal a temporality that would always be equally close and equally far from eternity, but he saw history in a determined relationship with the Christian. Certainly, only in a relationship that turns the Hegelian idea of a realized universal reason upside down. For him, the history of Christianity is, roughly speaking, a history of defection from Christianity. To the conviction of the secular progress of society he opposes that of the emptying of the individual. Progress itself becomes the history of a progressive decay. But the critique of progress in Kierkegaard is, although implicit and theological in nature, as in the Hegelian left, critique of civilization as a critique of dehumanization. Without a doubt, his indignation is less with the relationships than with the subjects who reflect them. He is among the few thinkers of his time who, like E. A. Poe, Tocqueville, and Baudelaire, perceived something of the truly chthonic transformations that, at the beginning of great capitalism, occurred in men themselves, in human relationships and in the internal composition of human experience. This gives his critical motives their seriousness and dignity. The book about love therefore contains an extraordinary testimony. In it, Kierkegaard pointed out a trend in today's mass society that must have been still very latent in his time, the replacement of spontaneous thought by automatic adaptation, as it operates in relation to modern forms of information. No matter how conservative Kierkegaard appears in his hostility to the masses, in such hostility hides, just as in Nietzsche, a certain perception of the mutilation of man by the mechanisms of domination, which convert him into a mass. It's as if the time of thinkers has passed. 377, Kierkegaard explains the loss of thought by information and conditioned reflex. All communication must occur in the comfortable tone of the easy-to-understand pamphlet or be supported by a series of falsehoods. It is as if lately all communication was organized in such a way that it could be presented in a maximum of 1 hour before an assembly that in turn dedicated half an hour to loud testimonies of approval or protest and the other half could not bring together the ideas because of its dullness, ibid. In the assemblies of the year 48, the echo of the loudspeakers that 100 years later would fill the sports palaces was anticipated. Perhaps, after this, the indication of the motives of Kierkegaard's critique of society acquires plausibility. Kierkegaard, without a doubt, leaves inequality in the world unchallenged. But the misanthrope Kierkegaard has a saturnine view of this inequality, the view of love, he would say. He knows very well that, for example, the doctrine of bourgeois equality is pure ideology, and that the members of the different classes who, in the name of Christianity, behave towards each other as if they were nothing more than men, almost always do so. They only do so, with the consolation of metaphysical equality, to leave real inequality all the more unchallenged. Kierkegaard pours bitter mockery on the concept of prosperity, a mockery that in him can easily be interpreted as reactionary. But when he denounces the misery of intramundane happiness, to which prosperity aspires, compared to that of eternity, in such denunciation lies not only the vain promise of the Greek kalends, but also something of the knowledge of the misery of happiness itself. That is dispensed to man in the form of prosperity. Hence the demand that Kierkegaard constantly formulates, to enter into a relationship with Christianity, first of all one must be sober, 61. Certainly, this demand for sobriety is at first negating, it takes away the happiness of drunkenness. But at the same time it turns against the enchantment of ideology, against the appearance of individuality, against the absolutization of mere differential determinations and the false happiness attached to them. Behind the commandment of sobriety is the profound knowledge that, in the end, intrahuman differences are not decisive, because in all the phases of individuation and specification the universal injustice is imposed that makes this man be like this and no other way, when it could be different. It could be different, such is the measure of love in Kierkegaard, of the love that takes. The concept that Kierkegaard opposes to the mundane, to what he amputates, according to the expression used in another passage, is that of possibility, which must be affirmed against the merely existing. Kierkegaard understands it as that of the eternal paradoxical, absurd. But, at the same time, it is accentuated against the bourgeois character, that character that, according to Kierkegaard, is no longer capable of the experience of possibility. The doctrine of possibility is first directed against knowledge. In the context of Kierkegaard's philosophy taken as a whole, this should not be understood, as in his epigones, in an anti-intellectualist way. The knowledge that Kierkegaard combats is the knowledge about what has always been as it is and must continue to be as something unchangeable, merely reconstructive knowledge, for which what has never been is taboo. His fight against psychology is a fight against that knowledge. Kierkegaard analyzes psychology as distrust of possibility. What, then, is the seductive secret of distrust? It is a misuse of knowledge, simply converting, through a determined ergo, knowledge into faith. As if this ergo were nothing. 478, as if it were something that does not need to be noticed, since everyone who has the same knowledge must necessarily draw the same conclusion, as if it was something eternally true and proven that with knowledge the way to conclude is given. 233 ff. Against this knowledge rises possibility, as hope. Hope is, according to Kierkegaard, the sense of possibility. 257. But the hope that remained, only remained in the one who loved. 266. But he who knows men, who knows that they have always been like this and will continue to be like this, has a secret affinity with evil, and this is one of those great intuitions of Kierkegaard, to which justice is not done by attributing them solely to the great psychologist. Distrust has, on the other hand, a predilection for evil. Not believing in anything is precisely the limit where belief in evil begins, because good is an object of belief, and, therefore, whoever believes in nothing is already prepared to believe in evil. 241. Kierkegaard goes even further. Strictly speaking, he cannot resign himself to recognizing, and this is precisely where a utopian trait is credited, which his conservatism still serves by denying it, that without the awareness of possibility, that is, without hope in the transfiguration of the world, one could not breathe more. That for a single moment, but, truly, whoever does not want to understand that the time of man's entire life must be the time of hope, is desperate. 259. The mundane thing that he wants to remove is the state of hopelessness. In view of it, existence curdles into the hell that it is. He, who introduced the problematic concept of existential seriousness into philosophy, becomes, in the name of hope, his dialectical enemy. He knows the genesis of it with a view to an immediacy that is not suspended by the idea of what would be possible. Nothing better characterizes the distance Kierkegaard finds himself from his heirs than this consideration. How many times a reconciliation has failed because the thing has been treated too seriously, that is to say, because they had not learned from God the art, which is learned from God, of treating things with deep and interior seriousness, but in such an easy and casual way as only the truth allows. Never think that seriousness has a grim air, never believe that that gesticulating face, which seeing it produces antipathy, is the face of seriousness. It is rather that of someone who has never known seriousness, of someone who has not learned from seriousness that one can also become too serious. 348 ff. The seriousness that he rejects is revealed to be identical to the bourgeois seriousness of competition and profit, to that of tenacious self-preservation. They judge that such a man, the one who has hope, is not serious. Well, seriousness is making money, to earn a lot of money, even if it is by trading with men. This is seriousness, to announce something true and at the same time earn a lot of money with it, since that is what matters, not that it is true. This is seriousness. 329. Kierkegaard's doctrine of hope protests against the seriousness of the mere reproduction of life, in which life itself perishes, against a world that is determined by reason, that calculates exchange and gives nothing without equivalences. But this is the foundation of Kierkegaardian speculation about the love of the dead. Its negative side is evident. Love for the dead is the love that most completely excludes the living capable of reciprocating love, specifically subjectivity in general. It thus resembles purely thing, fetishistic love. But at the same time it is the love that excludes everything that involves thinking about exchange, about reward, and thus the last unmutilated love that the exchange society allows. The paradox that the only truly living love is the love for the dead, perfectly expresses where we have arrived with all immediacy. The living has been hardening to such a point that it is only represented by the gaze of the dying and the gaze of the dead. The following words of Max Horkheimer can express the drastic experience behind Kierkegaard's theology of love for the dead. The rich man who is on his deathbed resembles the poor man in many respects, if indeed his death is already safe. With death he loses his relationships and becomes nothing. The proudest kings of France have experienced this in his person. When the enlightened doctor tries to help the lonely dying man in his last hours, not out of economic or technical interest, but out of compassion, he appears as a citizen of a future society. This situation is the current image of real humanity 479. In Kierkegaard we read, "For when your deathbed is prepared, when you have lain down to never get up again and all that is expected is that you turn on your side to die and that silence falls around you, when, only those close to you stay by your side while death approaches you, when later the relatives leave without making a noise and the silence becomes greater because only the most intimate remain, and when the last of them bows to you for the last time and turns to the other side because you turn to the side of death, then there will still be one on that side." 157. What emerges here in a certain way as an attribute of God in the face of death, agrees with the current image of a real humanity, however little eternity in Kierkegaard can be explained with this image. In the speech entitled How We Lovingly Remember the Departed, Kierkegaard calls death, in an allegorical turn, a powerful thinker whose thought not only pierces every illusion of the senses to the bottom, but also thinks it at its bottom. 353. This reminds us of that poem by Baudelaire in which he calls death and presents it as an old captain. But the deep meaning of death that the comparison contains is not thought of ontologically, as an invariant existential. Includes the story. Against capitalist society, the relationship with the dead perseveres in the idea of the freedom of human relationships with respect to all finality. If you really want to make sure what love there is in yourself or in others, pay attention to the behavior towards a deceased person. Well, a deceased person is a cunning man, he has completely withdrawn from the matter, he does not have the slightest influence that is annoying or beneficial to his opposite, the living. That we lovingly remember the deceased is an act of love of the most disinterested nature. 355 ff. The paradoxical experience of death is in solidarity with the possible impossible. Yes, the loving memory of a deceased must, on the contrary, defend itself against reality, prevent it from becoming too powerful with each new impression and erasing the memory. He must also defend himself against time. In short, he should not be forced to forget and should fight for the freedom to remain lovingly in the evocation of him. Without a doubt, no one is as helpless as a deceased person. 362 ff. Such helpless love is mourning. This becomes baroque, dialectical as an image of eternal life in metaphors that are always repeated. The dead should not be disturbed with cries and screams. With a dead person we must act as with a sleeper whom we do not dare to wake up because we hope that he will wake up on his own. No, when we remember the dead we have to mourn him silently, but for a long time. 356. Death and childhood are enigmatically intertwined here. It is very true that he does not cause discomfort, as the child sometimes does. He does not cause sleepless nights, at least because of the jobs he gives. Well, it is very strange that the good child does not cause sleepless nights, while the deceased does so. All the more the better he was. 358 ff. At the extreme of pure spirituality, the intuition of the power of the dead borders at times on magic. Well, although he is not seen, the deceased is very strong, his strength is that of his immutability. And a deceased person is very proud. Have you not observed that the proud person does everything he can to not be noticed by the one whom he most deeply despises and to appear immutable, as if nothing were happening, in order to make the despised one sink even deeper? 365. In the spirit of this speculative dialectic, Kierkegaard tightens the arc between the criticism of seriousness and the love of the dead. If it didn't sound so much like a joke, as in reality it can only sound to someone who doesn't know what seriousness is, I would say it wouldn't be bad if there were the following inscription on the cemetery gates: avoid formalities, or with us there are no more formalities. But I want to say it, and say it like this, and let it be known that I have said it. Well, death has worried me so much that I know perfectly well that no one can talk seriously about death if they do not know how to use the cunning that is in death and all the ingenious tricks that death does to wake us up. The seriousness of death is not the seriousness of the eternal. To the seriousness of death belongs that particular way of waking us up, this deeply mocking tone, torn from the thought of eternity. This way of awakening certainly appears to us as a simple joke, often insolent, but in connection with the thought of eternity it is what it should be, which is something completely different from boring seriousness. Which is the least able to grasp and retain an idea of the breadth and scope of the idea of death. 361. But the hope that Kierkegaard opposes to the seriousness of the eternal is nothing other than hope in the living reality of redemption. Second Annex. Kierkegaard again. In memory of Paul Tillich. Kierkegaard should not succeed according to the measure of his own work as a writer. Kierkegaard denied the name of witness to the truth to the late Bishop Münster, who was very dear to him. He who repeated in the manner of a formula that he spoke without authority would have been the last to claim that condition for himself. But it is evident that his idea of the witness to the truth came from the construction of his own existence. In the first of Patria's newspaper articles, from December 1854, in which he began the attack on his church and official Christianity, it is read, "A witness to the truth is a man who, in poverty, bears witness to the truth. In poverty, simplicity, and humiliation, and then he is ignored, hated, abhorred, and then insulted, mocked and ridiculed. Perhaps he did not always have his daily bread, he was so poor, but he had the daily bread of persecution galore. For him there was never a career or promotion, but rather the opposite, descent step by step. A witness of the truth, an authentic witness of the truth, is a man whipped, mistreated, dragged from one dungeon to another and finally, last promotion, by which he is admitted to the first class of the Christian hierarchy, that of the authentic witnesses of the truth. Finally, because it is from one of the authentic witnesses of the truth of whom Prof. Martinson speaks he is finally crucified, or beheaded, or burned, or roasted on a grill, and his lifeless body thrown by the executioner to a secluded place, without burial. This is how a witness to the truth is buried, or burned and reduced to ashes, then scattered to the four winds, to eliminate all remains of that refuse into which, as the Apostle says, it has become 480. A later article in the same series is more emphatic in this regard. In the New Testament, Christ calls the apostles and disciples witnesses, and requires them to give testimony of him. Let's see what we have to understand by witness. The witnesses are men who, renouncing everything, living in poverty, in humiliation, willing to endure any suffering, must go through a world that, in life and death, expresses a way of being contrary to Christianity. This is what Christ calls giving testimony, being a witness. 481. Kierkegaard died in the midst of controversy, at the same time that he had consumed his fortune, which, as a Christian, he had refused to put under interest. He who managed to succumb in the world would not have expected or wanted anything else from his work. The conception of him without commitment to his transcendence would have excluded the intramundane victory of truth, for him embodied in his writings, as well as that of his person. The Ecclesia Triumphans was for him a defection, no less than the Hegelian doctrine promoted to philosophy of the state. Even the thought of a big fallout after his death would hardly have pleased her. For him, history was a permanent descent into hell, a betrayal of revelation. He who enclosed everything in the contemporaneity, in the instant, could not expect more from posterity than from the world of his own time. Having disciples, founding a school, were things about which he, who referred to himself as that individual and for whom everything he believed in, even the relationship with the Absolute, was concentrated in the individual, was he mocked. It is true that there is a passage in which, in the face of empirical victory, he considers victory in the spirit possible, but it is one thing to win in the idea and another to win in the concrete. there is a difference in the extent to which precisely those of whom it can be said in the most eminent sense that they have won in the idea, had to succumb, and even be murdered, in the concrete. Or, to give an example, and not the highest, although for me it is a very great example, it should not be said of Socrates that, from the point of view of the idea, he completely triumphed over the world of his time and, however, he had to drink the hemlock 482. This is not far from the conventional conception of the tragic. But teaching the victory of the spirit in the spirit does not mean the victory of the spirit in the world. Kierkegaard could not think better of this victory than of success, position, and career. The 10th and last issue of El Instant, not yet published by himself, concludes with incisive irony: having a predecessor and a disciple, one goes happy through life and is at the same time a witness to the truth. May God help those who have no predecessor and no disciple. For him, life will truly be what it should be according to the will of Christianity, an exam in which it is impossible to cheat. 483. It could not be said more clearly that if Kierkegaard rejected his potential disciples as importunate, he also repudiated their victory in the survival of his work. In the same way that he fought the reification of philosophy in a system that tears it from the experience of the individual and reduces him to a mere moment, he would have opposed the attempt to make a positive theology with it. Kierkegaard scornfully rejected the demand to publish his own dogmatics. His insistence on what Christianity is not is justified not only in that he knew it was beneath his idea of what is Christian, but also in an aspect of his thinking. With the transition to dogmatic positivity he would be denied the very content of that idea. However, only positivity, even as spiritual positivity, has the possibility of asserting itself in the world. The work of the writer Kierkegaard had his own defeat in view. Kierkegaard challenged like few others that principle of success, in which the mechanism of competition of bourgeois society is reflected and takes the place of the overthrown divinity. He would still have recorded the posthumous triumph as evidence against his own truth, as testimony to a secret complicity with what he called the existing. But this must be taken very seriously. The less philosophy needs to worry about the subjective intention of the authors, the more determining are for it the texts themselves in which that intention is displayed. Compatibility with the world of the world's enemy becomes an objection against him and his type of hostility to the world. Kierkegaard has triumphed. Once attention was drawn to the extraordinary, he first turned out to be, as usual, psychologically interesting, for example to the enlightened George Brandes, who, moreover, not yet fascinated by him, saw him in a more impartial way, and also more critical, than almost all subsequent literature. Later, Kierkegaard became in Germany, thanks to his translator, Christoph Schrampf, the patron saint of those pastors who suffered conflicts of conscience with their ministry, a kind of Ibsenian Rosmer, in the same way that the young Ibsen's brand takes on some traits by Kierkegaard. This sudden change can be dated before 1920. Perhaps it was triggered by Theodor Hecker's translation of the book on Adler, whose expressive force placed Kierkegaard for the first time on his true level in Germany. Kierkegaard impressed Protestant theologians, who found themselves disoriented in the midst of a liberal Christianity whose theological content evaporated into metaphors for ideas. All dialectical theology was a follower of Kierkegaard, in Karl Barth, also a follower of his firmness. But his work has a theological and a philosophical layer, hence his influence. The philosophical influence came later, in the mid-20s, when Heidegger on the one hand and Jaspers on the other emancipated the Kierkegaardian concept of the existence of the so-called stages of religiosity A and religiosity B, transforming it into the concept of an anthropological ontology that in Heidegger it certainly did not wish, even then, to be understood as an anthropology. While the concept of existence, especially existential ones, such as anxiety, interiority, the model of Heideggerian authenticity or decision, was established as the core of a supposedly resurrected material metaphysics, Kierkegaard put an end to the academic survival of idealism. German. His invectives against Hegel finished what the Schopenhauerians had started, the caricature of an unbridled thought, which idolized itself and lost its substratum. The publications of the so-called Patmos Circle in the 1920s are documents of this influence. This was then so great that it provided Kierkegaard with the anonymity of the spirit of the time. Kierkegaard infiltrated the entire theological, philosophical and pedagogical language to, thanks to such survival, be forgotten a second time. With this at least he would not have been dissatisfied. He would have been less pleased if that language were so quickly at the disposal of so many, that it allowed itself to be used in chatter as common and devoid of experience as the ones he reproached the candidates for theology. Kierkegaard's last writings, the attack on Christianity in the name of Christianity, had turned sharply even against bourgeois institutions, such as marriage. I could never entertain the idea of getting married. The task of becoming a Christian is so immense that I could not accept this obstacle, no matter how much men, especially at a certain age, declare it and see it as a state of supreme happiness. Honestly speaking, I do not understand how any man can come up with the idea of reconciling being a Christian with being married, and I must specify that I am not thinking of the case of someone who, for example, was already married and had a family and only at that age I would like to be a Christian. No, I mean how can someone who is single and says he is a Christian have the idea of getting married? Kierkegaard condemned and blocked the accommodation to the mediocre arrangements of life that perpetuate itself. In Fear and Trembling, the religious sphere is founded on the suspension of ethics. His admirers have ripped out those fangs. In the epilogue that he wrote in 1955 for his philosophy, Jaspers declared almost excitedly that he had made Kierkegaard's concept of existence his own. But I was never a supporter of Kierkegaard. Well, not only did his Christianity not reach me, but I perceived in his negative decisions, his refusal of marriage, position and fulfillment in the world and his affirmation of the existence of the martyr as something essentially linked to the truth of Christianity, contrary to everything I loved and wanted, everything I was willing to do or not do. His conception of the Christian faith through his religiosity as absurd, seemed to me, like that practical negativity, the end of historical Christianity, and also the end of all philosophical life. All the more amazing was what Kierkegaard was able to see and say in his probity, almost inexhaustible in moments of awakening. A philosophy without Kierkegaard seemed impossible to me then. His greatness had, as I saw it, a universal historical scope equal to that of Nietzsche 485. As if one thing could so simply happen without the other. In barely 100 years, Kierkegaard has been no less flattened by one of his most renowned followers, no less swallowed up by normal bourgeois consciousness than, according to his own thesis, Christianity was after almost 2 millennia. Inciting power, grandeur comparable to that of a monument to Bismarck, universal history just what Kierkegaard despised, is what remained of him, being also glorified. From that individual have derived the mendacious gossip that boasts that others are inauthentic and given to gossip. Which was sealed in Germany when, before 1933, the National Socialist Emanuel Hirsch appropriated it, victory as defeat. 3. The way to this victory is the development of a non-truth of Kierkegaard's doctrinal content. Faced with the reification and socialization of all relationships between men in the 100 years following Kierkegaard's death, the position of the individual, who was granted the highest dignity, manifested itself as a refuge from the dominant exploitation, which, the enemy of individual determination, degrades each person to their role. Kierkegaard was able to become popular because the absolute individual, which in his time he opposed to the masses of great capitalism, who were then beginning to become visible, has ended up presenting itself to them as the situation of everyone. But such primacy of the individual is at the same time appearance. For universality, the pure bourgeois principle of the economy of exchange, is realized through the absolutized self-preservation of social subjects, whose individualization, which for the doctrine of existence seems to be the measure of all things, is swallowed up with the universal. The social consequence is that it ends in the functional connection of antagonistic interests. Individuals act without clear conscience in the service of the whole, which they have to suffer as something foreign to them and contradictory in itself. They are his natural children. That is why the absolute individual tries not to upset that bad totality against which he protests. Added to interiority is contempt for exteriority that does not reach it. Interiority benefits exteriority that reduces individuals to impotent atoms, the totality of which constitutes the public against which Kierkegaard launched his anathemas. His extreme political conservatism, inherited from ancient Lutheranism, faithfully expresses the historical state of the objectless interiority that he embodies. He, who censures all intervention in external reality as an abandonment of the purely internal essence, has to sanction given relations as they are. For a long time, Kierkegaard did not shrink back in fear from them. When in Hegelian philosophy of history he attacks the illusion that the finite world has meaning, he at the same time hinders awareness of the historical essence of supposedly pure individuality. However, the doctrine of the existing, entirely real individual has become, against his will, a kind of doctrine of invariance, a memory of man made in the image and likeness of God. Kierkegaard undoubtedly uses the word ontology pejoratively, just like the word metaphysics, in protest against the Hegelian being in and for itself of the concept, which reduces the individual hypostatized by Kierkegaard to a mere moment. But this resource is useless. The doctrine of the absolute individual becomes, already in Kierkegaard, an ontology, an outline, although desperate, of existentialists. What he criticized in Hegel as a spectator attitude, what he calls alienation, objectivity, migrates in Kierkegaard to the fundamental determinations of the subject. That is why 20th-century ontologists could so easily appropriate the 19th-century critic of ontology. And this for political purposes. The world of merchandise is justified as a stimulus for the action of pure interiority. T.S. Eliot's atrocious statement against socialism, that it aspires to such a perfect order of things that it would no longer need love, is Kierkegaardian orthodoxy. Kierkegaard's speeches on love contain almost literally the same thing. Today's vulgar meditation, which concludes that the evil that came into the world with original sin should not be removed in consideration of its sublime genealogy, is prefigured in Kierkegaard. But Kierkegaard does not owe this kind of motive simply to the tradition of his confession. They are philosophically thought-out reasons. Its force of attraction is explained not least by the fact that, with the means of the Enlightenment, and this precisely in its elevated Hegelian form, Kierkegaard denigrated the Enlightenment. In this way he prepared the ground for a phase, to whose ideology he accommodated, that would transfer to his individual his contempt for the world, would defame autonomy, which already in Kierkegaard smacked of hubris, and would classify in a collective as his supporters the individuals who they deny themselves. Kierkegaard still thought that everything, except men en masse, could be directed like a flock. Since then, the masters of the world have learned it very well. I would never have dreamed that he would contribute to providing the accentuated obscurantism of the totalitarian era with good intellectual conscience. The thought of it was recommended as a thought that virtually crosses out the thought. Faced with the inextended point of his dialectic of interiority, faced with the sacrifice of the self, it is almost chance that decides in whose hands it remains. But even Kierkegaardian obscurantism has its particular features. In science it crushes not only Hegelian absolute knowledge, but also those academic products that replace living consciousness with the trifle of scientificity. But the surprising force of Kierkegaard in his posthumous existence has its deepest foundation in the fact that those who protest are not offered today in principle any other position than that of the individual, the same one that he established, that any immediate identification with the collective is instantly the non-truth that the individual's position constantly represents. Kierkegaard truly became the seducer whom he played with such limited resources in his youthful work, because the non-truth of the absolute individual and the truth of his resistance are almost inseparably interwoven. Today it is time to undo this plot. 4. Kierkegaard's non-truth, the one that made him triumph, is philosophical non-truth. For him, philosophy is the negative and necessary condition of his theology. The structure of his work, which is that of a phenomenology of the individual spirit that moves within itself, attests to this. Hegel's adversary was bewitched by Hegel. But at the same time, seized by a vertigo like that of Oedipal characters before the figure of his father, he did not completely master Hegel's philosophy. Therefore, the entire process of Kierkegaard against Hegel must be raised again, as has already been done in an important work, not yet published, by Hermann Schweppenhauser 486. Kierkegaard's understanding of Hegel, to date little studied, with the exception of a brief article by Richard Kroner, is problematic, and, in this, curiously similar to that of Marx. Kierkegaard grossly misinterpreted the central Hegelian concept of mediation, against which he launched his invective. In Hegel, mediation is a mediation through extremes. That the concept becomes its opposite from itself means, in Hegelian language, that the concept is mediated in itself. But Kierkegaard simplistically misunderstood Hegelian mediation as a middle ground between concepts, as a moderating commitment. It is possible to think that, influenced by Trendelenburg, he introduced into Hegel the Aristotelian concept of the middle ground, of the mu epsilon sigma tau eta. But the panacea that he opposes to Hegel is literally quoted from Hegel. The qualitative leap comes from the prologue of the Phenomenology of the Spirit. They are not historical, philosophical or philological trifles, but facts of the greatest relevance for theory. For, although Kierkegaard considers himself a dialectician and proceeds in an apparently dialectical manner, he lacks the method to which he has committed himself, because he applies it without mediation. His individuality leaves the dialectic and falls back into pure immediacy. Kierkegaard does not see that the individual is not in itself, just as any other category is not, an absolute, but rather that it contains within itself, as its necessary moment, its opposite, that everything whose systematic use he censures in Hegel. But, really, that's all society. With internalization, by making the individual be for himself, without transition to his being another because he himself is already his being another of him, Hegel is as falsified as the subject who persists in the appearance of his being for himself, when it is always at the same time a social being. It has been rightly observed that Kierkegaardian interiority is the hapless consciousness of Hegelian phenomenology torn from dialectics and taken as something fixed. But then Kierkegaard must suffer Hegel's rigorous criticism of that degree of spirit. Unhappy consciousness, says Hegel, is rather found in this middle ground in which abstract thought comes into contact with the singularity of consciousness as singularity. She herself is this contact, and for it is also this thinking singularity or pure thought, and the immutable itself essentially as singularity. But it is not for her that this object, the immutable, which essentially has for her the figure of singularity, is itself the singularity of consciousness, her thought as such still, as devout recollection remains the shapeless ringing of bells or a warm nebulous vapor, a musical thought, which does not reach a concept, which would be the only immanent objective mode. There is no doubt that this pure infinite inner feeling will find its object, but it will not present itself as a conceptual object and will therefore appear as something foreign. This is how the inner movement of pure spirit occurs, which feels itself, but is painfully felt as a splitting. It is the movement of an infinite nostalgia, which is certain that its essence is that pure spirit, a pure thought that is thought of as singularity, that is known and recognized by this object, precisely because it is thought of as singularity. But, at the same time, this essence is the inaccessible beyond, which flees when we want to capture it, or, rather, has already fled. It has already fled, since it is, on the one hand, the immutable thing that is thought of as a singularity, through which consciousness reaches itself immediately in it. Instead of capturing the essence, it only feels it and falls back on itself. Therefore, since in this reaching it cannot eliminate itself as the something opposed, instead of having grasped the essence it has only grasped the inessential. And just as, on the one hand, when trying to grasp itself in the essence, it only grasps its own unfolded reality, it cannot, on the other hand, grasp the other as singular or as real. It will not be found wherever you look for it, precisely because it must be something beyond, a being such that it cannot be found. Searched as singular, it is not a universal singularity thought, it is not a concept, but a singular as an object or something real, object of immediate sensible certainty and, precisely for this reason, only an object that has already disappeared. Before consciousness, therefore, only the tomb of his life is made present. 487. Hegel struck the posthumous mortal enemy of him after inventing him prophetically, from the movement of his own philosophy, down to his idiosyncratic traits. If Hegel reproaches hapless consciousness, as consciousness that becomes blind to context, for its abstract character, the Kierkegaardian individual becomes abstract in an even more literal sense. What could be its possible content comes from the world, to which the absolute individual must be in absolute opposition. If the individual remains pure in the face of the world, his apparent concreteness, that of the pure this there, becomes something completely indeterminate. In the construction of Kierkegaard's theory, this is expressed in the reduction of all determinations of content to the situation lage, from which derives that situation that we find in the whole of existential philosophy. An existential, something heteronymous and irrational for the individual, but on which he is made to depend. Its content obeys contingency. Therefore, the fundamental determinations of the Kierkegaardian individual, his ontology, become negative, in his language, demonic. Kierkegaard's individual is as little true as the Hegelian whole. Kierkegaard's fundamental thesis, according to which subjectivity is truth, is totally idealistic. In fact, his dialectic could not, despite the extreme effort to achieve it, detach itself from idealism, to which the starting point of objectless interiority binds it. But in Kierkegaard, and this is already an element of positivism, of the positivism that ousted Hegel immediately after his death, the subjectivity of the individual person is identified with the individual of whom Fichte, to whom Kierkegaard in a certain sense appeals behind Hegel, obtained and emphatically highlighted his subject as the truth. In this way he attributes directly to the particular encapsulated in itself, without windows and dissociated from universality, that sense that in idealism was called spirit and that cannot be separated from the universal by decree. The contradiction remained unresolved. Kierkegaard did nothing with it other than immobilize it and hypostatize it under the name of paradox. Also in this he was the disciple of Hegel who restricts the logic of non-contradiction. But if Hegelian philosophy tries to undo the knot of contradiction in the process, in Kierkegaard the contradiction itself, by force, becomes the solution. His theory is true against Hegel in that it grants greater right to the moment of the non-identical, of that which is not reduced to its concept, while in Hegel such a moment leads to dialectic, but finally disappears in the pure identity of the absolute spirit. Kierkegaard broke the parenthesis of the philosophy of identity, and he did it in an exemplary manner, because his act occurred imminently, not arbitrarily establishing from the outside a position contrary to Hegel. In the Kierkegaardian concept of the subject as a concept of existence, that non-identical real makes its way that hides the conception of the pure subject as spirit in idealism. In this sense, Kierkegaard, who reviled mediation, emphasized more than Hegel a central mediation that Hegel knew well, that of the self by the non-self, that of the constituent subject by that which, according to the idealist scheme, can only have been constituted by the subject. But this does not mean that his theory is also identity thinking. What in it is not identified with the concept is spiritualized and conceptualized absolutely as existence. Kierkegaard subordinates the totality to the principle of existence as the idealists subordinate the existing to the totality. The attempt to free itself from idealism failed, and the thought that hoped to escape the totality of the concept was condemned to revolve hopelessly around itself and to conjure a meaning that was strange and incommensurable to it. The most persuasive evidence in this regard is the theory of the self as a relationship that relates to itself, expounded at the beginning of The Deadly Illness 488. The blasphemy of which he accuses Hegel, consisting of fixing the absolute, God, to thought, and, therefore, to the human, he himself commits again through the form of his thought. He figures that through the denial of himself, from his own movement, he can arrive at the concept of divinity, always according to the construction of Kierkegaard's philosophy. However, it does not stay there. The concept of existence cannot remain at the extreme of abstraction to which Kierkegaard's dialectic of interiority takes it, and must receive its content from that exterior from which Kierkegaard distances himself, and this acts on him as a corrective. The antithesis with respect to the objective world concretizes the concept of existence beyond what speculation puts it as. In the order of the contents of experience, such concretion, the integration of living men instead of the construction of a spiritually pure human essence, was probably what truly moved Kierkegaard. In the order of philosophy, Lutheran nominalism and the spiritualism of absolute interiority resisted a common denominator. Like nominalism in all its periods, Kierkegaardianism also had its materialist component. The spirit, which cannot be a pure in itself, but something secondary and dependent, is not, as Kierkegaard had to learn, only dependent on divinity, but also on the conditions of the empiric. As soon as Kierkegaard passes, as in the controversy of the instant, from the doctrine of existence to intervention, he realizes the complication of the dominant Christian spirit with the crude interests of those who preach and administer it. His existentialism has a double character. It is a metaphysics of the absolute subject nominalistically contracted to the individual and a frontal attack on the ideology of the system of profit. In this, Kierkegaard marks a milestone. But when he speaks philosophically, he retreats behind philosophy, whose instrumentality is his own. Hegel has been accused of mythology of the concept. Kierkegaard's dialectic surpasses him in this. It is mythical in the manner of a natural religion closed in on itself and with no way out. Transcendence, which for her is everything, is annulled by herself. Kierkegaard wants to purify transcendence of any mediating element that it shares with the world. In this demythologization, his absoluteness becomes the very adversary of transcendence, something simply unknown, threatening and hopeless, like the gods of destiny. In Kierkegaard's abandonment of the Church, the rebellion of the overthrown beings of the primitive world clearly resonates. If he shakes the unity of the Logos, this also means the protest of the plurality in nature, into which such unity was introduced. But this protest against the oppressive principle is entangled in it. If in Kierkegaard's Christology grace pales so markedly before that which in Christianity is continually an urgent object of fear and dread, this is the result of his thinking no less than of his natural somberness. The paradoxical man-God, irrational and extinguisher of all natural light, loses, along with his affinity with men, his qualitative determinity. He becomes abstract as a concept and equivocal as a demon to which the victims must submit against the thought of him. They are as little sure of salvation as the secularized world. In Kierkegaard, unhindered secularization converges for the first time with that mythology that seeks to eradicate secularization. However accurate he may have been in his judgments about Christianity, his meaner adversaries recognized one thing. Their defense of Christianity against what they had made of it abolished Christianity. His Christianity is distinguished from primitive Christianity, as he imagined it, by its thoroughly reflective character received from philosophy. The comparison of him with Tolstoy may explain this. Tolstoy cared neither about law nor tradition, and with regard to Christianity he tended to behave as if the gospel instructions for a righteous life, and this was essentially, in Tolstoy, a life in accordance with nature and nonviolent, did not allow another choice if one really had good will. No doubt Kierkegaard's argument against those who reject Christianity sometimes evokes this attitude. But his own attitude bears no resemblance to apostolic imitation, nor did he claim it, with great intellectual honesty, for himself. In it, religion is reached not through an irresistible model, but through a thought process that finally breaks thought as a finite thought of the finite creature and reserves the truth to what cannot be thought and absolutely contradicts thought. But this process cannot end by itself in the doctrinal content of Christianity, which for such a dialectic would be as arbitrary as any other. Christian dogma is the blind spot of Kierkegaardian reflection, neither revelation nor idea. And, therefore, a product of the world that Kierkegaard absolutely rejects. It comes from the tradition that denies the anti-ecclesiastical doctrine of absolute contemporaneity. The origin of Kierkegaard's Christianity is the last thing it should be, what has been transmitted to him. Kierkegaard not infrequently refers to his paternal authority, to the religion of our fathers. What is a natural relationship becomes in a strict way the condition of its supernaturalism. Kierkegaard came very close to becoming aware of this in the Apostille to the First Great Attack on Münster, published in December 1854. The deceased was the misfortune of my life because Kierkegaard was educated by a deceased father in the preachings of Münster and, out of pity for the deceased father, he paid this false bill instead of protesting it 489. From here to the critique of Kierkegaard's own Christianity would only be a step. This step would have led him to the abysmal relationship, and until today not sufficiently thought out, between tradition and knowledge and to the question of whether religion is possible without tradition, but so alone I lack everything divine 490. As a speculative philosopher he could not confront this question, nor as a theologian with the immediate authority of the biblical word. While before her, and by reflection, he refused to reflect, he put himself as a natural being, as the son of the beloved and hated father, as the criterion of what must be removed from all natural relationships. Beneath the humility of the genius who declares that he is nothing in front of the apostle, he stalks the hubris of the one who locks himself in what he simply is. The cry directed at divinity becomes a cry of challenge. Through the spell, existence wants to force transcendence to appear. And, in the end, the bare, immediate identity of the hardened self will not dissolve in the knowledge of its mediated being. The comparisons that resort to Norse mythology, of which his work is intertwined even in his latest writings, are, more than metaphors, traces of an underground tradition, no matter how incompatible it may be with Christianity and philosophy. The mythical stratum, the innermost layer of interiority, would probably only be fully revealed by an analysis of its language, which is the language of intentional repetition and with a hidden meaning. His archetype is, outside of dialectic, the echo that unites the authority of the determined voice to the illusion because it is nothing more than the own voice of the perceiver. The echo is testimony of a spell. Philosophically it is that of thought produced by oneself. Kierkegaard only emerges from it in appearance, remaining in mythical confusion. He who rebelled against the constriction of identity and against the unity with which the subject subjects the non-self, found himself chained to that subject that cannot be determined in its essence except by unity, by identity with itself. The Kierkegaardian cosmos opens between the totally indeterminate and the identity principle of selfhood, as in the idealism that he denounces. Instead, he was mythically blind to his own mythology. In the polemic against Martensen, Kierkegaard refers to Heiberg's work The Elves. In it, the schoolteacher groomer man suddenly falls, as is known, 70,000 fathoms underground and, even more unexpectedly than his sudden fall, he finds himself surrounded by mountain geniuses. What nonsense, says groomer man, mountain geniuses do not exist, but here is my appointment. But, alas, presenting the geniuses of the mountain with a royal appointment is completely useless, for what the hell can a royal appointment mean to the geniuses of the mountain, when their kingdom is not of this world? For them, a real appointment is equals zero, its only value is that of paper 491. Kierkegaard compares himself to the geniuses of the mountain, but if in the name of Christianity someone comes to me or to other men of my class with a royal appointment, he will be as well received as groomer man with his appointment. 492. Kierkegaard joined the spirits of the earth, whose voice draws subsequent generations into the abyss. Kierkegaard's irresistible voice deceives those who trust him. He knew why he did not want disciples. But his voice is irresistible because of its truth content. the regressive and involuntary reappearance of natural religion as a substitute for an oppressed extra and intrahuman nature acquires in him all the more force as the protest that ignites in the suffocating air of Kierkegaardian interiority nowhere manifests itself as if it were nature, but invariably expresses the distance from it. The world against which Kierkegaard brandished the Christian, the one that pretended to have realized Christianity, that world in which, as he said, the subject had disappeared, was the society of great capitalism, which simultaneously, and without both knowing anything one from another, Marx analyzed. Against the absolute being for another of the world of the commodity rises in the imagination the absolute being for oneself of the Kierkegaardian individual. In its inverted form, this is an expression of the inverted form of the totality. That is why Kierkegaard's criticism is not overcome, nor his criticism of his church, whose dogmatics absorbed him in such a grotesque way. He would not have wanted to lead anyone to the truth by having jazz played at the church service so that the young people would not get too bored. The short prayer so in vogue today is like a Kierkegaardian nightmare. Kierkegaard was the first to discover in the church on which he had fixed his idiosyncratic gaze the phenomenon of neutralization. Incorporated or, as it is enthusiastically said today, integrated, separated from the potential of its own realization, the spirit has been reduced to a cultural good, and finally to a commodity, to something that commits absolutely nothing. Kierkegaard's parable in this regard, which we still find in the second issue of The Instant, is unsurpassed. The place that one comfortably looks at from the train is, according to the guide, the fearsome gorge inhabited by wolves and whose depth it is 70,000 fathoms. There where one smokes his cigarette comfortably seated in a cafe, there is his hiding place, according to the guide, a gang of robbers who assault and mistreat travelers. He has, that is, he had, well now and it is fun to imagine what it was like. Now there is no gorge inhabited by wolves, but a railway track, nor any band of jumpers, but a comfortable cafe 493. Kierkegaard did not want to take part in the game. Because in the reduced and provincial circumstances of his country he saw nothing that could have escaped this neutralization, and because he predicted that it would be the destiny of the world, he encouraged against all hope the hope in paradox, the disguise of the revolution, of which he would not identify with the logic of things, but would break it. In his displacement into the interior, the arrogance of fatal logic, which strangles the possible, already projected his shadow forward. If this was already irremediable, Kierkegaard at least did not want to adapt, as the magic formula has been saying since then. Adaptability was his chief reproach to the late Bishopminster 494. His exasperated conservatism, which finally did not prevent him from speaking in dry words about what exists, instead of speaking about aberrations, or condemning it, takes on an unexpected aspect. Because in the pure liberalism that was incessantly imposed, he perceived more the harm it did to its victims than the progress with which it consoled them, he sympathized more with the condemned than with the victors, the most powerful battalions in universal history. How uncomfortable his conservatism was can be seen from the effect of his attack. The only answer that Bishop Martensen deigned to give him is already a sum of all the bleats of the compact majority of posterity against the discordant, whether his name is Nietzsche or Karl Kraus or whatever his name is. When Kierkegaard restricts the title of witness of truth to martyrs, the bishop asks him, but who in the entire world would grant him the right to restrict the concept in a way so arbitrary and so contrary to the language of the Church? 495 Invoking the institution with the gesture, since then automated, of yes, but, and hiding with false integrity the questions that concern the thing with formal questions of definition. Whoever wants to follow Kierkegaard, Martensen thought, will have to, horrible dictu, abandon the article we learned when we were children. Even then the naivete of the child must provide an excuse for the satisfied foolishness of the adult. If Kierkegaard teaches that the sign of the witness of truth is suffering, it is necessary, Martensen proclaims, to make an observation about it, a very effective rhetorical gesture. Kierkegaard's radicalism is, says Martensen, extravagant. If Kierkegaard mobilizes all his spiritual force against him, it is because his radicalism is nothing more than delight in vanity. Martensen already has the sophistry according to which the effort of the spirit that Kierkegaard demands of himself and of others, when it is not a joke, is suspected of being a means of self-promotion of the accused. To those who feel disgust at the dominant abuses, the bishop tells him indignantly that he debases the highest goods. He has found there phrases that not only could appear in a piece by Ibsen, but that even today could serve as a model for others like him. But when I see him launch his invectives against one of the noblest men of our country, against a man whom he had previously recognized as his teacher and his spiritual benefactor, when I see him like other sights before the tomb of the hero, I cannot help but to concede that with that funeral prayer he will surely achieve what he intended, cause a great scandal. But in the clear understanding that not only heavenly truth and love can be a scandal for men, but also falsehood and injustice without conscience, the impure and irreverent spirit, the petulance that plays with what is worthy of veneration, which plays with the best feeling of a man. 496. Everything official is infamous, as Theodor Hecker learned from Kierkegaard. An entry from his diary is enough to show the mentality that one of his first spokespersons found in Martensen, and that has been maintained to this day. The New Testament contains divine truth. It is above all deviations, exaltations, etc., just as mediocrity, gossip, childishness, and talk are below all partiality. But since verbiage has the particularity of not being partial, it is exploited and offered as the divine truth that is above all partialities. 497. And so we continue to be against bias. Let no one say that Kierkegaard's hatred of the existing is too abstract. It is enough to imagine Martensen to know who and what everything is against, and it has been a long time since he went against the Danish Lutheran Church. In determined negation, Kierkegaard has emerged, to use his language, from interiority. For him the whole was, as a totality and system, absolute deception, and he confronted the whole to which, like everyone else, he was subject. This is what is exemplary about him. Since the day he fell on the public road, nothing spiritual that is more modest can have value. He empowered the Pascalian on anedoid plus sleep. The Kierkegaardian curve is the inverse of Brecht's he who says yes, to whom the collective wants to make him believe that it is important to learn, above all, to agree. According to Kierkegaard, no friendship with the world is possible anymore because every saying yes to the world as it is eternalizes the bad in it and prevents it from becoming worthy of being loved. Whoever has witnessed how in 1925 Karl Kraus expelled Imre Beckesy from Vienna with just his word, will have still learned something of the concrete power of what in Kierkegaard seems so abstract and so monomaniacal, the power of impotence. News. Kierkegaard. Construction of the Aesthetic is the book of a 26-year-old young man. The author wrote it in 1929 to 1930, and with it he obtained, in February 1931, his qualification at the University of Frankfurt. In 1932 he recomposed the voluminous and muddled original manuscript. The definitive version of it appeared in 1933 in the publishing house J.C.B. Moore, Seebeck, on the same day that Hitler began his dictatorship. On April 2, 1933, one day after the anti-Semitic boycott, a review of Walter Benjamin appeared in the Vossische Zeitung. The effect of the book was overshadowed from the beginning by the political calamity. Although the author, who took the path of exile, was long deprived of his nationality, the book was not banned and continued to be sold. Perhaps the censor's inability to understand him protected him. And especially the criticism of the existential ontology developed in him was already then able to reach the intellectuals of the opposition in Germany. After 30 years, there are many things that do not satisfy the author, which is understandable. Today he believes he knows and understands Hegel better, and, therefore, Kierkegaard's controversy with him, today he would not express metaphysical intentions so affirmatively, and he often finds the tone more solemn and idealistic than tolerable. What happened after 1933 could not in the long run leave unchanged a philosophy that always knew itself to be opposed to any equivalence between metaphysics and a doctrine of the immutable and ahistorical. Despite which, the author has not modified the text, limiting himself to correcting some typos. He rejects the usual and convenient statement that the book should have been completely recast, but that no time was found to do so. From very early on he has felt distrust towards those who deny the works of his youth and burn manuscripts, and in general towards those who spectacularly show his integrity towards themselves. The author's deep aversion to anything like starting a new life is communicated to his relationship with his own books. Behind the humble self-criticism, for which nothing is good enough, he suspects the sneaky hubris of the one who imagines that he has reached his goal later, a confidence in maturity fueled by the bourgeois prejudice behind which gerontocracy entrenches itself. Also foreign to him is the attitude, which Kierkegaard precisely exemplified, of supposed struggle with himself. One must do what one can do well in each era, but then leave what is done as it is and not confuse the impulse to retouch it with the idea of perfection. What about a production has the possibility of lasting and what does not, escapes the opinion and will of its author. If the decision about life and death is arrogated to his work, he becomes guilty before them. What is of value in them is precisely that which has remained outside his personal domain. No matter how much the insufficiency of what he wrote then bothers him later, what he wrote may contain possibilities that he did not realize in his evolution and that are not manifest to him himself. In any case, the author believes that there is little in his book on Kierkegaard that does not deserve to be reconsidered from the perspective given by his current position, and that he should not reject as belonging to a mere earlier stage. Perhaps you are allowed to point out that the motive of the criticism of the dominion of nature and of reason dominating nature, the motive of reconciliation with nature, of the self-awareness of the spirit as a moment of nature, is already explicit in the text. In accordance with its theme, the book has not dealt with Kierkegaard's so-called religious discourses, with those positive theological writings that accompany the negative philosophical ones, the denial of philosophy. However, his intention was the interpretation of Kierkegaard's work as a whole. In him, aesthetics does not mean, nor in Kierkegaard, mere theory of art, but, in Hegelian terms, a position of thought in relation to objectivity. The author therefore felt obliged to also introduce, at least as a model, religious discourses into his circle of speculation. This occurred in the Conference on the Labors of Love that he gave on February 23, 1940, in English, before a circle of theologians and philosophers founded by Paul Tillich in New York, and which after his return he published in German in the Zeitschrift für Religions, und die Geistesgeschichte. This lecture has been added to the book as a corollary. Also added, as a second corollary, was a speech by the author commemorating the 150th anniversary of Kierkegaard's birth. This speech was delivered at an event held at the Faculty of Philosophy of the Johann Wolfgang Goethe University in Frankfurt, and appeared in print in the same year, 1963, in the Neue Deutsche Heft. This discourse also completes the book thematically, by concentrating on aspects only touched upon in the construction of the aesthetic, Kierkegaard's latest publications, his polemic against official Christianity and its political implications. After the historic triumph of the writer Kierkegaard, justice required developing the problematic of this triumph as well as highlighting in a more concrete way his nonconformist features. This was only possible from a distance greater than that at which the first writing could be found. It can at the same time leave some testimony of the historical change that the content of Kierkegaardian philosophy underwent. January 1966. Editor's note. The first edition of the book on Kierkegaard, which appeared in 1933 and whose destiny Adorno reported in the Notitia, cf. pages 235 to 237, constituted the second volume of a series titled Contributions to Philosophy and Its History. Almost 30 years later, when the book was out of print, and the rights reverted to the author, the Suhrkamp Publishing House of Frankfurt am. In 1962 he prepared a second edition augmented with the annex The Kierkegaardian Doctrine of Love. This text, written first in German, and then translated into English by Adorno himself, was published in this English version, cf. Theodor W Adorno, on Kierkegaard's Doctrine of Love, Studies in Philosophy and Social Science equals Zeitschrift für Sozialforschung 8 1939-1940, pages 413 ff number 3. The German text included here constitutes, compared to the first two variants, a new version, the definitive one. In 1966 a third edition became necessary. This appeared again in the Surkamp Publishing House of Frankfurt am. A second annex was added to it, Kierkegaard again. The news was already, with the exception of the last paragraph, in the second edition. It has its origin in an epilogue to the Italian edition of the book on Kierkegaard that Adorno had written in 1961 for the Italian edition, translated by Alba Berger and published by Longanesi in Milan. The text of the present edition is based on that of the third edition of 1966, the last one that was still in the care of the author. It was especially urgent for the editor to review all the citations, as well as their references. In the quotations above all there were, something unusual in Adorno's texts, a large number of inaccuracies and errors that partly altered the meaning. In addition, Adorno's text has been compared with the manuscripts in problematic passages, and has been amended in some cases. January 1979. Theodor W Adorno. Theodor Ludwig Wiesengrund Adorno, Frankfurt am Main, September 11, 1903, Visp, Switzerland, August 6, 1969. He was a German philosopher who also wrote on sociology, communicology, psychology, and musicology. He is considered one of the greatest representatives of the Frankfurt School and Marxist-inspired critical theory. Adorno was born into a wealthy bourgeois family in Frankfurt am Main, state of Hesse. His father, Oskar Alexander Wiesengrund, was a wine merchant, and his mother, Maria Cavalli Adorno, was a lyric soprano. His mother and his sister Agatha, a talented pianist, took charge of Adorno's musical training during his childhood.